Velia actually gets outsmarted, but I don't think that really matters too much to him. Doesn't get caught by the Q and misses the snip. Karski's coming in. Velia is going to get so much damage down. Sends him packing. He's still got the needlework, and now the double kill for him. Biscard's trying to make a runaway, flashes over the wall, and Nemesis is there. It's the time for the Gwen to get the triple.
Nearly 25 minutes. Baron might be something we have to deal with. Lulush is just being caught out. Buys a lot of time with the Crescent Guard, but nowhere near enough. Kasingo again. That was a massive ultimate from XFeng. Huge knock-up as Bayu was coming in on the other side. Messy fight. The Ezreal can't cut it out. Shut down for the Cho'Gath. Coming in though with the biggest Chaos Storm I've seen in a little bit. That is category 5 for sure.
Scattered fight. There's a lot of kind of backline access and escape, but in jumps Jankos onto the doggy. That is one dead doggy. Inax puts him down. Chachi throws out the ultimate. A double kill over to the side of Inax as they are looking to put some damage in onto Wendell. Catches him with the hook. Inax may just go for the triple here. Jumps over with the ultimate. Wendell's pinned in place. Triple kill for Inax. Goes for the cleanse. Kobe's going low. Inax with a quadra kill. The denial from Doxy on the Penta.
Yeah,
now they're just masterworks.
Playing about this as well, but we're going to get the fight here.
Yeah, Velia. He's going to put the lockdown in, and then Nemesis jumps forward. That's going to be so much Nemesis! Oh, Nemesis goes down! They do answer out with Bucci, and Crowley's on tidy up duty this time around. Lost Ratones, they get a triple kill onto their ADC.
Row walk to rotate into the mid lane. Get a second tower, and it feels like there's nothing that Ruddy can do unless Peng makes a miracle play! Oh, that is exactly what this composition was built to do! That's exactly what Ruddy Sack needed! You forgot to count the minions, Verdant! You forgot to count the minions! And Ruddy Sack claim a clean ace from the jaws of defeat!
There's a Bloodthirster and there's a Sona. With an Archangels, he is going to be absolutely cutting through those shields, opening up onto Nemesis. Deadly Flourish goes wide. Crowley's trying to make a run away, and it looks like Dandem is going to get popped. Nemesis able to secure that kill, and now the curtain has been called. Fatesky caught with the knock-up. Nemesis doesn't quite hit on with the Q, but he flashes over. Fatesky's going low. Nemesis secures himself one as Biscard runs away. Caught in the knock-up though. Nemesis' damage is absolutely brutal here. He gets the triple. He gets the quadra. They might even go for it. Bucci's on the run. Nemesis jumps over the wall. The team are going to continue to chase. There's the Deadly Flourish. In comes Nemesis. It's going to be a Penta, baby. Nemesis with the Penta!
And welcome back to Arozzi Northern League of Legends Championship Spring Split Lower Bracket Playoffs Elimination Day. My name is Alshana Maya. I will be your host, and it's a lovely day to have it with us back again. So it's going to be a best out of 5 cities. Keep in mind, it's going to be fearless, and whoever loses is gone. Yesterday we got to see a 3-0. Is it the same today? I don't know. So that's a question I'm going to propose to my desk for the first time on the desk. Solari and Trouble Link, welcome. I'm not ready for this.
Wait, did you say first time? It's not. He's proposing to us? Oh,
Trouble
no.
is muted.
Hi guys, lovely to be here. Awesome. Nothing's changed. Something. Oh.
It wouldn't be NLC without a
No.
Trouble Link mute. It wouldn't.
Thank
it
you,
just
Trouble.
wouldn't. Welcome, Trouble.
That's
Pleasure
a gorgeous
to have you
headband,
with
by the
us.
way.
Thank you.
Hey, I stole that one in EMEA Masters in Paris.
Yes.
I remember. Oh,
Yes.
that's divine, by the way. Yeah, memory. But do you remember what happened yesterday, though?
Oh yeah. We were
Tell
there.
me.
We witnessed that. It was unfortunately it wasn't 3-2 as at least I was hoping, but it was a very interesting series, especially from the point of view of DMG, because they showed to us finally what everybody on that team is capable of. Especially Bisgard had amazing games, especially that game on Talia, for example. Fayett's has popped up. Actually, if you look at the series yesterday, if you go through all 3 games, in each game somebody from DMG had an amazing game. But if you go through the whole series, they finally started working together as a team really well.
Honestly, I was very, very happy to see the drafting kingdom kind of continue for DMG. I have been a huge fan of the way they draft around particular
Yes.
players and different playstyles. I feel like Fatesky got his moment, Biscard got his moment, Dandom was built around, Bucci as well. So I feel like huge props to the prep, obviously, that the team and the players do, but also the coaching staff behind the scenes, because they have a very good grasp on who and how they want to play around that certain player or champion every single time they draft.
It was a 3-0, as you stated, Solari, and I love the idea that DMG, even though on the lower bracket they're starting to build their kingdom. I know the next game is not going to be an easy one, but when you're putting the name tags of DMG, I think they have a lot in the back to show and actually make a comfortable run on the lower brackets. Rich Gang sadly couldn't perform, and that means they are out of a Spring Split playoffs. And today we move on to the second lower bracket elimination, which is going to be Lightside versus Chaos. I mean, this is, I don't know, there's a lot of questions, at least in my opinion, when you see Lightside and yet again the name tags of the players and you see them instantly being thrown into a lower bracket. It's like, what is happening? It's at least in my opinion, it's like a lot of question marks. I don't know if you agree with me.
It's yeah, it was a rough group, to be honest, especially since it was the group that barely resulted in a 5-way tie. But it's still a shame that we found Lightside on the very bottom of it, not even making it all the way to the tiebreaker, because it shows you that even though we still have those name tags that we have faith in, something is not working for the team.
Yeah, and I feel like we saw Chaos also lose 2-0 to Bulldog Esports from the upper bracket. And I very vividly remember that Lightside versus Chaos game, that one game right before a 5-way tiebreaker dream scenario. So I feel like this could be very, very competitive today.
Yes, but with that in mind, I want to see how you land in terms of predictions, because you keep talking about it. Let's see the numbers. Okay, actually, everybody's going for Solari.
What?
Oh,
Did you expect anything else?
Chaos as
It's
well.
Jamada, yeah.
Interesting. Oh, that's outside of the box. I want to know more about that. As soon as we go into game and Hipra and Jamada are talking, I want to know their predictions. But Solari, why do you believe it's going to be a 3-2? Is that the dream? Just a dream?
It might be a dream. I might be a little bit delusional going for a 3-2-0, but first of all, I want this to be a competitive series for the sake of Chaos, because, God, it feels like they need to have a really competitive series. But at the same time, Lightside, they don't give you the feeling of a team that is going to go through a series clean. So I would not be surprised if mistakes or missteps happen throughout the series, and we are going to have more games than just 3.
It's really funny because it's like, I really need Chaos to give me 2 games. They're still gonna get eliminated though here because Liza's gonna take this 3-2. It was just a contradiction right there where everything for Solari sounds so happy. Like yesterday, I feel like initially I said it as well. So it's like, this this was just so bad. And I was like, oh, it's glass half full.
When it's
I
bad for
love it.
somebody, it's good for somebody else, right? That's how it works.
Right,
So just-
absolutely. Love that.
yeah.
It's
You know
the
what would be
energy for
good
me.
For everyone. For you to show up at Leagues Disrupt as well. I have some information for everybody back at home and on the stream as well. If you want to buy the tickets for this show, which is not only related to NLC, I keep saying this, we have a lot of things happening at the show. You can buy tickets for Saturday. Sunday, it's sold out. It's gone. You
Damn.
still have the capability of getting a full weekend ticket, but it's going to be complicated already. So Sunday only is gone. And Los Ratones are going to be there regardless. They will show up to do some activities with the audience. It's not related to NLC. If they lose, let's be honest, I don't think they will. But if they lose, they'll still show up. So that's good for everybody. So buy your tickets for Saturday. And with this in mind, Triple Link, yesterday you conquered the thing. You were able to get it for the first time. In Solari in Trouble. Let's start a new game show.
Oh god.
This is a new one. Oh,
A new
wow.
setup.
Oh,
Okay.
cool.
This is. Who am
Oh, you can
I?
see the big guy as well. Perfect.
It's so big. I actually love it. I
Look, he's
can't get my
derpy
hands
as
off
well.
it.
Love it.
I love it. Welcome to Who Am I? Item Edition. Let me explain.
Oh no.
We have items. We want to show you the item. The first clue is going to be a little pixelated. Then we take a few pixels.
okay.
I told him to take a lot of pixels out. And you have to tell me the name of the item. Keep that in mind.
Oh, you know what?
The name.
Can I ask? Can we? If
Yes.
okay, so let's say it's Yuntal wild arrows. If we only
Yes.
remember wild arrows or Yuntal,
Does it count?
Does it still count?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes. Yeah. It doesn't need to be the entire name of the item. Because I picked a few fun ones. Let's begin with this. What's the first item?
Ha! It's very purple.
Is it completed items?
This one is.
But we have components as well, okay?
Yes, Triple Link.
Crypt Bloom.
Ooh, good choice. Good choice.
It's not.
Around the color department, but it's not.
Okay.
There was something there. There was
It's
something
Vex.
there. Unpixelated. The second one. Okay. What's the second phase of this item? I mean.
That still looks like Crit Bloom to me.
That still looks like Crypt Bloom, exactly.
Yeah.
If it's not it, think about a different role. Okay, Triple Link.
Flicker Blade.
It's not Flicker Blade. No. Okay, I was trying to remind it like, no, it's not. It's assassins use this. Third clue.
Oh,
Hey,
No.
Eminem said it wisely. You have one chance, one.
opportunity!
There you go, Solar.
Oh,
you
it's
got a
opportunity.
point.
No, I didn't even remember this. I didn't even remember this still existed.
Who builds
Hey, play
it?
my. The caster said both of them got it instantly on the first slide. I was concerned. Okay, it's
That's
going
who-
good.
that's
Good
who
for
builds
them, but they're not playing.
Solari, you got
Ah.
you gotta find Solari. Second item. Let's go. Oh boy, this is gonna be a little bit tricky. It's a full item.
It's not
Yeah.
Rocket Belt, I'm gonna assume, because that would be too freaking easy.
No, it's
Does
not.
the name contain Grail?
Nah.
Athene is gone.
Second clue. Casters, do you know this, by the way? I want to know
Ah,
if
yes,
you know.
yes,
There
yes.
you go. Jamada knows this. Okay,
I
Triple
have
Link.
no clue what it's called. It's the
support
word
item for the words.
Yeah.
Say something that could resemble the support item.
I don't know.
What does it give, Triple Link? It
Wards.
provides you with...
Words.
There you go, Trouble. I was trying to give her the opportunity, so there you go. 1-1, it's Vigilant Wardstone.
Oh, okay. We got word in Wordstone. Hell yeah.
I'm just
Okay.
trying to make sure people get points.
Oh, you're kind today. That's unusual.
Item, okay? Ooh. Okay, I want to see if the cast has got this one.
No clue.
Trouble,
It
please.
looks like a Kraken Slayer, but again, that would be too easy.
What?
That would be too easy.
No.
It's not. It's not.
Is that by any chance Shrelius?
Chat, I want to know if you know this. Spam it, and the mods will provide me with the answers. Probably they won't, but let me know. It's not. Unpixelated. Do magic.
I have no idea what it's called. I have no idea
Wait,
what
what?
it's
You
called.
don't?
I have no idea.
Okay, give me
What?
give me a clue of what you think it could be called. What does it do?
It's really easy if you go back and squint your eyes. You can actually see the item.
Actually, yeah, it's a good trick. Okay,
Looks
okay,
like an
let's-
angry face, like one of those faces that Trouble has behind her.
Think about when you run, you leave behind.
A trailblazer?
Hey, Solani, that's the name. That's
Oh,
the
it is the
entire
name.
It's
Why have we
Trailblazer.
chosen the least used items in the entire game?
'Cause it's
That's my question to
Ultron.
you. Banger.
2-1. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, fourth one. Okay, good luck.
It's Vel'Koz. Can I get a point?
Is that Jack Show?
No, it's not. Okay, let's
It's
go for the
Adaptive
second
Helm
clue.
from TFT.
Close. Close.
It's another support item. It's Zack.
That
Huh?
looks like Vel'Koz's
It's
passive.
what? Solari, it's a what?
Zack something?
Zack something. It's Zack's Realm Spike.
Oh!
Hey,
Okay.
she knows.
I
Look
only
at
play
this.
support, so when I see a support
People
item, there is like
actually
a
picked it.
small
Banger.
chance I will know it.
Okay. Okay, before we show the next one, before. People are talking about support items being complicated. No. This is not a completed item, but Katarina has used this before.
Huh.
It's not a completed item,
Katarina
In
has used
most-
everything before, buddy.
and most mages like to build this one. Whoever gets this one gets 3 points. Let's go.
Are you kidding me?
I love this song.
This is a dirty color scheme. I don't like it.
Da. Yes, Turboling.
Any chance it's Sheen?
How?
I don't
No,
know,
it's
man.
not. It's not. Second, come on. Unpixelated a bit. There you go.
What?
Okay. It's a broken Seeker Psalm God. It's a used Seekers.
What?
She knows. There you go. Shattered arm guard. It was a trap. The Trouble Link is so good. 3 points for Trouble Link, which actually, puts you ahead. So Trouble. 2 days in a row.
Damn. Okay.
That was the lowest pitch I've ever heard you say. That
On
was-
fire.
That was good.
Listen, I
don't know how I
can
feel
go
about the
pretty
3
low,
points.
okay?
Oh, that was so good. Congratulations, Trouble Link, for getting yet another game show. But now it's
I've been
time
done
for the
dirty.
game itself. Chaos, a light side. Chaos from the upper bracket. Light side on the lower bracket already. Whoever loses today will be gone. And obviously we want to know more from the players. So I sat down and had an open conversation with both of them to actually get their point of views before we hit the show and the road. Take a listen. Welcome to the pre-game interview between Chaos and LLS. Thank you so much for being here. Golden Penny, and I'm gonna get this right. Raya.
Raya, you had it.
Okay. Duckley had nothing to do with this, by the way. I know this is a lower bracket elimination game, best of 5. This is going to be your first best of 5 to begin with, at least on Spring Split. I want to get initial thoughts of how you're feeling for today. Raya, let's start with you, then you, Golden Penny.
Okay, well, I'm feeling pretty confident, but as you guys might know, I'm not playing bot lane today. I will be playing mid lane, so yeah, I'm just gonna show my autofill roles in a competitive game, and then I'll just smash enemy mid laner, you know? I don't think he's ready for what's coming.
Golden, you were not expecting this, were you?
I did see him play mid lane the other day, so I actually kind of was. So I'm okay with it. I see your plays.
tell me.
I got you.
I know. I really need to talk about this, Raya. Like, you're a bot laner. You're now on the mid lane. You're playing with a different player every now and then. Things are really complicated. Like, to set up a strategy and play on a competitive game, especially on the best of 3, best of 5. Tell me, how do you do it?
We actually don't really have a plan when we go into the games. We just play, on the wing. We just play what we feel like. We see what enemy picks, and we like, can this work? And we just play. It's a bit of a chaotic split for us because all of us has work. So sometimes the scheduling didn't work out for us. That's why we're playing with so many different players. So
you gotta feed yourself. Man,
Yeah, exactly.
Golden Penny, I gotta make you the same question. When I look into your team, it's not about the subs. I mean, you do have Ibridge, so yeah. But the thing is, Golden Penny, what is happening with this team? I look into the name tags, I'm like, nah, this is top 4. This is top 4. I need your guidance, bro.
Well, I feel like our group was pretty close in general. We were about to have that 5-way tie, and then we had a little accident and happens. but so I looking at the teams in our group, we have Nord, we have Ruddy. I feel like we ended up with the short end of the stick this time, but we might as well have been the ones on top. So.
And you feel confident going into the best of 5 scenario where you can actually you make a mistake, you're comfortable, let's get to another game. So you're telling me that lower bracket, you're feeling comfortable now?
I mean, 2 minutes ago, I would have told you, maybe a bit shaky because, best of 5 and everything. Then, Ray comes in, tells us, we have 2 autofills, we don't really have a plan. I'm feeling good now. Thank you.
Hiya, throwing it back to you, man. I want to get your point of view. How are you going to win this best of 5? Tell me. Give me the plan. I know you don't have a plan, and that's a plan. But how are you going to win, and where do you think your team is better than LLS?
I think our individual skill on solo laners are better than LLS. I don't know much about bot lane because I don't really know the player on LLS, but I just know that me and Vio, we're just gonna win our lane straight up 2v2, 1v1s. So I don't think we will lose. If we lose, it's gonna be 3-1.
Okay. I just find it really interesting. An AD carry saying our solo lanes are gonna be better, and I'm gonna win my solo lanes. I'm just lost in the sauce, boss. But I like it. Golden Penny, a 3-1 maximum. Chaos looks confident. Hit me.
I mean, I saw a tier list the other day.
Okay.
A certain Foxtrot tier list, and Lightside was placed significantly higher than Chaos. We got that D+ rating. You guys are only D, so calm down a bit. I think we got this in the bag. It's not really gonna be close. It's done.
So, Golden Penny, one final question for you, and then I would like to get some predictions. What do you believe changed within your team in playstyle from seeding stage to elimination?
I think we have had a lot of better targeted practice. I think before we were, just scrimming, basically just playing, seeing kind of what worked and what didn't. Since then, we've gone into actually having a proper game plan from start to finish, saying, okay, we're going to do this, and then, all of the laners are kind of just playing towards that. And yeah, so I think our play is much more structured now than it was before, and I'm looking forward to having some clean games.
I just need a number from you, Golden Penny. From 0 to 100, what's the volume on iBridge Discord voice chat? Because it's extremely loud.
I'd have to check, but it's probably around 60, 65 max, I think.
Okay, what is your prediction for today, boss?
I'll respect you a bit. I think you might have something secret hidden in up your sleeves, so I'm gonna say we're gonna win it 3-1. We're gonna toss you a game. It's okay.
You're confident on the 3-1?
Yeah.
I'm confident on the 3-1. I have deep pockets with champions. It's an ocean.
You're not expecting the AD carry G mid lane, Golden Penny. I'm telling you, you're not ready for this.
I'm shaking my boots.
Final words for each other. Kaya, you start. If you have anything to say to your opponent before you go into the Summon's Rift, final words. It's on you.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Best of luck when I push in mid and run bot. There's nothing you can do. I will tower dive that.
Bot lane at heart, Golden Penny. Final words.
Well, I'm not sure if you remember, but we had a few best of fives a while back. I think you won the latest one, so this time I'm gonna have my revenge and kick you to the curb. So, good luck.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Okay. Best of luck for both of you, and may the best AD carry even at mids win. I don't know. I'll see you soon. Thank you so much.
Bye bye.
Right.
We have a sub, but we also have two teams fighting for their life. Light Side versus Chaos. Do or die for both of them. One from the upper bracket, the other one already there. So let's talk about that one. Light Side to begin with. You look into the names. Did we expect them to be here? Because it's not a favorable future right now.
I'd say, honestly, yes. I think that we're on the lower end of the teams that we have over in the NLC. Lightside had the chance to do something really, really funny. I think particularly their group was the group that was the closest together out of all of them. If we can, if we actually have a graphic for the group as well. Thank you so much, production. As you can see, the three teams in the middle, Nord, Radisak, and DMG, have extra games because they went into the tiebreaker. LLS played the last game of that day and just about almost beat Bulldog Esports in a freaking nail biter of a game that would have caused a 5-way tie. It was actually insane.
We were robbed, honestly. We deserve to have this 5-way tiebreaker, and I think we also deserve to see Lightside beating Bulldog Esports for the sake of Lightside here as well, because this is a team that keeps showing us promise. This is a team that keeps having surprisingly good games from time to time, but then they never can actually deliver it all the way to blowing up the enemy nexus.
Yeah, it's interesting. They talked about it on the interview where they have the names, they have the gameplay, they have the plan, but they didn't have the synergy. They just needed a little bit more time. And we have these changes coming in from spring split, winter split to spring split. Those things might happen.
I mean, hey,
they've
had the time now, right? They've had the time now. They've had time to
that's what he
practice.
told.
They've had time to watch other teams. And I think particularly for LLS, they also saw how Chaos played versus Bulldog Esports. Again, I want to remind everyone, and you're seeing on your screens right now, this was that one game that could have caused the 5-game tie between LLS and Bulldog Esports. And they did show that if they can bring down a team like Bulldog Esports, who beat Chaos 2-0 by the power of maths and the method of elimination, technically LLS should be able to beat Chaos pretty hefty here.
I mean, even without the math here, right? They had a really good laning phase against the bot lane of Bulldog, who are a very strong bot, and we're talking about Exofeng plus Kasing, some of the most explosive players we have in NLC right now, and they had a good laning phase against them, and after that they were having really good team fights against Bulldog as well, and it looked like they were in control of the map for the majority of that game. It's just, again, one misstep that Lightside take a little bit too far, and that allowed Bulldog to capitalize over them and take the game into their hands. But it looked like a game that Lightside could have won, maybe even should have won.
Specifically versus a team that really likes to fight, and they like to make you confused while fighting as well. So holding on that long versus this team shows something about Lightside. Obviously Bulldog are also showing some signs, but LLS, even Harbo, for instance, Trouble and Solari, we were here during the winter split, and Harbo was under a lot of confusion, like what is Harbo doing? And this split, he has been different as well.
In the beginning of the split, there were still some moments when we were asking what is Harbo doing, but as the split progressed, we had less and less moments like that when we were not understanding what exactly Harbo is doing on the map or in the fight. Harbo is a player who has progressed, and given the time and maybe a little bit more attention, could progress even further.
They like to play for objectives. We were talking about it, Trebelink, back in the day when we were setting up this desk itself. The way they prioritize the grubs, they like to go for the top side as well, try to get some sort of advantage, but then they couldn't keep it up to close the games. So you still believe like sometimes LLS mistake is closing the game?
I feel like they just get too overexcited. I feel like one of the biggest mistakes teams can do, especially when they're ahead, is keep on pressuring the matter. And excuse me, a lot of the times you can actually overforce a lot of the narratives in game, and this is what ends up biting you on your lower bottom, right? I think we saw the last bit right there with the Vi sort of like Supermaning in all the way to the backline. There was no follow-up. That was that one fight that gave over the win over to Bulldog Esports. Obviously, you need another hand to slap your hand, right? Somebody needs to capitalize on your mistake. But if you are truly looking to making that lower bracket run, you cannot be making these mistakes. And I feel like if the only thing that Lightside really needed on their side was time to gel together, now they've had more time to gel together and play well. My eyes in particularly are on the top side of the map, because I don't particularly think that Elijah has showed his MVP 2024 summer sort of side yet, but we're yet to see that.
Hopefully we're going to see it in this series. Elijah is... Yes, because Elijah is such an interesting case. It is the epitome of what this team is, right? With a lot of promise, but not really being in the right place at the right time, maybe to show all of that to us. Because this guy is good, especially if you give him something with aggression on the top lane. If you give him something that has its own agency on the top lane, you can see that this guy can do a lot for his team. I am not even sure what exactly is not clicking there on the top side of the map for a light side.
Yeah, I feel like Elijah has top laner syndrome, which is you group as little as possible with your team.
Actually,
but I feel like his team really does need him. I remember him playing over in Winter Split, and I felt like in his team back then, he was the shining star. Like, he was winning side lanes, he was generating that side lane push, and I feel like teams can really truly rely on having someone like him win on a 1v1 on the top side of the map, getting ahead, and then transitioning him into the fight, or just keeping him on a side if that's truly like what they need to do with like something like a York, for example, where you just want to keep him on a side lane. I just need to see more of Elijah. I need to see more of the fire that we did see over in Winter Split, and of course last year in summer, because I feel like that fire has dimmed down a little bit, but hopefully through that practice that Lightside was talking about, we can see him come back stronger.
He has to face the opponent right now. It's going to be Vayu, but let's introduce Chaos to begin with. They've been changing and adapting as they go through the split. It's a complicated one. That only victory versus it was versus Rich Gang, who lost yesterday, who are already out as well, and it's extremely complicated. We talked it on the interview. We talked after the interview as well on how they have to play with subs and not getting the perfect team every single scrim. So that's gotta be devastating when you're trying to set up for something like a fearless draft, especially when you have an AD carry in the mid lane, which is kind of limited in terms of champion pool when you go into fearless draft. That's a trap.
That's a trap, and you don't really see the way of getting out of it, right? The only way for Chaos to get out of where they find themselves right now is to have so many screams as a team, having everybody established in their position and trying to work their issues out as a team. But with so many changes have been going throughout this split, it's no surprise that they find themselves where they are now.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like that sounds like a very good a fairy tale, I would say. I don't think they've had enough time, right? And like, Raya has to play mid lane, yeah, and Corki does work in the mid lane, but that's about all I can think. I remember that Yone game.
My Yone.
My Yone, like that was not clean. That was not clean, and that's the problem right now, right? If you go back a couple of metas, like Lucian suddenly is viable. We've seen AP Kaisa show up over in the mid lane. Cork is always viable over in mid. Tristana as well. So you used to have like plenty of sort of choices. However, I believe the easiest thing for an AD carry to do is sort of fall back more into the mages and more of the facilitators, like the Orianna type of champions that you can actually facilitate other members of your team. He said in that interview, I'm gonna shove mid and I'm gonna see you bot. So he needs something with a lot of quick clear, like Tristana, where you can just push and just go side lane.
I was telling him at the end of the interview, like, Haya, by the way, Azir is a right-click champion, okay? You just need to do the shuffle, then you auto-attack with the soldiers. It could be an AD carry. But also, when you look into this team, we gotta highlight the top lane. I know, it's not nothing of the sort. But when you look into the top lane of this team as well, Vayu has been there. And when you look into his Poppy, it could be something that could present itself on the series as a complication towards Lightside, because he's good.
The problem is we're in the fearless draft, so it's only going to be one Poppy game max, and it's if they're lucky and the opponent doesn't take it away from them. But I feel like Vayu doesn't necessarily have the biggest champion pool to pull out of the total, but he has really reliable champions that are going to work great for the team no matter what is going to happen. We've seen a lot of Poppy from him, we've seen Cho'Gath, and actually we've seen Kled, so maybe that one doesn't count, but my point still stands. Vayu has, it feels like, enough champion pool to survive through this best of 5 and still be really useful for the team.
I just feel like his knowledge on how to play those shotguns, particularly with the Poppy, really showed up in this series versus Rich Gang. And I feel like it's not very easy to show up as a player on a team that is constantly losing. But Vayu had some incredible plays, even with that Poppy. I really like his champion pool in particular, especially like things like the Cho'Gath, the Poppy, things that can control spaces around team fights. And I love that this is the player head-to-head that we're highlighting right here. We mentioned how we want Elijah to step up. Vayu has been a staple piece for Chaos as well, and I just can't wait to see Elijah sort of picking the more, the more aggro players that he has on the top side of the map, and Vayu facilitating more towards shutting that down and neutralizing it in lane so he can help his team.
And it's interesting when you see the damage percentage coming in from Elijah. His damage is ridiculous on the top side. It's absurd, 26.6%. The thing is, he never goes for the first blood. He just likes to deal damage, but he never goes for the throat to get that first blood. Vayu, I mean, it's a little bit more scary on that, even though he only has like that 33%, but he's the one getting the first blood for his team. You were saying like Kled, like, it's a different one. I want to see more champions like Kled for Vayu. I want to see something that is menacing and people are not used to, because sometimes throwing chaos, no pun intended, into the rift could be the seal and actually the deal breaker for the enemy when you're in the fearless draft. Like, if you have to fight versus a Kled, you might be confused. You have no idea what he does aside from screaming.
I mean, actually, the funny thing about Kled is that him and Katarina still have something that no other champion has of the Rift, which is the most anti-heal of any other champion, right? So I feel like you play versus something like an Aatrox, you could bring out the Kled. You play towards something that needs many resets. I'm looking at Ahri, I'm looking at Viego, for example, that I played a lot together with Five, for example, the Ahri, and the Viego with an AP mage. You sort of deny those, and you also have a lot of mobility in this fight. So if they do choose an all-in kind of composition with all the Kaisas of the world and everyone else pressing R forward, I think Kled could potentially be another tool to, I want to say facilitate his team, but like Kled is not really a facilitator, but it could work.
You facilitate the engage, at least that, and I think that should
Give
be
some
the key
speed,
of
yeah.
we go. This team, if you're playing with subs, if you're playing with someone that you're not used to scrimming, most of the times you want to play something easy, sometimes being like the most normal and stable picks or rosters or drafts. That's where you shine, by getting something easy to execute, and I think that's where Chaos wants to land. Lightside, on the other hand, and when I look, also information for everybody back at home, we're just waiting for the players to be ready within the champion select so we can start this as soon as possible. Yeah, we're just waiting for more information, and as soon as we can, we jump. Okay, it's not on us, it's on Hiprain not pressing the button.
Yeah.
I'm the only standing up, so that's gonna be easy for me.
What?
Hey, you said it, buddy. You said as soon as we have info, we jump up.
Okay, it's a deal. It's a deal. I'm just saying, it's a deal.
Yeah.
For the LLS though, I was looking into stats and I was looking at Highbridge, and I'm like, he likes to talk, and supposedly he likes to do the walk, but I don't think he has been walking. He's not jumping. He's not jumping.
Yes.
I think that's another one.
I know that Fateski is hate watching from the chat, so that's all I'm gonna say.
I mean, you told us about that yesterday. Can
He
you
won
highlight
his
it again?
series, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Some context. Fatesky came over to my stream and he said, "I cannot wait for Thursday so I can hate watch Highbridge."
Oh,
and
God.
I asked to get clarification. I'm like, okay, are you a hate watcher because the guy sucks and you dislike him, or are you a hate watcher because you're buddies? And he said they're buddies, basically, they're friends. But he said that Highbridge is extremely hate watchable. So there you go.
I mean, he is. He has that personality, and we love it. We're like, come on, Highbridge, don't do that. Okay, as I'm getting told, since we don't have a time frame for how long this is going to take, we're going to jump into a small pause, and as soon as possible, we will be right back instantly to the champion select. So no time to waste. We'll just go into the champion select. Until then, take a pause, take a Kit Kat, and and I'll see you soon. The promise is due, and there we go. Champion Select, we jump into game 1, and a ban is going to be missed out due to some delays. So Chaos takes the blue side, LLS is going to be on the right side with this one. Are they losing their first ban? I thought it was the 5th.
It's LS, no?
Oh, okay. They were just taking their sweet time.
They were just teasing us, yes, but Gwen is good. Ooh, we mentioned Cho'Gath today at the beginning of the day, right? On the pre-show. We talked about Value's champion pool and how he has really useful champions for the team. Cho'Gath was one of the champions we have mentioned, and now it's removed by Lightside.
I'd love to see what the priority right here is for Pantheon, because I felt like it was one of Highbridge's better champions. And it's very heavily peekable currently in the LPL as well. However, my eyes, oh my god, as Value is getting absolutely bombarded with bans here. My eyes mainly go to super OP picks, like the Nafiri, for example, like the Varus that is very lane dominant as well. And Chaos have the first pick right here. Oh, it's the third ban now. I thought they were losing that one. It's probably on the second rotation, I'm gonna assume.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's still a place for the Corki ban, which is...
There you go, midline.
Yeah, you might think, no, it is actually mid lane for Rhea. Now, what do Case want to open with? Do they want to open up with the jungle is going to be my question, because Shackle feels like one of those players who has a champion pool safe enough to be opened with on the blue side. But no, okay, we have not banned the Varus out. That might be a good one.
All right, well, open Nafiri, guys. You know what to do. Point click, Nafiri, Talia, fantastic duo, follows you up everywhere. Raya said he wants to push mid lane, or you can do Vi Talia as well, that's also fine. Raya said he wants to push mid lane and roam, but Talia does that better than any champion right now in the league.
I just saw some live losing your eyes trouble when you saw that that Vi being hovered there. And okay, it is going to be picked. Ezreal Vi. That doesn't really say you much. I am not...
I'm not a big fan of the Ezreal right here. It straight up loses to Varus in the lane. It loses push, it loses pressure. And I feel like in general, on the NLC, they've prioritized a lot of Varus, but especially when things like Misfortune and Jhin are open, that can go toe-to-toe with Varus in lane. Or Kai'Sa Nico, for example, that we've been seeing a lot internationally, can also very heavily work. Now, the Maga right here might mean that there's an AD mid coming through. Usually, the Maga was paired up with Tristana traditionally, and Tristana is one of those champions that we mentioned earlier on to sort of shove and be able to roam, and it's one of those champions that you can actually sort of evade Vi ganks as well with, especially through the ultimate. But it's Control Mage Central together with Victor Mercs Lamont.
At least it's something that we wanted to see from Rhea, so that's something to be happy about, him being on a very different champion to what we've seen from him so far there on the mid lane. What will Lightside answer with? Because we have the glimpse of the bot lane. My biggest question to Lightside here is going to be what Sunfree is going to be playing on, because Golden Penny has promised us in the interview that he's going to have cleaner games, that he's going to have better games overall, and we have seen that him and Sunfree can have some good games on the bot lane. So to me, what is the support to Sunfree going to be, especially now that I believe bans are going to be targeting supports quite a lot?
Actually,
I mean, all those tanks tend to be trouble.
Yeah, the interesting part right here is that I feel like Elijah's gonna R4. If you want to play a very clever Ezreal game, as I'm seeing Bromix being banned away. If Brom is being banned away, then there's not going to be no Karma shenanigans on the side of LLS. I think they're going for straight up engage support, possibly looking into something like Arella, Leona, and Alistar. I was going to say that I feel like Ezreal is one of the most versatile champions down the bot lane, because you can pair him up with so many different supports. The Nico, the engage, the melees, the Karmas, and sort of gain priority through your support. But right here, seeing the Brom ban, I just know they want to go melee, so this is going to be an R4 most likely for Sunfree, and getting potentially that counter before Elijah's R5.
Now there is Rel that is going to be removed. Potentially Leona could be removed as well from the side of Chaos, which means that the potential pool there for Sunfree to go with something engagey is going to be reduced. But I agree with you. It really looks like right now for Lightside, especially having already the Vi and the Ahri together, they need some more engage on their side. And it would make so much sense if it came from the support side.
That's the misban.
Yeah.
That's the misban, guys. Don't forget.
Yep.
So what we talked about.
Yep.
Okay. So now, do you take away the Leona just to make sure that LLS don't take that opportunity to pair up in terms of engage? There you go. But you still have the possibility to have Alistar as a support. I'm not saying it's a good combo, at least you don't give the Alistar to Vados, but well, the Rakan is a follow and disengage if you need.
All right, if Chaos is very, 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 very clever here, that's a Nico bot lane together with Varus.
Okay.
It gains insane push down bot lane. However, I will say that because you have so much AP through Maokai and the Victor, that might be a little bit too much AP overall in the team composition. I'm not gonna lie, I think this is gonna go over to the top lane for Vayu. Pop is one of the best neutralizer picks, full stop, versus anything it goes up against. So very heavily blind pickable as well. And they're gonna opt away from the Nico and go straight into more engaged tools.
I can see the point for Nico there. I think it might have been a little bit too much cooking for Chaos. And when we're talking about these two teams, but especially Chaos, we said that we want to see something simpler from them. We want to see a very straightforward composition, something that makes a lot of sense and doesn't really require a lot of cooking to be executed on the Summoner's Tree. So in that sense, them going into Nautilus to round up their composition feels safer. It feels like this is a composition that Chaos can work around.
Okay, final pick is an Aatrox to the top side versus the Poppy. Not the most loveliest matchup for Poppy, but you can survive if you want to play tank. Tell me, Trouble. You look into
I
these
see a
teams.
lot of mobility on the side of LLS and a lot of agency in terms of how every single one of those champions wants to play around a team fight. They don't necessarily need to have a formation. They can all sort of appear out of nowhere and try to catch someone like Raya on the Victor or Baki onto this Varus. However, Chaos has a lot of point-click CC to stop them dead in their tracks. The Nautilus, the Maokai, Poppy with W as well. So I want to see if actually Chaos can neutralize the super hard, heavy engaged flanks that LLS are going to try to throw their way.
So, Ali, final take before we toss it to casters. When you see these rosters, who do you think is going to win?
Surprising to myself, I think I gotta agree with Trouble, and it's going to be Chaos, because Chaos, I think their composition in this game shows a lot of promise.
Okay, easy to execute in the higher on a control mage instead of an AD carry. Well, we're shifting, we're adapting, and we're sending it into the casters where Hiprain and Jamana will take control.
Thank you very much, Archer. Hello and welcome to the caster desk. We're getting ready to go into this first game of this best of 5. Right, straight into Champ Select. Archer, Jamada, sorry. I'd like to know your thoughts on it. I've had my thoughts, but I'm curious for what you're making of this.
I mean, to me, Lightside's composition is, as the desk were kind of highlighting, right? It's a lot about finding multiple angles of engage, ensuring that you can try and pick off the high-value targets in the Victor and the Varus. Opposite side, it's a lot more easy to execute, right? You've got effectively three frontliners that all peel and 2 carries. You want to be basically a death pool, and you want to try and get on top of objectives first, track these flanks, and kill off these divers one by one. Don't let yourself be separated. Flashes as well, going to be a very, very important thing for Raya and Baki.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think on the side of light side, it's very skirmish and pick heavy from what we're seeing. You know, like you said, if you want to team fight it, it's about setting up the angles, playing those angles effectively, and actually being able to kind of capitalize on those kills. But in like a straight up 5v5 brawl where they haven't had time to set up, I do worry just because there's lots of tools that can shut them down. I mean, you're looking at things like Poppy, just kind of negates the Ari's ability to dash around the fight with that steadfast presence on. Maokai can lock multiple targets down with his ultimate and also has his single target lockdown as well. You know, it's going to be definitely on light side to kind of prove that they're capable of executing on what this comp needs to do to take over a team fight scenario. So having a quick look at our players as we're all getting ready to go into game. Sniller doesn't have a webcam apparently. That or he's really good at sitting still.
Oh no! I was looking so hard at Sniller's webcam that when we hot swapped, because there was no sting or anything, I was like, "Wait, his camera turned on! Awesome!" Well, here we are, game 1 of this series.
Yeah,
I'm
defensive
excited,
lines drawn up across the map. No one's going for any cheeky invades or vision placing missions right now. Although I say that, and Shackle does exactly what I said. Just goes and puts a ward down at the Raptor camp to get some idea of where Highbridge is. As Sniller is going to get forced out, an identical ward is placed by the side of the light side's bot side. Don't really expect this to actually result in too much, especially with Shackle starting on the blue side. But they will gain the information that that is where Shackle is definitely starting this game.
Yep, they should be able to figure that one out. See if they play any differently with that information on hand. Both these junglers will be pathing to the bottom side of the map, which is no big surprise. I think it's not rare that junglers path top, but I think in a situation where you've got Poppy on one side, who just kind of wants to play Nullifier, as that's a level 1 dredge line coming in.
Yeah, nice little pick there, actually, onto Golden Penny. Let's get a nice chunk of damage out of him. Sunfry also sees a little bit on the tail end. They do have that Q eventually on Sunfry, which will help heal them back up somewhat. And interesting to see if the Ezreal's actually kind of taking over this level 1. Race for level 2 is absolutely on, and if Chaos can get that, I think that would just completely set the tone for this lane, because like Trouble was saying, Ezreal has a pretty rough time versus the Varus in lane.
Yeah, it's weird. I think loads of people have different reads on it. Like I don't have the same read on it that Trouble does, for example. I think it's a little bit more support matchup dependent, right? To me, if you've got a good support matchup, then Ezreal's going to do just fine. If maybe the support matchup's a little bit more rough, then like Ezreal suffers for it a lot harder. You can just play very, very far back, play off the Mystic shots, and kind of just call it a day. Especially if you can keep your passive stacked, right? You keep so much additional attack speed that you can certainly survive, but certainly just the general laning prowess of Varus, if he's able to get the Blyad stacks pot just off cooldown, right, on a cycle, the 2v2 is always going to be very, very difficult.
Just having a little look at that Riot versus Harbo matchup. Riot actually putting a second point in Q instead of taking the W early. Realizing there's not going to be that much fighting that goes on down there, so getting that extra wave clear to keep Harbo stuck under tower. Nice little idea from him. As Sunfry moving over here. Remember, Riot doesn't have W yet, so he's not got the ability to lock him down. Just throws out the Q for the shield. Sunfry forces the flash out from Riot as Harbo has still got that charm. It's going to get the move speed off on the W, but is going to be able to dodge away on getting caught by the charm, and Riot's just going to get sent back to base, and maybe Chaos look for a little pick onto the Rakan. Snilla and Baki make their way over, but jungle's in the area. I think we're going to see a bit of a skirmish break up as Shackle has made his way over. Hopefully we get out of top lane. There we go. First blood's going to be secured already onto the jungler. Shackle's able to get it. Good charm comes in, though, from Harbo to lock down onto Baki, as now Harbo continues to try and chase forwards onto the members of Chaos. Riot has joined back into the mix, and now he's got that W level. He can lock people down. Harbo's low HP. Out of mana, though, onto Riot's Golden Penny just continues to put some damage in here. Got that mana. Snilla needs to be careful. He can find himself caught out. Finds the root, finds the lockdown. Charm goes wide, and that's going to be the kill onto Riot. Make that another beautiful play from the side of Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, just great stuff from Chaos. Have the numbers there first. They looked alright for a second for Lightside, but once it all started to come undone, it's very difficult to come back from. It's out of vision from Lightside initially, and damage on Tabaki is good, but then they kind of run out of it, right? Harbo's not there immediately. Sunfry's pretty much one shot. It's a good flash charm to lock down Baki, but again, once Victor decides to show up, once Rhea's here, it's very, very difficult to come back from. And a great timed flash from Snilla to keep him out of the action initially is fantastic, but then Penny, Golden Penny rather, steps a bit far forward, and they're able to re-collapse Harbo. Same thing, charm. What's the appropriate word for that? Flies perpendicular to the target he was looking for.
Sometimes you miss.
Sometimes you miss, yeah. And that's a really big deal, by the way, because that is basically E upgrade now, or Q, depending on what Rhea decides to take, but I'd imagine it's going to be E in this lane. Already locked down, right? Because he got all of those assists and kills. It's going to impact the lane very, very greatly. He's going to have access to the wave clear that typically Victor wouldn't have access to for, you know, a good another 5 minutes, like, at least, in a lot of games.
Yeah. Did he upgrade his E already? Or is it,
it's hard to tell because now I actually don't know if the icons change anymore. So
I'd like
if you recall, obviously the old ones, it would go from like blue to
red,
orange, right? Like red. So I guess we just have to sit here and wait. Nothing's happening on the map unless there's a 2v2.
Yeah, it's
that's
upgraded.
the upgraded E.
Wow. That's crazy early. Bot lane, there's a fight breaking out. Penny forced to shift away. Not going to get locked down anymore. Snilla hasn't got the Q quite lined up yet. Sunfry could maybe look for a W angle, but it's just going to get that quill off. They do find the lockdown, though, in onto him. Arrow goes in between the goalposts. Looks like Lightside are going to be A-OK for now, as Shackle's just trying to control some area around that tribe rush. Make sure he has some way to stop Hybrid from coming in and interrupting the play. But right now, Chaos's bot lane starting to ramp up a little bit, starting to take over Golden Penny and Sunfry.
Yeah, exactly. And the 2v2, or rather the massive skirmish from earlier, despite Golden Penny picking up on the kill credits, you're still seeing, I'm gonna imagine you're still finding a good dredge line, given that Golden Penny was so far forward by the time we panned out. That enables that, and that 2v2 will enable Chaos to start this Dragon stack early on, which I think between the two teams definitely benefits Chaos if they can get the second one, especially because again, we're talking about this is kind of going to be the team that's about the stability of a game, trying to get to objectives first, making sure the setup is solid, consistent, and tracking all of these flanks from light side. Now Hybrid is maybe in a bit of trouble in that he won't be able to get all 3 grubs. Chaos will still manage to find that trade.
That's denial. Riot doesn't have flash. They just use all the lockdown on W's used. Riot trying to stay alive. Got a lot of health thanks to that catalyst. A lot of abilities went wide there. But Riot able to survive.
He was out of mana, so he couldn't find the charm. They couldn't keep the chain CC going. Very, very tragic.
Sunfry has got W, so he'll be A-okay. Able to jump over the wall. As top lane, we haven't really had too much focus on it because there's been a lot of skirmishing elsewhere. I mean, they're pretty much equal on farm fronts, although Elijah actually is slightly up. He's going to pop a bit of damage out here. Doesn't decide to use the World Ender, instead just wants to hold the wave, and it's going to continue to try and stop Vayu from getting those resets off. Vayu doesn't have teleport as well, so
yeah, this is great.
Elijah could set the lane up for himself quite nicely off the back of this.
Yeah, solid bit of trading. Discipline as well, like keeping your laner in a bad state where they can't quite reset, but they also can't lane is always the best of both worlds. Now, once Elijah has E again in a few seconds, he can just step up and stop Vayu from even last hitting these last couple, or even just hold a temporary freeze again, right? Just tank the damage of the minions. Don't let yourself get slammed into all the E. And Vayu's just trapped in this cycle until he either has TP or just decides to bite the bullet and reset.
He's got that TP coming up fairly soon, so Vayu probably not too concerned, although that farm deficit is growing larger for every second Vayu is forced to stay in this lane.
Oh, actually,
resets coming out.
In the top lane, Vayu just hit him with the ult and sent him back, and that's how he broke the freeze.
That's
That's
smart.
funny. Yeah, I mean, fair play, Vayu. I'm not sure if he did it out of the bush or what that was, but I saw it happen on the minimap. I can tell you that for free. And he's able to get himself a good reset, and now he's got TP, so that lane situation is fixed. Speaking of a lane situation that you would maybe want adjusted, this bot lane from earlier, yeah, it was out of the bush. Very hard to react to in Elijah's defense. Thank you very much, observers, for the pip.
Now we do have Baki who has ult right now, so if he can land that shot, there is a potential for someone to get blown up. So look, placing the ward a little bit too slow, so Sunfry is going to be able to get a full reset off and heal back up. But Baki still sitting there with that ultimate. It looks like they're setting up in a bush down on the bot side. Chains come down. Golden Penny is going to be able to cleanse them, though. Make his way out. But that is a Summoner spell Burst. Baki, he'll have those chains before Golden Penny has that cleanse once again. Although Highbrush making his way over.
Penny
Chaos
has friends.
need to be careful. Looks like they're overstaying. Baki has flash, has barrier. They're going to find the lockdown onto him. He throws some damage out. They do look for the lockdown onto Penny. Penny's taken out by Baki, but they trade out 1-for-1 so far. Snilla still got that flash. He's just making the run around, trying to get out in time underneath his tower. Hooks, flashes, safety.
Not bad. I mean, 1-for-1, you'll take that as Chaos, right? 3 people committing onto your AD, and you make the 1-for-1 happen, and Bucky just didn't blow Summoners. Just doesn't really mind going down as long as he gets the 1-for-1 trade. And he actually picks up that kill credit too, so not the worst thing in the world at all if you're Chaos, and happy to take that gold trade. Harbour's now hovering on the bottom side, and it seems like they're going to just swap up the lane assignments for the time being. Does have teleport. Grubs will be spawning in 30 seconds. Dragon will be spawning in a minute's time. So I imagine that's why they've got this setup going. And Baki will be kind of trapped in the bottom lane. If Chaos do decide that they want to start up these grubs, Hybrid, no ult, Rhea should be fine.
Yeah, Rhea's got flash as well, so they're sitting quite comfortable. Also got the Roa already finished up, where Harbo a little bit slower on finishing that item up for themselves. So Riot already stacking. We'll get that ding of extra level earlier. Just get that extra health and mana. also a little bit earlier as well. As it looks like Chaos are looking to contest on these grub spawns. They've already got the lane pressure.
TPing Harbo early.
Yeah, I think the fact
I don't know about this.
I think they knew that they had that bot lane that top lane advantage for now. There goes the ultimate from Shackle, just locking down a couple. Both teams are not willing to fully commit to this. The big problem is Baki's quite happily sitting in the bot lane, right? Like, he's chilling.
How many plates is he going to get for this? That's my question. Because it's all 5. So here you go. First one, he's got 1 grub, so it's not the most. He's not going to stick around for more. Just because he saw those light side members dip off into fog. And it seems like after all the posturing and the TP, we're just going to call it an objective for an objective. Can Baki... No, doesn't even want to... He's thinking about it.
WQ,
just
man.
picture below.
WQ does a lot of damage.
WQ, it's a lot of damage.
No,
whoa, okay, well...
It doesn't do that much damage, Baki.
He is a... We haven't mentioned it, but Varus, it's so interchangeable, right? He is going poke Varus this game. Not on hit, which I think does make a little bit more sense.
Oh, God, yeah.
This kind of game, you're not playing like a true front-to-back. Like, there's not, you know, enemy team has 3 front-liners as well. It's a light side there. They're eyeing up this dive, but Harbo will be here. Reyes got teleport.
Yeah, Reyes going to have to pull that teleport fairly soon or this fight goes bad. There's the Chains of Corruption into the lockdown. They do find the lock on 2-1. Highbridge is taking tower shots as Ryan makes his way over, forces the flash out from Highbridge. Sunfury is going low. The Chaos Storm's too wide. LLS pull off a very, very clean dive. Don't lose a single person and take out Baki. He does lose barrier as well.
Very, very clean from light side. They're able to execute Baki before you can even find a way to adjust his flash out of any kind of CC. And they walk out of their lives. Excellent tower juggling as Vayu just getting the better end of these initial trades. No anti-heal yet for Vayu. This is kind of around the point in the matchup where you'd like to have it. So I imagine at some point you'll pick that item up very soon, whether it's a Bramble Vest or an Executioner's.
I don't know which one Poppy would rather have. I guess Bramble.
Well, you know, the reason why I bring up both is because Poppy players in solo queue are psychopaths. So, you know, they build a lot of items you would not typically think a Poppy would be building until it ends up in their inventory. So, hey.
I've never really asked anyone about this because I'm not a top laner and this is the lane I know the least. I'm never sure what is the optimal item to build versus Aatrox when it comes to anti-heal because
it depends
surely
on
his abilities don't proc the anti-heal, right? It has to be auto attacks on Bramble.
So exactly, that's the thing. So Aatrox could technically not auto you and keep his full healing for the ability procs, right? Like maybe the first cycle of Qs, he doesn't auto you, he keeps the Grievous Wounds off, and then you know he autos you after that. There is some optimization there, whereas obviously with the Executioners, you have the agency to apply Grievous Wounds. So it's kind of about what champion you're playing and like the intricacies of the specific matchup into Aatrox. I'd say normally, you know, if you're a tank, you're probably just going to land on Grievous Wounds anyway. Probably do that, but there are probably some instances, for sure, where going the other items, right? Maybe your AP champ, Oblivion Orb is kind of just a nice amount of gold to sit on, right?
Yeah.
And go back to and spend, so... My answer is, it depends. Hey, Brain, there's no real concrete answer, unfortunately.
That is a fair enough assessment. That is an absolutely fair enough assessment. Now, Chaos have got 4 grubs, so if given the opportunity to get onto a tower, they will do a fair amount of damage to it, and you can see Vayu in the top side is currently just whittling away at that top lane tower, has been able to do a serious amount of damage to it. Harbo can't actually contest it, so this would be Chaos who are able to upgrade and get the feat of strength off the back of that one. So LLS starting a little bit weaker in this game. Boots upgrades across the board for the whole of Chaos.
Still think that... I mean, actually, I don't even have to say I think. Like, the balance team, though, they're buffing these in the next patch. On live. So he's just doing his best to play annoyance to Harbo. Harbo will be able to wave clear, but that's about all to be able to do into this Poppy, who's going to get tanky up. Highbridge was maybe looking for a play. And they're trying to actually get over to Shakal, who's on the Herald.
Yeah, Shackle's doing his best to try and trying to play the dissuasion game. Light side, 4 members on the point, but every time they do this, they collapse multiple members topside. Someone is bot lane, and they're just causing an absolute nuisance for light side. As another tower could go down. Araya doesn't have ultimate quite yet, but it will. Sorry, not ultimate, teleport quite yet, but it will be up fairly soon if he wants to try and play the contest here.
Just let it go, honestly.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even care to fight for this.
They're going for it.
At this point, though, I mean, hey.
Shackle gets the smite steal off. In goes the hook. Vio is going to pick up the eye to make sure nobody loses out, as that is going to be a fight on multiple fronts. Highbrash trying to put the damage in onto Baki. Baki going to get the damage down, and Shackle will dunk the kill. Over the wall Elijah goes, but the portal has been taken, and there is a tree chunking and chasing them down. Harbo lands in a bit more, but Raya comes through with the W on the Chaos Storm as everybody is starting to get melted. Harbo uses his last dash, tries to put the additional damage out of Sunfury, jumps in, finds the knock-up, gets the charm, and to follow up here from Harbo. Chaos take out 2, lose 1, but steal the Herald.
And it's got to be said, Snilla didn't even have to go in after that, right? Like, they had the Herald. So it's still a very positive trade for Chaos. Don't let my tone fool you into otherwise. The Herald's even going to get the mid-tier 1. So they got 2 towers of this exchange, deny the Herald, and they're going to get the next dragon. It's daylight robbery, this entire sequence. But just excellently well played, and a great amount of decisions. Back-to-back going their way. Vayu's ultimate makes that a 4v4.
Yeah.
Riot didn't even teleport. He just walked.
I really think a lot of this just boils down to what was talked on desk and what we talked about at the beginning of the game is the light side comp is quite hard to execute. You need to find the angles. You need to find those flank opportunities, because your comp is very pick focused. It's not
kill the
about,
first target.
Yeah, it's blow one target up, one at a time, tick off that checklist, where Chaos, I mean, like, they can just play to their namesake. They can just kind of throw everything forwards and then just find the picks off the back of that. It's very easy to throw out the Maokai ult, see who gets it caught, then kind of follow up with more. It's I wouldn't say it's turn your brain off, but it's a lot less critical thinking.
It's fine. You can
okay.
you can say it. It's fine.
My nice way of saying there's a lot less critical thinking than what I need to do, but
but it's true. I mean, at the end of the day, it's Maokai Nautilus with 2, solid scaling carries. In this case, it's the Lethality Varus, so he's gonna spike very, very hard on the Muramana particularly. And Victor's just going to continue to scale into the late game. And when there's not really a true dedicated tank, you could argue that the Varus value on the poke build just continues to rise. So there's not really a power trough at all. Kind of just continues to do its thing. But we're going to have a little bit of dead time, perhaps, for the next couple of minutes. Akon does spawn up in 40 seconds, but I feel like unless shenanigans are afoot, it's very rare to see that objective get started on spawn, right? Unless there's just a massive difference between these 2 teams, and there almost is. It's like 3,500 gold ahead for Chaos right now, and it's showing in the IMs as well. IMs starting to crest in for the second for a lot of these members here. Shakal's very close to his combined cost, Baki as well. Could even reset for it right now. I think Shakal is doing that. And maybe Baki needs 1 more wave.
And Raya having his rower already finished up, and Harbo, still 4 minutes off their rower being finished, and still hasn't got that Leandries. There's actually a fairly big deficit between the 2 mid laners at this point. A whole level is into play there. It is actually going to be hard for Lyside to kind of force a fight, and you saw how much when Raya rocked up to the last fight, how much he changed. These close jungle fights where you can put down the gravity field, you can put out the laser beams and that Chaos Storm. It's terrifying. He does so much work off the back of those. And Chaos, they sent Raya up to the top side. He has teleport. Elijah also has teleport, but Atakan has been started up. It is the old Roses one. So something to work out for Harbo.
Risky TP.
He's going to look for it immediately. They're going to find that lockdown. There's the bot back go immediately. Raya, he's just too tanky right now with that rower. That's going to be a kill onto Vayu. Harbo's used 2 dashes just to reposition. Baki gets blown up, but I think the cost is too high here as they're able to secure another kill. Vayu rejoins into the fry as Sunfry is too far away. Hook lands. Raya comes in with a laser beam. Highbrash is going for the steal, but I don't think he's going to be able to get it because Raya 3-0. 4-0 makes that on the Victor is absolutely melting people.
Goodness me. You're seeing the item discrepancy in full effect. And I mean, the actual scope of that fight wasn't bad for Lightside when you think about it, right? That's supposed to be the kind of fight where, you know, even Stevens wallets are good. That fight's so split apart, theoretically, they should get a couple more resets than they end up getting.
Yeah.
This TP, I was calling it risky, but I mean, fair play. Chaos and Vayu again with another fantastic Poppy ultimate. Completely denies Sunfry's follow-up and goes on to kill off the ADC as well. Golden Penny doesn't get to play. Harbo, like you called, 2 dashes in to try and reposition and loses far too much health. And because of the root from Nautilus' passive, Elijah can't flash Q, find the extra reset onto Snitter. I think his Weldender might have just timed out by then. Anyway, and that Icon is gone. That is more XP. We're already talking about the level differences
3
between...
levels.
Yeah. Some of these members. Now, you know, saving grace for Harbo. The row is not stacked yet, right? It's actually
Yeah,
2.
okay. But while it's not stacked, there is a 3-level deficit between him and Raya.
Yeah.
That is a big deficit. That's a whole ultimate. Like, that's
Nah,
like
it's fine.
Raya's ult
Like,
maxed.
Look, all right? Two more minutes. Probably like 90 seconds. And that's going to be equalized out. You know?
Then there'll only be a 2-level deficit. I see.
Yeah. Everything's fine. Nothing is wrong with this game state right now.
They are actually looking for Raya here. They got that charm. Raya has the flash. He's able to break away. They throw down the Maokai ultimate. That will catch on to 1. Raya puts the gravity field down. Sunfry's able to W away to safety.
Oh, look at the
but
minimap. Sniller
a
and
lot's
Bucky,
been
they're on the
used.
way.
And like you said, the minimap flank is huge. In comes Baki with the Chains of Corruption. Sunfry throws the ultimate out. It's not going to be enough as he finds the knock-up onto 1 and is taken out in response. Harbo caught by the depth charge, slowed by the Varus E. W keeps anyone from stepping forwards there from the Victor. Chaos able to secure the kill, and that is a tier 2 tower as their prize as well.
Yeah, this game is starting to feel like it might be away from Lightside. I mean, Vayu pick could be nice. He's got Poppy ultimate though.
Yeah, he's just going to send them packing.
He's going to send one of them at least.
Poppy
Yeah.
Airlines to safety.
No problem. Doesn't even have to use the flash. All calm and collected. Oh, he's also got a very annoying combination of items that make Poppy so much more artificially tanky with Winter's Approach, Sundered Sky. So much extra effective HP. Walks that out and he's going to assist his team with his dragon. Make that 3. 1 more away from Hexal. And I'm running out of ideas for Lightside, Jake. I'm not sure what more they can do. That felt like their Hail Mary play on bot lane. You know, no objective up just yet. If they find that pick, maybe they can get Dragon. Maybe.
I mean, inherently it wasn't a bad play, right? It didn't have that setup which this team needs, that due diligence to kind of like actually make the play work. But ultimately they're so far behind that being able to actually set up for those picks is just even harder. And yeah, it's hard to say because I feel like Lightside, they're so far down at this point. The goal deficit is astronomical. They are on Soul Point. Baron spawns up soon. I genuinely think Chaos can just... They're setting the vision up right now so they don't have flank angles against them. And if they can't set vision up, they'll throw a sapling in just to make it harder to approach. Baron is very much on the cards as soon as it spawns. They are going to take this tier 2. That's the flash down as well from Elijah. Forced out. Chaos, yeah, the pings are towards Baron. They may just go for a bush sneak attack.
Maybe.
Or they go for Harbo.
Yeah.
Oh no, he is so caught. Caught by the knock-up. So much CC on Harbo. He makes the dash away, but the damage is too high. Vayu's able to get the kill. Elijah putting some damage down. Sunfry finds the knock-up onto multiple members, but they're continuing with the damage. They don't even have their DPSs here, and they're still able to take this fight. Sunfry is so low. Sniller lands another hook. Shackle's low HP as Elijah is healing back up, maybe looking for a turnaround. Gets himself the W down. Vayu's able to break away. They find more CC. They find more roots. Shackle slides in with a W, and Sniller takes the kills. That was the tanks, Jamada.
Goodness me. No comment. No comment is my assessment to that. And also Vi died in the mid lane. They went for a pick onto... oh no, actually, it was just Rhea and Baki finding a pick onto Golden Penny. Oh, the ultimate silences Hybrid, so he can't channel the initial Q. Forces himself to ult. Oh, flash Q, 3 stacks of the blight. And and Baron's dead. Okay. Well. That's that. But,
Sunfry might be getting killed here by the Poppy. But he's happy just to walk away. God, this poppy
Well-
build is so annoying, man.
I did mention it. It's quite the build. I mean, it was worse when Ingenious Hunter was in the game. Don't forget.
Oh, God, yeah.
I'm not going to pretend like I didn't abuse this, because I did. I mean, it was fun. It was very, very fun. This, but it was Unending Despair as well was the other one that really made this build pop, you know? All the resists on top of the healing. And don't forget, because Poppy has the W passive, right? I think some people do forget this if maybe you're not a longer time League player, that Poppy's got the passive of, is it below 40% or 30%? I don't think they ever changed it from 40, where you just get a bunch of additional resists once you're below that HP threshold. So you are incredibly difficult to execute. Golden Penny got a tower! It's their first tower of the game. Not bad. That feels alright. But Chaos are breaking the base over. So, you know, it swings in around the balance.
Well, I think the playground is entirely Chaos's, to be honest, mate. Like, these guys are standing outside that little fence, watching Chaos have all the fun in the world. Down goes the inhibitor. They're going to full send it, though, onto one true shot barrage. Baki is going to lose his life, but what is the cost? In comes the Poppy ult, isolates off one, and that's going to be a kill in response onto Hybrid. Just a 1-for-1, but ultimately, they've already lost an inhibitor on the side of light side. Chaos still feeling comfortable. Harbo forced to flash away from Snilla. Snilla flashes out to safety, but the inhibitor goes down nonetheless. They've still got the wave to work with. They're going to push this one forwards. Golden Penny has to shift. In comes the charm knockup on the multiple members. Elijah, this is your moment. He's got the ultimate on the World Ender. Sustain is pretty big as Vayu finally taken down by Elijah with a shutdown, but the damage just isn't there to finish anyone else up.
I mean, to be honest with you, double inhibs. Where is Harbo going?
Charm. He missed the charm.
Swing and a miss from my glorious king. Does happen to the to the best of us. I'll be honest, Jake. Even if he hit that charm, you know, even if it did connect.
Yeah, this isn't like Burst Ari. Like, if that was Burst Ari, that charm was a guaranteed kill. Like, you have Lunan's companion or... Oh, 100%,
I
man.
don't know.
Like,
I mean, Victor's got a lot of health.
oh, yeah, I hate this meta, man. I actually hate the HP stacking mage. It is the worst.
Ooh.
Anyway, looks like Lightside might find themselves in a bit of danger. Shackle does get jumped onto by Elijah. Chains go a little bit wide. Teleport's joining in as well as Vayu wants to join into the fray. And Lightside, they need to contest this dragon, but I don't know what angles they can take. Elijah is going to eat the sapling. There's going to be the ultimate from Vayu just to separate and isolate members away. Sunfry finds the knock-up on the multiple people. Charm goes wide from Sunfry, but he gets caught up by Vayu against the wall here. Golden Penny trying to fire over the wall. Raya going low. In comes the damage. In comes the turnaround. The true shot clips onto multiple members. Penny's trying to just put damage out over the walls, but Vayu, he's unkillable. This Poppy has such a large health bar. Only Penny stands. The base is in tatters. It was an honorable attempt from Lightside, but the gold difference is just too damn big.
Fair play to Lightside. That might have been the closest fight all game. And they're down 10,000 gold.
That says a lot, man.
Finally managed to find the carries. The base is open. Vayu's here. The demon. For Lightside. I don't know if he can do this by himself. He's got backup on the way, but it's the tanks again. It's the tank trio. They're here to end the game.
Vayu's losing a fair bit of HP. They throw the charm out from Sunfry, but he's caught by the knockup. The trio of tanks. The impenetrable wall of chaos takes down the inhibitor. 20 kills to 10 at 30 minutes. Chaos take game number 1.
Yep, all smiles as well in the player cams there. Raya's got a massive, massive grin on his face. Mind you, he's off roll. Might need a roll swap. About that for the next split. Didn't look too bad at all. I mean, yeah, fantastic game 1 from Chaos. You know, we kind of thought, hey, this is a game that's going to require maybe a bit more stability, a slower pace of game to just make sure that Lightside don't take over the game. This game was a killer-minute game where Lightside just couldn't find any targets, and I'm just going to say, if we did game-to-game MVPs, Vayu would be getting my MVP vote for sure.
Yeah.
Just multiple ultimates that just broke apart the game.
The crazy thing about that was you were like, that last fight was the closest fight of the game, and Vayu ended at full HP. That says so much about that game. Anyway, we're going to pass it over the desk to round out game number 1. So, Archer, over to you.
Nautilus, Maokai, Poppy walk into a bar, start hitting on your girlfriend. What do?
You have to go next? Because
I'm confused.
You just go next?
Them?
You just
Yeah.
go next? You let your girlfriend be there, it's their girlfriend now, and you just leave, bro. You just leave.
That's how it. Okay. Also, Vayo.
I don't make the rules.
Cosplaying Nako. I'm just like, he's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. And I agree with Jamal 100% MVP on this one. Poppy with that build as well. Unkillable, but also dealing a lot of damage. Chaos and Raya with the control mage. I only have positive things to say about them, but we have to go back into the beginning. I love this champion select. We're troubled. You highlighted something instantly. Wait, they want to go with. Why are you picking Israel? So guide me through your thought process on this champion select. Guide me.
So I feel like LLS were very elusive in terms of how they want to play the game with their champions, right? A lot of mobility, a lot of flanks. They don't need to have a perfect formation. It's not a front to back. They have the freedom to play those fights however they want to. And whoever Hybrids deems is worthy of his R, I feel like the whole team can just jump on them, right? And then flank around with the rest of the pieces. The problem is you're diving into a team with major CC and anti-dive tools. So it became so difficult. LS kept constantly trying to dive and find picks, and they were just getting shut down by Chaos champions.
To be fair, it wasn't just Lyside being shut down by Chaos. We saw a couple of fights in this very early game skirmish, including where Lyside were overstepping massively, not reading the map correctly, not reading the situation correctly, and deciding to try to force some plays that were not supposed to be happening in the first place.
I mean, to be fair, I feel like this play should have definitely happened for them. That was a 4 versus 3 in the river, and they just somehow make it disadvantageous for themselves. Like, I feel like the biggest enemy of LLS this game was themselves. They were just not on the same page. They were not fighting as a unit, and when you're playing a composition that relies on everyone pressing their R button at the same time, not being on point on that one is sort of like negating the whole point, right, of the composition. And I feel like when you fall behind with things like Ari and Vi, it just becomes that much more difficult to get back into the game.
And they fell behind quite a lot.
Tell me, Salami.
Yeah, because at some point we were looking at the game and there is a 3-level difference between the mid laners. And that is not a situation in which you can play, especially when that is Victor we're talking about. And we're talking about Raya playing on this mid lane, and he promised us that he's going to, what was it? Crush the mid lane and go to
shove,
the push mid.
Shove and go bot. He didn't go bot, but hey.
I mean, yeah, he didn't necessarily go
River.
bot, but at least the first part was delivered, okay? This mid lane has been won, and has been won rather early by Victor, and once he started snowballing, there is no way that Ari was ever catching up.
Yeah, to be honest, AD carries are good at 2 things, which is farming and complaining, and I think he farmed really well, and then he actually shut down the Ahri, which you brought it up, Treble Inc., like the idea of having the Vi and Ahri working, and when they don't work, most of your composition is gone.
Yeah, and particularly in this fight, what really truly confused me right here, and I'll echo the casters where they said, oh, fantastic from Vayu. Yeah, he's throwing away the Rakan, so the composition of LLS doesn't necessarily care if you throw one of the components away. However, I just see Harbo just face planting himself into 4 members. That's really not how you're trying to pilot Ari around those fights. Ari is very good at picking her champion, isolating them, chunking them down, and then sort of she tries to flank and break apart the fights, right? Face planting into 4 members is absolutely not part of the plan. And I just feel like, again, LLS fell very, very short in terms of execution. I feel like they were running into a brick wall and they just couldn't figure out a way on how to play their champions once Chaos had scaled into that late game.
Wasn't Chaos playing an not extremely easy, but a really normal way to execute composition of, we go in, we do this, we don't overcomplicate, we defend ourselves on what you want to provide, and we're comfortable.
Yeah, that was the idea of the draft, that was the idea of the gameplay, and that is exactly what Chaos were, at least in our eyes, supposed to be going for, having a very reliable top lane, having a very good chain of control that resulted in, as Costa said, it tanks pretty much being able to kill the enemies with absolutely no problem. But Vayu in this game, like, Vayu deserves a really big highlight for this game, honestly, because his poppy was on point. But what are we doing here as light side? Why do we have Vayu removed from the fight and treat it as a trigger to go and start fighting, having already a numbers disadvantage. A lot of questions here, honestly, to light side, but definitely less questions to Chaos because they were good. In those team fights later in the game, they were good, and Vayu finishing this fight at almost full HP and quite a lot of damage as well. Oh my goodness, tank by the way.
That's what they wanted to think when I saw the Thunder Sky in there. It's a disguised tank. But yeah, I feel like Chaos dominated pretty much through the early game, right? The reason you're going for Vi plus Ari is to dominate that early game, the mid-jungle duo. You see that Nautilus has done more damage than Vi overall. When you shut down a pick like Vi, it's very difficult to come back into the game because she thrives on being ahead. When you're behind, you're pretty much a non-existent champ. All you do is kind of like the all good like Lee Sin of the jungle where you're just literally an engage tool, and that is pretty much it. I feel like LLS have a lot of reading to do going into this second draft, particularly in terms of priorities. Do play things like Vi, aggro junglers, you need to give priorities into lanes. I feel like prioritizing things like the edge roll really does hammer your chance of getting this lane priority.
If you look into the objectives, Ibridge was not able to control any of them, so lane control was complicated, even jungle and objectives was complicated, and they were the ones saying in the interview they made a few plans. They had an in-game plan and so far it didn't work, but this is only game 1. Obviously we need to start talking about Fearless as soon as we are back for game 2. And until then, take a pause. I'll see you soon. Welcome back, LLS versus Chaos, and so far Chaos is leading the series. So at least we got a 1 game for Chaos. Let's see what happens, because as soon as we jump into Fearless and in game as well, That was fast. We didn't start talking about this. LLS decided to go blue side, and obviously you want to hit the champion pool from Raya because he's an AD carry, but he played so well with the Victor. I don't know how you can take him down.
Do you need to take him down? Is there something else you can focus on? Like, for example, banning out Cho'Gath, because we've been talking about Value's narrow champion pool, and Poppy has already been used in game number 1. So now in game number 2, with Cho'Gath, another big champion, if he's not available, what is going to be the choice for the top side for Chaos?
I see the Yone ban right there from LLS, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe they know something behind the scenes. Maybe Raya's been smurfing on that Yone behind the scenes, so we're not aware of it. However, the thing that came straight to my head is like, either keep it simple, stupid, when you have somebody filling in for mid lane, which is control mages, and the mind goes to Victor, Hui, Orianna, Ryze, things like this that can really facilitate for the team, or you jump back onto those AD carries, Corki being the more prominent. Again, Tristana and Orianna are the two things that I constantly keep thinking about. With the Azir right here, if Raya does play Taliyah, Taliyah is a fantastic pick into Azir, and mostly paired up with Xin Zhao in the jungle, they make a fantastic mid-jungle duo that Chaos can play through.
Another pick, we haven't seen this in a long time, but another pick that has been picked into Azir in the mid lane, Freya could be crazy enough to pull out, has been Akali, which is really hard to play in the current state of things, but okay, it's not going to be either of that. We have more control mages actually for Raya.
He's doing
considering how well he looked in the previous game on Victor, this is looking good as well.
There's a change in the champion pool. There's a change in the personality. He's becoming a mid laner. Slowly, he's starting to believe. Let's see what else they're going to pair up. Are they going to bring the jungle right now? Just make sure that everything is comfortable. Are you going for the AD carries right now? It's the usual Shakal play. Yeah.
Okay.
Plays this Viego.
Again, very strong mid-jungle duo. However, Viego is a farmer. He's not a ganker. So he needs very, very stable lanes that push through for him and need a lot of priority. Now, Syndra is the type of champion that can force her prio. Her kit can actually burn through mana really easily to try and push lane. So I feel like if Chaos managed to play around that Viego, there is so much setup on the other side with the Skarner and with the Azir. To sort of, if you take one of those souls, you can very easily continue the fights through.
He said it himself. He's going to push mid and gank bot, so maybe that's the idea. A 4-man squad on the bot lane trying to shut down Golden Penny. Now with the Leona priority, just to make sure they don't ban it away. I mean, do you go for the support, or do you actually put yourself in the risky position where all supports might be taken down? At least the engage tools.
Just take an AD carry, just take a strong AD carry like a Miss Fortune.
Oh,
whoa!
Okay,
it was banned.
It was banned.
Yeah. Hipran must be happy.
Oh.
Yeah. You're not ready for this.
I'm looking forward to it, but not as much as the Hipran casting it, to be fair, with all due respect to Hipran. I'm looking forward to seeing Value on this Gangplank, because this is a champion that has such a big impact on the whole map after he unlocks his ultimate. Chaos can force really fun fights around the map with the help of his.
I don't like blind Gangplank picks, especially since it's against Elijah, right? Like, you can go something super poke into him. You can also play Gnar, like Elijah has been playing Gnar versus Gangplank and Tail as old as time when it comes to top lane matchups. Also, Gangplank is picked primarily into very immobile AD carries back when it was Jinx Aphelios meta. That's when Gangplank really shined the most. And right here, I'm just seeing Azir like slicing and dicing in his way around the entire map. I don't think necessarily that a Gangplank ult is going to disrupt champions like Skarner, Azir, and Leona that can very easily displace themselves. So I'm just wondering if this is Value sort of like putting his carry boots on and saying, hey, this is one of my most trusted champions. It was banned in game 1, left open in game 2. Therefore, I'm just going to take it into faith and play that type of champion. But I'm expecting like a Gnar potentially to come out of Elijah here.
Another engage tool. You got the rail, so teamfight composition is looking somehow online. You do need to take down those champions as fast as possible, so Shakal can just adapt and overcome with the miss of the fights. And when you have Leona and Skarner, you need some more damage. AD carry is going to be the last one being picked, unless there's a surprise. Oh, good luck, GP.
Okay, so Jace for Elijah on the top lane. with Scan, that might be a lot of prio for the top part of the map for Lightside. That might be them going for the early grabs. And if they get the 6th grab with a composition like that with Azir and Jace, they're going to have a lot of split push potential later in the fight. And finally, that Kai'Sa should have been in previous game, but at least we're seeing her now.
Ooh, I'm so confused. I'm like, where was that Kai'Sa last game? Why was it an Ezreal when you had that composition? Kai'Sa doesn't strike me as the best champion choice here. You've got like so much squishiness on the other side for Chaos. I'm expecting to see even like something like an AP Kai'Sa to come through, especially since you have the Jace. You can play for poke. You've got heavy engage with Leona and Skarner once the poke has gone through from the Kai'Sa, so I do see that. And the Kalista to come through on the other side for Chaos for a lot more lane dominance. This is a very, very squishy composition from Chaos, and I feel like a lot of their lanes are exposed. The Gangplank into the Jace, I think top lane ward bush priority is going to be huge, so maybe LLS and Chaos are going to meet up very, very early as level 1 on the top lane bush to get some vision down there, but all of their lanes look like they want to win on the side of Chaos, and if they don't, it just falls apart.
This is the opposite of the previous game, it feels like, because this time it is the Lights that have a lot of control and a very good chain of control on their side for the team fights. And on the other hand, we have a draft for Chaos that is not as straightforward and easy to execute as it was in the previous game. So it feels like this game could bring us to 1-1.
Can Chaos bring this into match point, or do we have ourselves a tie? What I do know is we have ourselves a caster who must be really excited about having a GP. Take it away. I know you have the knowledge. It's up to you, Hiprine.
I love me a pirate. Yeah, we're actually both GP mains. This is the perfect champion for me and him to be casting together. Oh man, do you want to go? We were literally, I actually missed champ select because we were talking about keystones on GP. Jamada's muted, so he's just.
I did a trouble. I did a
spreading.
trouble. Oh my
she's
god.
infectious.
Yeah, man. Damn. Not often I do that. I mean, look, you don't get to do analysis like ever. So
No.
I'm gonna let you do it. Go ahead, man. Talk about the GPs. Spread your wings.
It sucks, this matchup. I mean, we were just talking about it. This is actually
Yeah, it
such a
does.
rough matchup. We got distracted when we started talking keystones, because I was saying, in a matchup like this where you're versus a Jace, I'm actually a mid lane GP main, so versus things like Victor and stuff as well. I like to go Doran Shield into Fleet Footwork. He's gone Grasp, which is what Jamada said is also the comparable item rune to be taking as well. Doesn't give you as much lane sustain, but like those Qs hurt early, and also you do get like gradual scaling of just extra HP.
Now, because I'm getting old, I can't actually remember if we have the graphic that brings up all the whatchamacallits, the runes, like the minor ones as well. So very interesting here from Vayu. He's got Biscuit second, so he's got Inspiration second.
Yeah.
And he's got Biscuits, and he's got Jack of all trades. So with the D-Blade, he's going to get 3 of those stats, right? All he's going to need is a little bit of attack speed, and of course, like some CDR. You get that out of Triforce, so that is my assumption. Obviously, you're going to go Triforce here. And then he hits that little threshold. That said, before then, the rune is kind of pointless, but he's going to deal a lot of poke damage, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of the upfront is normally GPs wouldn't have 79 AD at level 1. They would have like, maybe 70 or so. So we'll keep an eye on him and see how he does, because blinding Gangplank, definitely a bit risky, but away from the GP for now as the camera pans up here. Jungle's actually starting on opposite sides of the map. We've got Highbridge pathing up towards the top side, which is kind of to be expected, I think, in a situation like this. GP can be relatively easy to gank, and as I say that, the trades are not looking so hot for Elijah, so maybe that D-Blade start, eh? It's not looking too bad.
I mean, it's fine.
And then Shakal's going to path towards his Kalista.
Yeah, he obviously got like a double passive proc onto Elijah there, like from the resetting on the barrel. That's what I'm assuming, because that trade should not have gone that great early, but Vayu has been playing absolutely amazing today so far, so I'm not overly surprised to see him also performing this well. Oh, we're getting to see the fight. Okay, so hit a barrel, gets passive, grasp Q. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Very, very difficult. And you see, Elijah ended up taking that extra water attack, which did not help. Oh, hello. Shakal's actually... Okay, so he's splitting the map. I quite like this. I quite like this a lot. Whilst you don't necessarily extend the lead of your bot lane, keeping Vayu safe when he's managed to acquire a very, very positive top lane state until just now, because he actually has not a lot of health. That's pretty good, but Shakal's walking away. And Lightside know this. And if Vayu's got 2 points in Q, which he bloody well might, or no W in general, I think he might be dead without that flash.
He's got that flash. Elijah's going to look for the Q. Onto Vayu. Vayu's able to actually get away. I believe he just W'd there, so get some health back. But Hybris can just go for the repeat gank here. Riot.
The wave.
I don't think Riot wants to teleport to save his top laner. This could be dicey.
This is awkward. This is very awkward. See, problem is, Vayu's going to have W again for this die. Oh, Highbridge.
Oh, no.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, no. Vayu takes the Q. I think this might be him a little bit cooked here. Get some damage on. There's the Q. Vayu with first blood. Looks for a bit more into Elijah. Oh, I love this champ so much.
Oh, man. Highbridge, man. You just... you gotta let it go at some point, you know? It's just not worth it. Eventually, I mean, fair play to Vayu, sticking it out, right? You know, he didn't bend the knee. He tanked the dive like a champ. Gets himself rewarded with a kill, and Harbo is suffering in this mid lane matchup. Down a whole wave worth of minions. Still has the TP though, so we'll recover a little bit. Shakal might help Raya. No, gonna kind of pull this wave to the side and. It will sort of slow push Raya, but he can also just use TP to get back to mid as well.
Man, Chaos's side lanes have been playing... Well, solo lanes, sorry, have been playing so well today. Really, really impressive stuff. Vayu repeatedly kind of just giving it to Elijah over and over again and sitting very, very comfortable now on this GP with that first blood. Meanwhile, the amount of time Hybris wasted top lane, this is the big cost. It's not even the kill onto Vayu. It's actually the fact that Shackle... Like Trouble said, a farming champion is now just miles ahead of Highbridge. Highbridge is massively down on golden camps, and he's actually just playing the full team guy. He's playing for the team. He's going to go get that dragon. Early pickup for his team with the fact that Chaos were on a reset. They've got mid pressure right now just because Raya resetting. Snilla will know that this is going on. So dragon goes over to the side of LLS. But again, this is just slowing Highbridge down even more. And Shackle can now go into the blue side of Highbridge and just deny more camps. Like, Highbridge is a long way off hitting that Impale.
Yeah, go pick up the Gromp. Look for a top dive if he wants. The world is his oyster. They look for a play here onto Raya. I'm not going to get his flash. But yeah, I mean, really decent stuff for Shakal in the early game. Gets to kind of just exist. Very, very freely. If he sticks around too long, though, this is a rotation in the making here.
Oh, Shackle has flash. He can get over the wall, breaks away from Highbridge. There goes the cannon barrage. Snilla flashes forward, misses Q. And it looks like they're all going to back off for now, although Sunfry in the area. Shackle eats an empowered shot blast as well. Vayu's got some barrels to work with. He's trying to apply a little bit more damage. Sunfry chases forwards, pops the barrel. There's the lockdown. And that should be the end of Snilla. Snilla, no flash. He's on that run as Vayu continues to try and apply some pressure. Throws the Q out, and somehow Snilla survives. Harbo rotates up, but the play is done. Grubs will be LLSs, though.
Yeah, Grubs will be LLSs. Lightside will secure that objective. Raya was kind of trapped in the mid lane whilst this was going on, so couldn't find a rotation up. And I mean, a lot of summoner spells were blown in this exchange as well. I think support for support and jungle for jungle. All three Grubs, however, will go over to Highbridge. So all the objectives, you know, he's being a team player. That's how we're going to frame this, Jake.
Yeah. I mean,
he's
he's
a team player.
Dramatically behind Shackle. Shackle, once he sees that Grub ping go off, he's just going to go into the red side. Like, he knows that red's just spawned.
Yeah, he's pinging it. He is on the way. Ah, but hey, look, Highbridge. He's in the enemy jungle too. He's got a ward down on the red. He's going for it.
Well, Raya's making
Raya's checking it. Oh, you know, man, if Raya went all the way to red and checked the red, he could have just picked up the red buff with his W. Which would have been a little bit of comedy. Unfortunately, won't happen here, and junglers will just trade their second respawned red for the time being. The question is, will Shakal get greedy for some chicken, he will. And Hybrid is getting greedy too.
No, so Shackle's playing chill.
No. He can see it happening, so now he's got to go trade. It's the nature of the jungle.
Still flashed over the Hex flashed over the wall. Top lane, Elijah's taking a lot of damage. Looks to try and finish up Vayu here, who has got flash. Not a lot of mana though on this GP, so isn't going to be able to get enough to get that W off. So I think Vayu's going to reset. We are potentially seeing a little of action breaking out here bot side. Shackle playing it chill. Knows that he's not seen yet, but there is a nice ward just there that will spot Shackle the moment he steps out. They've seen him now. They know that this potential dive is coming in. Hybrash is on the wrong side of the map as Vayu, maybe getting ganked here, is going to have to go for the flash to try and break away. Throws down the W. Good cleanse and escape from Vayu. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Shackle's being chased down by LLS. Sniller trying to make his way over in time. Is going to be able to break his jungler out. Both junglers getting a little bit close to the edge there.
Yeah, I mean, in the case of Hybrid, he does blow Vayu's flash though. So that's going to feel good for the matchup for Elijah, who just went back to base for a lot of extra AD. So this matchup should get a little bit more favorable for him now for the immediate future. But I will say, Vayu, he's going to have the Jack of all trades value now with the boots. He's got all that extra AD. I'm excited for the GP. As you can probably tell, we're talking about it a fair bit. Also, because nothing's happened down here. Kind of, to at least my surprise, Kalista Kai'Sa has been uncharacteristically a very quiet lane. I think because the supports have done so much roaming this game. As Harbu. Very cheeky little glide. Won't look for a pushback. Happy to take the trade.
Looks like with a bit of vision clearing going on from both sides, making sure that they are potentially set up for that gank. Shackle is still keeping in the lead as far as the item deficit goes right now. Has got a pretty substantial farm lead over Hybraj at this point in the game. Slowly but surely taking every opportunity to pull ahead, but Hybraj being able to go into that red side and steal that steal and answer back with the chickens is huge. Nice ignite by Sunfry. He literally Sunfries him. Made sure that
Boo.
yeah, I know. I'm too used to working with Foxy. He would have laughed at that.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going.
It's been a while, mate. Oh, hello.
Both junglers are in. There's the cannon barrage. Golden Penny's low. A couple more autos from Baki. He's going to be able to take the kill with the E. Baki gets thrown under the tower, though, so he loses his life. Knockup comes in. Hybraj is low. The Impale is pretty big, though. Under the tower they go. Shackle has to flash away after he takes the tower shot. Sniller losing so much HP as well. Everybody is going to back off. Very, very chaotic fight bot side, but ultimately it's just the ADs that go down.
Yeah, it felt like Hybrid was really apprehensive about pulling the trigger on the Impale there for maybe a little longer than he should have been. Seemed to me like Sniller and Shakar were like right on top of each other after Baki died. Could have, to me at least, found a very easy 2-man. Sniller is sniffing around. I think he's sniffed around a bit too much.
This could be feats here for the side of Chaos. Sniller gets the Magnet Storm down, but it's not going to be enough. He's able to flash away. They find the lockdown. Raya making his way over. Dragon gets a reset off, which is pretty big. Sniller low, though. Important. It's going to be a hard one. Sunfry looks for the lockdown. That's going to be the kill. On to Golden Penny. That's that feat of strength stack, and if they get this Dragon, that's the next one. Light side starting to accelerate this game. Oh, it's not enough to get the kill stack, but this will be the jungle stack of a feat of strength over the light side.
Team player Hybrid gets all the objectives in the early game. Feats of... I actually can't remember what the objective one's called. Monster slaying. Secured.
Oh, nice and violent.
Meaty trade. Yeah. Really, really, again, very difficult to consistently trade in this matchup.
They're looking for the contest here. Sniller has got that Hex Flash, jumps over, misses Q. Shackle's charging forwards as well. Solar Flare makes the connection down. Sniller trying to put some additional damage out. They've got the lockdown. They've got all of the CC they need. Raya's able to make his way away. Golden Penny finds the lockdown and secures that kill. There's the shuffle back onto everybody. Chaos are just evaporating. Shackle steals one form, but immediately goes down. Grubs the kills. Everything in favor of Lightside.
Yeah, I mean, they only lost 2 members. It's not the worst thing in the world for Lightside at all. Baki is going to get some plates down here, but this is the guy you would have loved to have had at the fight, right? Your Kalista, that is usually what you're doing with this champ. You're moving around the Kalista to be at these objectives, but otherwise, this composition of Chaos is not ready to team fight at this moment in time, and unfortunately, Skarner is just a bit disgusting, and then Golden Penny shows up with his Kraken Slayer. 10 minutes into the game, 11 minutes into the game. Not really much to break down when it's so one-sided. Everyone's dove in, and Harbo also gets, what, a 3-man shuffle, which it's hard to call it just a knockback. That at this point deals so much damage. Oh, cheeky.
Very
We
cheeky.
see you, Value. He's got that Triforce now as well, so yeah, damage spike up is really, really strong. See if, again, oh, hello.
Found the lockdown onto Riot
Riot's just
into
there.
the Zenith Blade. Chaos Storm comes out to try and save the day. There's going to be the Scatter of the Week. Snilla trying to play an Interrupt. It's going to throw the Magnet Storm down. Riot incredibly low, putting as many orbs out as possible, as it looks like the rest of the team are going to show up. Sunfry evades getting caught out by the lockdown.
No.
Riot continues to put some more damage forwards, but that's going to be enough to take the kill onto him. Baki joins into the fray, but it's a double kill onto Penny. And Chaos can take nothing from this fight, as Harbo 6 scrubs deep. It's just going to be slurping up plates.
Yeah, very happy. It's a cannon wave as well, so you got a lot of extra time. I don't think he quite got that final plate before they fell off, but I mean, he's practically got the entire tower. He's got the tower if he wants it. There you go.
Chases forward, right?
Flash shuffle in a second. Oh,
Gets
W
the slow. Really, really nice. Now Elijah needs to be careful because Vayu absolutely rocking him down here. Does land that Q, which is enough. Missing health. You heal a lot. Harbo gets caught by the scatter. Riot throws out the unleashed powers. The tower gets summoned up in favor. They find the knockback from Hybrid onto Snilla, but Harbo is very, very low. Snilla, no ignite available. Shackle gets caught by the slow. Snilla's going to continue the chase onto Harbo. Finds him with the stun, and I think it's just going to be Hybrid who gets caught out here. He tries to get that blast cone to get some space away as Baki's going to chase forward.
Oh my
He
God.
went off the riff. He went on a tour.
Hell no, bruh. Absolutely not. What are we about to see from Hybrid? That brother was floating. Well, he doesn't make it out, but I can appreciate the attempt there from Hybrid. I don't think I could say I've ever seen a Skarner E into that part of the rift, but it makes perfect sense that he could. Oh. I mean, shout out Vayu, just winning the barrel 1v1.
Everyone.
And again. Okay.
Guy's killing it. He's able to
I
hold
think
the
this guy,
tower.
He's got the GP pass, I reckon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Vayu's looking real good on this GP. Shame the rest of the map is on fire.
Do you remember when GP first got reworked? And I want to say it was season 5. Actually.
2015 was when he got his rework.
And not only was it like pick and ban, it was pretty. It might have been. It was very close to 100% ban presence, I want to say.
Him and Maud
but
had the
whenever-
highest at that Worlds.
Yeah, but whenever people would play GP, it would either, like, it was just no in between. It was either completely useless because it's banned so much that people didn't have practice on the champ, or whoever did manage to get, it just felt like they were him, you know? You're just seeing ridiculous barrel combos absolutely breaking games apart.
I remember at that Worlds, like, people just consistently landing 2-par barrels. And it was just like, it was earth-shattering that they could just do it so consistently. My fault, I thought, though. Shackle gets kidnapped away, and he is ulted over the wall to nowhere. Down he goes. Hybrash doesn't give a damn about the CS deficit. He is just going to run him over.
Yeah, he is bored, Hybrid, of feeling like he couldn't achieve much. I mean, the last game was very, very rough for him, but this time out on the Skarner, he's found many, many plays. He's been involved in 7 out of 8 of the kills for light side, and he's gone all 3 dragons, as well as all 6 scrubs. So, very solid performance, and Golden Penny is just, to put it very simply, been the beneficiary of every single play as well. He is involved in all of 8 of light side's kills.
It's a very different light side from what we saw in game number 1. They have a much more kind of like easier to execute team and a much more clear game plan, and it is working out for them. Got himself a pretty significant lead so far. I say significant lead, it's only 1,000 gold. It feels like it's more. And if
The game state. It's
yeah,
the game
that's the
state
thing, right?
feels-
Like the game state's not defined by the gold lead in this game. But if Chaos can start to crack some of these towers, they will close that gold deficit to such a degree where actually they might be able to just wallet slap them. Here comes the Solar Flare, lands in onto Sniller, misses the Zenith Blade, but Shackle is so squishy, and Elijah on the flank takes him down. 5 deaths on your Viego. That is not what you want.
Yep. Jump scare Jace. From the bottom rope. Oh, still up.
Good scatter comes in. They deliver onto the back line, and Baki is going to save the day of his support. Sniller gets sent packing as Sunfry is very low HP. Highbrush takes the detour, decides not to go for the fight. And now Elijah is starting to really clap value in these fights. It's getting harder and harder in this lane.
Yeah, it's weird. It's always going to be very back and forth. Seems like Elijah's going for the full kind of glass cannon Jace build, at least for the first 2 items, whereas Vayu, with the grasp and with Triforce, has a lot of additional HP. I don't know. That is one sneaky pirate.
Doesn't get the too far off, but the scatter's huge. There's the flash onto Raya. Goes in for the all-in. I think he might got it. Elijah gets the kill. Vayu takes the shutdown. But Raya flew too close to the sun. Pays a heavy cost.
I feel like the sun came to him.
That Jace Q looked like the Willem Dafoe meme where he's staring up.
Yeah, it did. Well, 1 for 1. Elijah in the 2v1 excellently played to just step forward, understand that he could make that happen. Vayu just cast GP ult. It wasn't mid, so I'm going to assume it was top to try and counteract some of this wave.
That must have been one hell of a
wave. Still
wave.
goes down. Yeah, and also Herald died. We didn't see that on screen, but Herald is gone. Highbridge has that. And Lightside now have the opportunity to crack open another tower somewhere on the map whenever they so choose. And my guess would be with this Infernal Soul for Lightside spawning in 2 minutes. That will be their place of interest to drop it in the mid lane.
We've got the wave held up in a nice place thanks to this Azir tower. We'll be timing out now, but man, Shackle with this Kraken Slayer is just so squishy. It's very hard for him to really get any work because he jumps in, gets Leona CC'd, gets Azir knocked back, gets kidnapped by the Skarner, blown up by the Jace and the very, very fed Kai'Sa. It is a hard one for them, but Shackle is very high damage output with this build. It's going to get spotted out by the Scryers. They know this is going on. Baki, though, making his way over here on the Callista.
Might get away with this.
Oh, it's going to be a tight one. Everyone's in the wrong position, actually. I think this is just a freebie for Chaos, but the problem is what cost
can they get out after?
Can they get the roses?
They're actually rotating. And that's a big deal.
Well, right now, they're looking for the damage on Sunfry. Throws the Solar Flare out. He's going to lose his life. That's going to be one. Shackle's able to steal him away. Looks for the lockdown, but Hybrid steals him away. Harbo slides in as well, and that's going to be another kill over. Baki trying to make the escape, has to flash away. That's Shock Blast, and Harbo shuffles him back. Beautiful play there. Chaos continuing to make the escape, but Raya and Sniller being hunted down by the Scorpion. Sniller, can he make the stun connect onto Highbrush? Does miss the Q. Raya's in danger. Scatter the Weak comes down. W goes wide. Sniller's able to jump over the wall. Didn't have your GP. They lose a lot of roses. They did get Atakan, but I don't think the cost was worth it.
Yeah, and they lost Baki's flash. Sniller flashed. It's not the best, and actually some of the ultimates they blew too might not be up in time if there even is a contest for this dragon at this point. I'm not confident in saying there will be. Elijah's going to get this mid-tier 2. This feels like a bit of a nightmare scenario for Chaos to try and find a contestant. Let's see though. Let's see how they make it work. Vayu's level 15.
Sunfry's got a nice flank there. Will get spotted out by Shackle's ward. Just going to get the stun off. Sunfry chasing forwards. Remember, this is Soul. For whoever can get it. Well, for Lightside, it's a denial from Chaos. They are a long way off Soul. Scatter does land onto a couple of members. Shackle has a flank angle. He's just going to somewhat heal up. Vayu's finished up that Lord Doms as well, so does have a little bit of armor pen. Not quite at that level 16 mark, as they're just clearing out the vision. Actually starting up this dragon, but Hybrid's just coming in on the flank. Sniller gets a good stun over the wall though to stop him as they do get some damage off. Shackle makes his way forward. There's the Impale onto one, immediately pulled back. The Sniller jumps in with the Magnet Storm into the Cannon Barrage. A 3-man together the win. Harbo on the back line. What a huge ultimate. Can he turn the fight around? Elijah's putting more damage out as Vayu's going down. A triple kill for Shackle as he's chasing on now to Elijah. Continuing an assault forwards. Can Elijah find the turn? The shock blast hits his mark. Shackle has to flash away. Elijah continues to chase forwards. Only one player per team standing. Dragon will reset. What an explosive fight!
I mean, goodness me. Sniller's re-engage there was fantastic, but Harbo managed to top it with a 4-man backwards ult. It's a 1v1. It's very tense. Neither one of these two is going to be taking the dragon down. Let's get a replay very, very quickly before they run back out. I mean, it's just about this initial... like, Sniller stops the Skarner E, kind of, actually. I'm not even going to say fully. Gets Impale, pulled out with the Fate's Call, and then immediately just re-engages onto 3. But look at Harbo's immediate response from the side. 4-man shuffle in is incredible. But then once Shakal here takes the form, I think he makes 2 blunders. He cancels the E. That's the first blunder. But then look at him on the Azir as well. We're going to have to come out. I think they're about to skirmish. But he messed up the E as well. Could have definitely cleaned up. And it could have been the turning point if they stopped that dragon from still being alive now. And light side, I mean, I was going to say before, Chaos Styles maybe the only positive fight that they will be able to find, right? That timer, that was the last one. After seeing that, maybe with a bit more magic, a good barrel combo, a good engage from Sniller, it can work. Harbo's in mid lane. He's breaking the base open. This is a 4 versus 5.
Harbo still wants to get that steal. He's not going to get it. The scatter comes in, and that's going to be the fight on Impale into the Magnet Storm. Solar Flare only lands onto Vayu, who W's it away. Hybrid loses his life. Sunfry is going to get caught by the barrels, and that is 2 kills. They've lost their base tower, but Chaos get 2 kills, deny Dragon Soul. They're going to continue on to Golden Penny. They can get the rend off. They're going to chase forward. Golden Penny uses the E. Shackle gets himself into his shroud, though. Snare locked down with the smite. Good escape, but it's a scatter is not going to be enough because a good flash comes out from Golden Penny. He's picking up the embers. Shackle's chasing forwards. Shackle almost dies. What a heartbreak. Harbo's teleported into the play as well as he continues to chase forwards. Golden Penny's underneath the tower. Harbo gets the shuffle down. Beautiful pullback by Baki with the ultimate as Penny loses his life. What a turnaround. Chaos are clawing this back.
It's cinema. It's absolute cinema. Chaos start this by getting the dragon. They deny it away. Lightside's decision making here is just head scratching. Sure, they break open the mid lane, but it's a 4 versus 5. Why are you window shopping? Back off. It gives Chaos the window to then go and chase Golden Penny all the way to top side. They blow his flash. And the outplay is just there to find everything they need. And now all of a sudden a game that felt like it should have been away from Chaos. Maybe if the execution's there, it's possible. At this point, the scaling is starting to kick in for the solo laners, right? It's funny, the interview, that's what we heard from Raya. Hey, our solo laners will be better than yours. I've got to say, they've both been dropping phenomenal performances. Game 1 and 2, respectively now. But it's this man on your screen, I think, is going to be the underlying difference maker. Especially if he's basing for Collector now. That additional bit of crit damage, or crit percent. Going from 20 to 40. Just that small difference, right? It's the difference between a barrel dealing 500 damage to everyone and almost 1,000. That's all it's going to take. And another Sniller engage. Maybe they can make a turnaround happen. Lightside just need to keep their head straight. They've had this one almost done and dusted for what's felt like 15 minutes, but it's just decision after decision that lets Chaos creep back in time and time again.
And again, it comes down to these towers as well. If Chaos can start to crack those towers, that gold deficit is going to really, really open up. Looks like we might have a little bit of a trade bot side. Elijah making his way up to the barrel. Spots Vayu. Just throws the Q out. Looks for the 2-par here from Vayu. Not going to make it connect as Elijah throws another Q out. Doesn't actually do too much damage to Vayu. Has that cloth armor in his inventory. Just to give him a little bit more of a safety net. I know Infinity Edge is next, but I genuinely think a Serpent's Fang is super high value here for Vayu. There's a lot of shielding to work through. And it's a cheap item.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it, and I think that is actually the more important thing. It's such a strong spike for, what is it, 2.6k? I would say Serpent's Fang. Like, it is high value and very, very, very cheap. We'll see if he ends up buying it.
Literally
and don't forget as
everyone
well,
on light side has a shield right now, thanks to the Eclipse on the Jace. Like, it's
And
actually
it's-
incredibly high value.
it's not even just that. You have to remember the GP ultimate, if I recall, unless they rechange it so it has to be physical damage.
No,
I don't think they
it
ever
is.
did. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure it's just champion damage.
Yep, the ult will apply.
So that GP ult, yeah, the ult will apply it to everyone. We'll see if he picks it up. I think it would be maybe the best thing you can do, right? Because of how chaotic this game has been for the last, 2-3 exchanges. Getting that spike before, let's say, going for the IE, which is almost 1,000 extra gold, might just be higher value, for that next fight. You probably won't have IE for, let's say, the Baron contest after this dragon, assuming there is a Baron contest. You might end up with a Serpent's Fang. Just because of the difference in gold. Let's see how that one turns out. For now, though, Lightside just need to do their best to stay away from that guy, to be honest with you. Make sure that they do not allow Vayu to be involved in as much capacity as they can deny.
Well, Golden Penny
That
needs
is
to be a
a
bit
lot of
careful
on-the-way
here.
hits.
Just going to have to back off. There's the tower.
I think everyone on Chaos just pinged 3 times that they were on the way to that mid lane tier 1, and Golden
Everyone
Penny
wants
just
the
had to
gold.
back off. Yeah, Sunfry. Whoa!
Oh, Solar Flare doesn't
Whoa.
quite make the hit there. It's Riot able to break away from the Impale. They found the lockdown. Sunfry's going to get taken out. Vayu's able to get it with the Collector as they're chasing forwards for another kill. Chaos may open up onto this Baron. Nice blast
not
coming
start
in,
the Baron.
though.
Do not start the Baron. Unless they kill Harbo, do not flip it. Go run back to Dragon. Or reset. I don't know about the reset, fellas. That's... I don't know. That seems like an easy way to give over Soul. Harbo's got TP. That's fine. I guess... Still needed HP? Oh, it's
Yeah.
awkward. Sunfry's back out on the map now. Oh, this is tense.
This is an incredibly tense Dragon start. It's already chunked low. I think Chaos are a little bit too slow to the punch. The Flash Magnet Storm comes in from Stiller. They follow up. Shot Blast goes down. Stopwatch is there. Can they find
Dragon's
the
in
steal?
play.
Shackles inside the pit. There's going to be a big barrel as well that can follow up. Golden Penny's able to get 1 kill. The steal comes
They got
through. They're able to deny it. Baki, though, is taken out as a double kill for Golden Penny. Make that a triple.
Oh.
Vayu is trying his hardest. A quadra kill over the Golden Penny.
That might be game. They can just go in. They've got a wave. I think the death timers are long enough for them to do it. Golden Penny just glided all over them. The initial disengage, I think, from Harbo just broke that apart for Chaos. And they were too split. They spent so many of these last 3, 4, 5 fights standing on top of each other, picking off these light side members because they were mispositioning. But they make the mispositioning error. And 30 minutes in, they give the game over to light side. I mean, light side had it more than Chaos did. But it felt like it was slipping. Caught at the final moments.
What a solid defense from Chaos, though, to make that game as tight as it was. Lightside just funneled so much resources onto Golden Penny that he was able to pop off and really take over the tail end of that game. Huge quadra to close it out. Man, this actually is a really good best of 5. We could easily go all the way to 5 games here. Such a close series.
Is these lower bracket series, don't forget, these series delivered. So
Yeah.
I'm not surprised that we're ending up with a close series. And I've got to say, not the most awe-inspiring win for Lightside either. Like that was a game where you've got a 3 IM AD carry against the 1 IM AD carry at one point in that game. Yeah, it doesn't scream clean, but that's why we're here in the elimination series. And now it's one apiece.
Dub's the dub, man. That's all I can say. Let's pass it over to Archer to round out that game number 2. Over to you, mate.
A win is a win. A win is a win.
Win is a win.
The most confusing win. But I agree. My feelings were so mixed between this game. When we go back into the draft, you both stated, I think, that LLS had the upper hand, and they had at the beginning of the game. How did they get it? Let's try to understand the beginning.
Where do we even start? Oh god, trouble.
Trouble, you mutants.
Trouble.
Alright.
Tell us all the time.
Okay, so that was on me because I accidentally disconnected from the production call. So I came back in muted apparently. Sorry for that. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the lanes from Chaos needed attention, and unfortunately Shackle was playing a champion that couldn't necessarily gank. You're playing a farmer in the likes of Viego, and I feel like a lot of these lanes really hang in the balance. The Kalista to get ahead, the Syndra to get ahead. You had a Gangplank that was doing well up on the top side of the map. Had that Viego been any AD ganking kind of champion like a Pantheon or a Sinza, I think we would be talking for a completely different game. And on the other side, Golden Penny, this is so much better than Ezreal, buddy. Like, come on. Isn't Kai'Sa just so freaking good?
Even with that build, yeah. Tell me.
The only problem with that is that this Kai'Sa is not going to be available in the next game, unfortunately for him. So, but at least Ezreal is not going to be either. But honestly, on this bot lane, the imbalance hurts so much because that is Kalista Rel we're talking about on the side of Chaos on the bot lane. They have to be ahead on their lane. Otherwise, this Kalista is just not going to deliver later in the game. And if you look at the difference in level and the itemization between AD carries later on, it's just Kalista is nowhere near that Kai'Sa, and she can do nothing in the fights, while Golden Penny was rightfully shining in them.
Yeah, and I feel like a huge shout out right here for LLS goes over to Harbo as well on this Azir.
Yes.
He played incredibly well. There were a lot of fights in general that he managed to turn around, and I feel like I don't think we can do, in general, this game justice, right? It was a complete back and forth. It was the Shackle popping off onto the Viego, getting reset after reset. Fantastic scatter of the weeks by Araya. Incredible engages by Sniller. And on the other side, Harbo with the big shoves, the Skarner ult. And it was just kind of like a constant back and forth. And it felt like because both the compositions were kind of squishy on that regard, it felt like whoever pushed the trigger first, it ended up being generally the winner.
And the thing about this game is the result came mostly from the big team fights for both of them. But this is one of the highlights for Harbo. Like Harbo, we have been talking about this guy, and in the previous game we had our concerns about him standing against Victor on that Ahri. But in this game, that is a completely different Harbo. This is the Harbo we've been talking in the pre-show today. The guy that has shown quite some growth throughout the split.
And you were talking about the AD carry, and I think the deciding factor was that last fight Golden Penny was talking on in the interview. He was gonna pop off. I was waiting for the moment. Okay, you got me, boss. I didn't know you were like that. This Kai'Sa, as you told us, doesn't it feel comfortable to play something like this where you can actually be proactive?
This champion is just so versatile because of all the types of builds you can have on her. She's actually super strong right now because she can be paired up with champions like Nico, but particularly right here, you're very elusive. You have so many champions throwing abilities at you, and Kai'Sa is fantastic at evading a bunch of them. Specifically, I just want to go back to the Gangplank point, as we can see here, that Vayu was the guy who was doing the most damage for his team. There is just not a single champion that stands still to sit in a Gangplank ult right here. And primarily, again, I know that Vayu is a Gangplank player and it was banned over in game 1, but I feel like a lot of the blind picks, specifically when we're talking about lower tier teams, are there for comfort and for the players to feel comfortable with those champions. However, a lot of them do not work as blinds, and that was an unfortunate example of ours.
Champions are rolling off as we go deeper into this Fearless Draft. This will be game 3. This is the best of 5, so now we will finally get a match point. But with that in mind, I got information that Chaos selected the blue side for game 3. Does this change anything? Because if we're talking about being comfortable on the top side, and if you go blue side, it should be the side where you kind of blind pick it anyway. You kind of have to reveal your trump card in one of those lanes. So it could be yet another one of Vayu picking something where he might be countered with his different champion pool.
I feel like it's not necessarily Vayu being countered. I feel like it's how the comp interacts overall. Even if you're being countered, particularly in his GP matchup up top lane, again, a different kind of jungler that can interact with the lane early on could have been the difference maker there. So I feel like they really need to think about the jungle interaction with the rest of the team.
That is still the question, what we have left for Vayu in terms of the champion picks on the top lane, especially if Cho'Gath continues to be banned. But also the AD carries are going to be a big question mark to me, because many of them are going to be banned, I would assume, in game number 3, and we already have some very strong ones gone. So are we going into the territory of Jinxes and Jeans for both of them, and how comfortable will both feel on them?
But Trouble, you bring a good topic up, which is the jungle synergy and what do you pick. You got to see the Viego, which is usually what Chacal would pick during seeding stage. Where's the Pantheon? Where's the Xin Zhao?
I mean, they're
Even-
coming.
even the
They're coming,
Jarvan,
buddy.
you know?
Game 3. They're coming
So
shortly.
you have to show something different, and this will decide your fate and your future on the NLC. With that in mind, the future is a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back. This is it, game 3. Some will be on match point by the end of this one, and champion pools have to be revealed right now. As we were talking, where's the junglers? AD carries kind of getting dim. Control mages, I do think you have a lot of them. Like Doriana could be picked for Haya as well, and maybe you could bring something like the Tristana into the mid lane, which he's comfortable with. So the AD carries, I don't think there's much concern right there, but on the jungle in the AD carry department, things are getting a little bit thin, no?
I would argue
Let's
that support might be even worse. We
yeah.
have
Engage.
1, 2, 3, 4 engage supports already out of the pool. The only one that's quite there remaining is Alistar,
Rakan.
so I'm expecting to see... Rakan has been taken away, actually. He's been played. So only Alistar remains of the more
Yeah.
primary engage supports that we have. And he might even have to be taken out in the first 6 here for both of these teams.
Oh,
B1
in terms of,
Alistar, imagine the world. Imagine.
I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised even if it happens to be. I don't think it's gonna happen, but we shouldn't be surprised because right now for both of these teams, it feels like they have already proven through both of these games, for both of them, a simple composition works better. Something that has a very strong identity, but the identity that is not too hard to execute. You're not constantly looking for peaks or for some crazy plays. You're just looking to have a very strong, consistent back and forth for both of them, especially for Chaos, because in the previous game, they overcooked in the draft and they had to pay for it dearly.
Fury. I'm trying to add as many R's as I can because she's a Darkin, right? So
It's a new champion.
You'll have a lot of ass. Shackle has played Neferi previously. That's Hyperch? No, it's actually Hyperch who has played Neferi, not Shackle. Sorry, I stand corrected.
Okay, they banned this previously. The priority goes to Ashe. So do you want to pair this with the Braum and work from a front to back? You get the engage as well. Let's see what they're cooking.
Ooh, I'd like to see potentially a Pantheon right here for Hybrid. The way that you can actually impact side lanes, especially mobile carries such as Ashe, and cause a disruption. Also very good together with a Talia, for example. S-tier mid-jungle duos. It has plagued the LPL and the LCK as well. It's a very normal rotation. I know that our teams right here do not particularly favor Talia as much, but trust, guys, it's such a good duo.
I don't think they're going for... Yeah, they're not going for a mid lane right now. We have already seen the glimpse of Jinx in the previous draft, now finally being taken for Golden Penny. Feels like a suitable champion for him at the moment. The question is what support is going to be paired up with, because I'm looking at Lulu that KOs are hovering right now. Could be a pretty good pick for light side. Zinja would be really happy having Lulu on his side. Same for Jinx. But if KOs take that right now, it's going to be a really good takeaway, and they do that, yeah.
Ooh, Milio looks so good all of a sudden. The cleanse into the polymorph, the cleanse into the arrow. Milio is fantastic following around Zinza as well in his early shenanigans. So if Sunfree does play that kind of champion, I feel like it's a cherry on top, especially when you're playing Jinx down the bot lane. And the poke in the early game from the burn is really, really valuable as well. Ooh, finally the Jarvan coming through. So things like the Orianna are rising in value.
For Rhea, or at least to be banned out by light side right now, just to make sure there is no strong combo for Chaos, because Jinx is already an immobile carry, so if you catch her off guard without the flash with J4 and with the arrow from the Ashe, that is going to be rather scary for her. But Orianna is going to be taken away for Harbo from light side.
There's a delivery, makes sense. Xin Zhao can bring it up, unless you bring something else that can do it. Not is available. Elijah wouldn't be bad with it. We've seen it before, so there's a lot of ways to deliver that one. But on the control mage on the side of Raya, might be confusing, might be troublesome. Let's see where they're going to hit in terms of bans on the second phase.
I mean, you still have things like the Rise and Hui if you want to go towards that. I feel like Hui is fantastic together with Jarvan because a lot of his, almost all of his abilities are pretty much AoE. So it really just fits the theme, and suddenly LLS to deny the Orianna combo with Jarvan, they take it away, but yet again they've locked themselves in another immobile AD carry, and Shackle will be more than happy playing that Jarvan to see another immobile AD carry that he can trap inside the Cataclysm. So I really hope Chaos actually pick up the Milio angle right here for LLS, because I really do still think it's massive.
I love this Ornn ban coming out from light side, because the combination of Ornn plus Ashe being able to start fights from really far away and decide to not commit at the last moment if you don't want to, that feels like a very strong takeaway from Chaos, because now you look at Vayu, there is no Cho'Gath available, there is no Xante available anymore, and a big question mark as to what Vayu is even going to be playing here.
The Kled, bring it in, bring the chaos. It's an additional way to get in the engage and also follow the Ashe, the Jarvan. It's just madness. But you finally have to reveal something else for LLS. Do you bring in the support, the Milio we've been talking about?
You bring in support for sure.
You go crazy!
That is a big disruptive
crazy.
Pick. I'm not going to lie, guys. Milio interrupts Jarvan EQ. He cleanses everything. You can go Mikkel's. You have suddenly double cleanse if you even need it. But you know what? Blitzcrank is also pretty good too. Immobile sitting ducks down the bot lane for Chaos. If Sunfree does hit a hook, it's going to be of high value, because if Shackle chooses to go more for the Bruiser AD build, he's also going to be quite squishy. So you pull him in, you can one-shot him instantly, you have a lot of burst with the Jinx and the Orianna combo as well.
Now, Xin Zhao in the jungle has so much more value for light side than before, because this Blitzcrank, what he wants from his lane is for his lane to be ahead, because otherwise, if this is late game and Blitzcrank hasn't really done much before, he's a liability for the team, unfortunately. So you want, looking at light side right now, to see a lot of action happening on the bot lane, to have this Jinx accelerated, to have this Blitzcrank be as useful as possible early in the game.
So, you like AD?
Oh, here it is! Here it
It
is!
was banned for so long.
The Teemo that was ever banned. Okay, things that are good into him. Vladimir, like any kind of AP type of champion that doesn't necessarily need to interact with auto attacks with Teemo and play from distance really good. Anything that can sustain through lane. Gragas can sort of sustain through lane. He's still going to get hit pretty hard because he's still a melee champion. But if he goes towards more of a tanky build onto the Gragas, you can sustain a lot of the poke. I think the biggest nuisance about Teemo are the freaking mushrooms around those neutral objectives. So LLS are going to have a banger of a game trying to figure those out.
Vision is important for your existence, for your safety, and let's see what Teemo is capable of providing. I haven't seen a Teemo competitive in such a long time. Oh boy, yeah, brings me back. So with this in mind, someone will get a 2-1, someone will get the match point, but I think everybody's just happy because we got to see Teemo on the Rift. I know your knowledge of Teemo is quite high, Hipbrain, so please, just provide me with that knowledge.
Less than 15 seconds ago.
When I
Less than 15 seconds ago, Jake just went, so what's the Teemo build? like I was going to have it on demand.
Nah, so here's my thing, right? I absolutely despise
Yeah.
Nash's Teemo. I absolutely despise that build. I think it has to be Leandri's into Malignance. I think it's so much more effective for the team. You can just control parts of the map. I don't know why Archer's asking me this, because everyone who has followed NLC for a long time knows that he's a big Pantheon player. But when I met him an incredibly long time ago, back when he was 32, so like 10 years ago, Archer confessed that he was a Teemo main. Like before the Pantheon, he was just a little rat guy. Yeah, once upon a time.
Wow.
Oh man.
I don't know if that's disappointing.
From Teemo to Pantheon, like the guy's just a scumbag. I love him, but he plays scumbag champs in this game.
Yep. No, you heard it here first from Hipbrain. If you play Pantheon or Teemo, you're a scumbag. Anyway, we should be getting into game now.
I happily stand by that.
I'm very excited to see how this plays out. This is
Mate, this is either going to be the greatest game of League we've ever casted, or this Teemo is going to get rolled. Like, it's going to be just absolutely rolled.
Screamer. I mean, you know, Jake, you and I, we've got a long history together. Weirdly,
we do.
You know, we've been away from each other for a while now. Been on some benches, but we spent what, 2.5 years? I want to say.
Yeah.
Just casting a lot of League of Legends together. Probably like over 200 games.
Yeah, I reckon you are probably the second most game coverage I've had. Orcs being number one.
I guess Orcs
years.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was Orcs for a very long time, but then you're probably number two.
The reason why I bring that up is I don't think we ever touched Teemo territory. You know, like I think we had the pleasure of commentating a lot of shenanigan games. But this is not a shenanigan game, and Teemo is still here. So I'm curious to see the strength of Vayu's Teemo here, because it was banned out a lot in the regular season, or in the seeding stage, I should say.
Yeah.
And it's kind of exciting. It felt like teams were like, he's not gonna play it, right? And lo and behold, here we are. Teemo blind. They needed some AP.
I mean, that has a lot of faith in your top lane. I mean, to be fair to Vayu, he has probably been the best performing player on Chaos in this series so far. But, like, he was on, like, relatively, you know, like, normal top lane champs, right? Like, well, he was on normal top lane champs regardless. To say, okay, we'll give you a Teemo in, remember, a series which, if Chaos lose this, they are just out of the tournament. Like, that's how much faith they're putting into Vayu here. No. Starts with the E, gets the Q off, and he's just absolutely chunking Elijah early here.
Yo, that looks awesome.
Yeah. Every top laner in the
really
world
fun.
just shuddered watching that.
Yeah, well, let's see how far he can push this advantage. Teemo is a very frustrating champion to play. This is a level 2 team. Speaking of yodels, Not Teemo, but Lulu in the mid lane. They just had a window to make that happen. Fair enough.
I mean, that is just both solo lanes for Shackle winning now. Like, massive push onto Elijah. Harbo Chunk gets caught again by Raya, who... This, remember, was banned in game 1 from him. And he's still, you know, finally been able to get his hands on it for game 3. And looking pretty solid off the back of this. Now, the issue is the wave is in a pretty awkward position for Chaos. It's slowly working towards them. As Raya does have a bit of sustain thanks to that fleet footwork. But Harbo, with the clockwork wind up early, does a lot of damage. Able to chunk him back.
Yeah, I mean, Fleet and probably Second Wind, Bisha, it's a lot of sustain that Harbo just won't be able to match. I think there's still going to be a window for a reset, though, as... Ooh, Elijah. Elijah's actually TP'd, so he is back. And also, important, though, Vayu has Ignite. We did not bring that up when we loaded into the game. So he is looking for full-blown kill threat, and it will affect how Chaos are allowed to... sit with their lane assignments, so that's going to be something that they are going to have to stay on top of. It is not often that you have Ignite top, so that adjustment in play is going to be certainly noticeable. Thankfully, they've got a very strong additional side laner in Raya on the Yone, so it shouldn't be the worst in the world. It's not like they've got a control mage like, you know, the Orianna on the other side, so that will kind of make those lane assignments a bit weird. No, he's fine.
Was a tad worried, had no mana. As Vayu and Elijah going toe-to-toe here. Vayu has got himself that phase rush, so somewhat dissuades the Q slow from Elijah. Once he procs that, can kind of just continue to weave in a couple of extra auto attacks. But Vayu hasn't reset yet, and look at the farm lead he's picked up. Hybrash is making his way over, so Vayu...
He's resetting now.
Needs to get out.
Now, this is awkward, because even if they do, the problem is he can just do the funny Teemo thing.
That's what he's done.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, Teemo. I'm trying to think about the last time I actually ever casted a Teemo. Yeah. This genuinely, after like 7 or 8 years of like professional casting, this might actually be my first Teemo game ever.
I'm just gonna throw the hat out there and say it's definitely my first time casting competitive Teemo. I feel like maybe if I, you know, like there was a season kickoff event a couple of years ago, like all the major regions doing like that weird kind of, hey, let's celebrate Season 13 starting.
Yeah.
Maybe there was a Teemo in there. Oh. Ooh. Yes, no, I'd love to.
That is, yeah, maybe, because back when I first started casting, we still had like the thing where you could observe the Diamond Plus games. Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah.
So I used to like cast, like how I got into casting was I'd watch those Diamond Plus games in my bedroom and just record myself casting them. And then just send them off to people and say, please.
They need to bring that feature back.
Yes, they do.
I know it's been requested for years. I don't think it's ever going to happen, but it was just such a cool feature. Like I just remember being a low elo player, you know, bronze, silver, and just looking at those games, kind of idolizing those players because you'd see the same sets of names too. Because this is back when, you know, being in Diamond 2 or Diamond 1 would very firmly put you in like the top 0.5% of the server. Anyway, they need to bring that back. It's a very fun feature.
Yes, they do.
And I'm sure it will come back eventually. Smile. It's not coming back.
It's copium.
It's a lot of copium. Highbridge is on the dragon. There's actually a fight. Yeah, breaking out here.
Oh, those traps absolutely shut Shackle out. Oh
man.
Heartbreak.
That's unfortunate, and this is gonna maybe bleed into this dragon take too. Sniller's really chunked, but he can sit back and he's got heal. Sunfire has to play kind of front line. Raya's walking out from base. He's gonna have a really good angle. If they can keep light side here and not get hooked.
They jump in, look for the hook. It's not going to be enough, and Shackle actually is able to escape that one. Raya misses the ultimate. Dragon is secured for Hybrash as Raya just continues to put some damage into Harbo. Gets himself repositioned, but the slow is huge. There's going to be the wind become lightning. Misses another Q. The knock-up is there. First blood for Shackle.
That was very unlucky for Lightside, actually. Observers, I'd love to get a replay because there's a little interaction I'd like to highlight in the initial part of that exchange. I'm not going to say it unless there isn't a replay coming. We'll see. We'll see. Either way, first blood goes over to Chaos. Lightside, he gets his hands. They get their hands on the dragon, and grubs being done. Now, keep your eyes on Shakal. because you may notice that weirdly he gets shockwaved out of the he was
Oh,
he
it's
was
the
in the middle getting
shockwave.
called back. Yes,
I thought he
it
buffed
wasn't,
the Q.
It wasn't the Zin. Nope, it wasn't that either. It was just
Oh, that
Very
is
unlucky.
nasty. That is a nasty one. Shackle was able to answer Rat back to get himself the dragon, and I see a I've forgotten the name of it. Fated Ashes onto Vayu. So step 1 of the Teemo build going to plan. That's what I'm happy to see. No, if there was a recurve bow in his inventory, I'd be freaking out right about now.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he wanted to stay on the side lane and go for the dashes too, I don't think it'd be like the worst thing in the world. I'm not gonna say it's good though. I'll say that. But hey, he's the Teemo guy. Like, I am not gonna question the build of presumably. I mean, if you play a champ like Teemo, you have to be a bit of a one trick, you know. Like, you gotta have that pocketed for a while. So I'm not gonna question it. I'm not gonna question it one bit.
Oh, I think Elijah actually hit that mushroom there. That was a bit of a weird animation for the observers, but he is getting absolutely chunked out by Vayu, who's still got that flash, still got that ignite. Elijah does have teleport, so he can just reset back to lane. As Sunfry is looking to potentially jump in onto Raya here. So got a lot of move speed thanks to his keystone, as jumps forward to try and grab some farm, but a bit dangerous for Sunfry in the area. Raya ends up eating quite a lot of damage.
I mean, he's Yone, he's got Vamp Scepter, he's got Fleet, he's got all the funny items to just stay high HP. And that's all you really need to do at this point. Just very slowly but surely chunk out the Orianna, make her not be able to play, and just vamp the waves. This is exactly it, right? I mean, sure, some of the damage, in this case, bad trade for Raya, because he misses basically everything, but we'll be able to top back up as the waves come in.
So Sniller makes his way over as his ward's taken out and just plops another one down. Make sure that Tribush is nice and covered. We are potentially seeing a bit of a angle for attack as Vayu actually gets sent back into Elijah. He's got himself the movement speed. He's just going to jump away. That is one speedy Teemo. Cancelled an auto attack. He was that quick.
I think he was trying to pay out the body stun there. That's why he cancelled it. Fancy wager, I guess. There's actually more. Yeah, I was going to say we need to pan back up here.
Oh, this is so rough for Elijah. Just slowly but surely being whittled down. Got the boots too as well, so a bit more magic pen. All of these autos, all of these dots are just going to be so impactful versus him.
He is doing his job, Elijah, and that is suffering.
Not getting giga stomped, just having a hard go.
Yeah. He's down 15 CS at 10 minutes. His job is kind of complete, right? He's going rower as well, so he will catch up on whatever XP he does. Not missing out on Harbo.
Fate Steel makes the connection, but he does get the shockwave off. And again, no, like you said, Riot, he's happy because he's got all the sustain. Vayu's able to get some move speed off. It's just going to take into the bush, but they're going to see him with the sweeper. The tech is there. There's the knockback. There's the belly bot. Vayu has got the flash to try and make the escape. Wind becomes lightning on him. Mushroom goes down. Elijah secures the kill.
Not much Vayu can do about that one. Xin might be one of the few champions that were available to pick in this game that can deal with Teemo. Because if he knows what bush he's in, he can just press R, and it will displace him, unveil him. Sunfry,
taking a fair amount of damage here. They do get the stun off. There's golden penny caught by the knock-up. He's burning down. Shackle flashes forward and secures the kill. Nice and easy little pick.
I don't even think he needed to flash. I think he was going to die to the red burn. Either way, kill secured. Hook onto the grump. Yeah. Jungle camp denied. Just a cross map, I suppose, on what Highbridge is doing on the top side of the map. Kind of equalize things out. They're going to look on the dragon. They don't have any ultimates, but to be honest, light side don't either. Important ones, anyway. Maybe a Jinx rocket, but it's not being fired, and this thing's already dead. Oh, Highbridge.
Highbridge jumps forwards. Riot's putting some damage into him. Has the Q, but the slow's enough for him to break away. But comes down. There's a Lulu to grab. Instant flash out from Sniller. Gets hit by the zap as Highbridge chases forwards. The Q comes down, able to dodge away. There's going to be the silence from Sunfry. Sniller has heal. He's desperately trying to make away, but slow after slow after slow makes the connection. Light side secured himself another kill. Next kill decides who gets that all-important kills on the Feat of Strength.
Feats of Strength on their way. Can he get the Q3 off? No. Would have been a really nice trade if he could have. Raya, he's run out of Q3. Can't make it over the wall. Well, good hook from Sunfry. Low Sniller's flash as well. Lulu's very, very vulnerable without that Summoner spell. Would have been a free pick without it, right? Saw how easy she was going to get burst down. Now the grubs are being started. Lightside got none of the last set. So even just getting 2 here would be great.
Yeah, bash arrow. Can't throw that out, although Vyu's find himself in danger, puts down the mushroom, tries to break away. Multiple people get hit by that one. In comes the arrow. No, that's the rocket. Goes a little bit right. Raya charging up the Q3, missing it. In comes the arrow. That goes wide. Shackle's low HP. They're going to ping back and immediately get caught. Fate steal from Raya. Doesn't give him enough space. He's caught by another knock-up. And Lightside are slowly but surely running over Chaos in this game.
Yeah, that's just a fantastic skirmish for Lightside. Not much more to say. Vyu out of position, punished at the start of this one, and Raya can't quite find an angle onto anyone. Now these grubs all fully go over to Lightside, all 3. So they get that feat of warfare. They'll get 1 step closer to the objectives as well.
It's going to be a hard one here for Chaos. They've got to do a lot of work. They've got to get all of the next objectives that spawn up and that first tower. But versus the team who've got 6 scrubs, a lot harder to secure that.
Yeah, I also want to point out, because I'm a bit of a stickler when it comes to support items.
No, Becky!
No!
Flashes, gets caught by the knock-up. Sniffler's making his way over, is going to be able to look for the turnaround. And now Sunfry actually losing a lot of HP here.
Yeah.
W lands onto Baki. Sunfury's able to... Sunfry's able to make his way away. That's my World of Warcraft coming out there, Sunfury.
Sunfury, is that an ability name? What, give us the lore real quick before we...
Sunfury is either a person or a zone, and I can't remember which. It's something to do with the Blood Elves. That's all I know. Yeah. It's been a while since I played that game.
It's been never since I I do feel like I missed out on a wave there. I guess it's never too late, right? They've changed things in that game. Anyway, I'm not talking about WoW on League of Legends broadcast.
Hey, this game wouldn't exist without it. Shockwave makes the connection onto Raya. He's actually just cooked. That's the kill. And Teemo is just a bit of a training dummy at this point, constantly getting taken out. Mushroom does make the connection. Shackle tries for the flag and drag, gets himself the Cataclysm down, but I don't know if killing a support was worth it. In comes the rocket. Sniller makes his way forward. Arrow comes through as well. Turns out that was worth it.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, I'm not gonna... I don't know, Jake. That was a weird one. You know, at least they get the kill back. That's where my head's at. Lightside, though, are still finding the more positive and proactive plays so far, which is very, very pleasant. I mean, especially after, you know, the way that Game 1's early game played out and then the transition of Game 2. They need to keep this up and ensure that they can keep on finding these plays. I will say it feels like Chaos are kind of handing them these opportunities, but we will wait with bated breath to see how long that continues for.
I think me and you have been very... Well, you're about to talk about Vyu. Me and you have been very positive about Vyu this entire series. So far, not quite so hot.
Yeah.
That was a frustration up from Sunfry.
Yeah, it was. It's one of those situations where... I mean, if this was regular drafting, because obviously we're in the world of Fearless now, you know when there's just that player that demands a ban from on a champ? And it felt like that was the Teemo pick of all things. I hate that I'm about to make this about Teemo. And then it just gets brought out and it sucks. This is just another one of those examples. Oh, Vyu, hello.
Almost got the kill. The slow was too much, and I think the phase rush had just timed out. But LLS going to secure themselves a feat of strength. That's their 2nd game in a row being able to do that. There's Rift Herald now cracked, can secure themselves first turret blood. They've got 6 grubs as well, remember, so they are going to absolutely cut through those.
It's 3 apiece.
Oh, it's 3 apiece. You're correct. Ignore me.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's okay. I like 6 scrubs and chips as much as the next guy. It's always on my mind.
Oh, come on. Arrow goes wide. Oh, Baki almost feeling the grab there from Sunfry. Eyebrows just throws out the wind, becomes lightning. Doesn't make the connection. Shackle's actually quite happy to start this dragon up, but they connect on to Sniller. Sniller has got the flash. He's trying to break away. Is going to use it to clear the wall. Heal available to him still. Dragon resets. No one goes down. A lot of big abilities used off the back of that one. And the big thing is when you got a Teemo, you kind of need to set up objectives with mushrooms before you push into them.
Yeah, exactly. And he has not had that opportunity at all. I think the other thing to note is there's not really a frontliner for Chaos, right? It's two bruisers who are going to end up getting their tankiness through Lulu. So when Lulu is forced to flash, use the ultimate, all of those spells, just very, very unfortunate. Vayu is one shroom clears out the whole wave, hey? Okay.
Leandre's, baby.
Yeah.
He might be in trouble here. He has got a mushroom to work with. He's just going to make sure that doesn't get popped. Probably wants to put one under the tower in case a dive comes in, but Shackle's making his way over just to see if he can save the day. I think Harbo might be the one in danger here. Flash available. Vayu's going to step forwards, tries to get himself built up. There's the shockwave. Just goes for the sombrero. Instantly jumps out of the cataclysm. But Shackle's got the damage. The flash forwards. They find the knockup. Vayu now. Can he deal with him? The blinds are pretty big to stop the Qs. Hybrid is losing a fair amount of HP. In comes the zap. Vayu going for the run. No flash available. Hybrid connects the Q3. Finds the knockup. Vayu is dodging everything. Into the bush he goes. And Hybrid secures the kill.
Tried to make his way back home, but in the end, it didn't really matter. Raya up here on his lonesome with Elijah, but he's got Bork.
Oh,
there's a lot of CC.
Impressive. Oh, do a lot of damage back, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, man. Oh, man, times 2.
It's a short cooldown at this point.
Yeah, it's a very short cooldown. I'm convinced, weirdly, that Vayu might have been able to win that 1v1 versus Hybrid. I don't know what it is.
Mate,
I'm just thinking.
Once this Malignance is finished up, we're going to see some numbers.
Yeah.
He's going to have so many more mushrooms.
That's what we need to talk about. Because if he does hit 2 items, and I mean, at this pace he should, right? Despite the 4k gold lead that Light Side have found for themselves, that should still very much happen. If Vayu's allowed to set up around an objective, right? Just drop mushrooms in high traffic areas of Summoner's Rift. Big problem. Big problem for Lightside. That they are going to have to buy a lot of sweepers for.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 3, but the big thing is even if you place those mushrooms, you waste a lot of time. As hello, Harbo in danger. Sunfry making his way over. Raya also in the area has got the ultimate, actually. Hybrid throws the ultimate down. He misplaces Raya, so Raya has to jump away into the middle of everyone. Gets caught by the Lulu ultimate, though. Finds the knockup onto 2. The catapult is pretty big. That's the turnaround. Shut down into the grab, though. Golden Penny gets caught by the knockup from Raya, and he is done to take over this fight. Arrow connects, and chaos ensues. Golden Penny burning down is able to make the escape, but Vayu
give it to Teemo.
Give it to the Teemo. Shut down for Vayu.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was very, very surprised about Chaos's initial apprehension around finding the engage there onto the flashless Harbo. Harbo is the only one that is criminal, by the way. He's the one that gets the walk out of that. But it's 3 kills for 1. Raya maybe could have even flashed and got himself out, but holds on to that flash for the time being. Doesn't mind dying in this kind of state. Elijah's not going to find an engage, but that's huge. Just that slight influx of gold for some of those members is massive. But this is what I'm talking about. Look at the initial apprehension, right? The members of Chaos can close the gap here. Araya could just immediately R once Sunfry and Harbo are on top of each other, but they kind of wait, and then you can see the knockback from Hybrid. It's just, it's well timed. I think it's unfortunate for Raya. I'm not going to call that intentional from Hybrid, but then double knock up into the Cataclysm. It's all great. The AoE's there. Hook actually brings Raya into a position to threaten Golden Penny. And it's like, there was a brief window there for a second where Raya could have maybe flashed out, right, and kept herself alive. As, hold on, in the pit, there's actually a bit of a skirmish brewing.
Yeah, Arrow did actually connect
Arrow
there. Gets the stun down onto Hybrid. Sniller making his way forwards as well, coming in for the backup. They try to turn it around, but it's not enough. The rocket doesn't do enough damage. And now with the Malignance, it is impossible to push up onto this Teemo. Look at the mushrooms they're working with. Already 3 down. And he's about to get another charge up, so Chaos control the area right now. Shockwave is available to Harbo, level 13. I think this could be a little bit risky. Sunfry somehow evades getting hit by any of those mushrooms. They're going to commit for it. Shackle's been forced out of the pit. He has smite, but that's going to be the kill. Vayu's able to get it.
Teddy
He's chasing
walked on.
forward. Timo Gaming, baby! They find the lockdown. Harbo in the knock-up, and Bucky will lose his life, but that's a kill for Shackle. That is the flowers for Chaos. They're coming back.
This game got freaky real quick. What's going on? I mean, they find the pick on Highbridge, right? That's what makes this sequence even go remotely the way it does. And then this is what we were mentioning. Once the Malignance is there, the objective setup, it's really weird to walk forward into these shrooms. Penny, Golden Penny, with no cleanse, no flash, steps on one, slows himself and Harbo. You just can't run away. It is so hard. And now, that gold lead that we are talking about, it's closed, right? It's 2,000
smaller.
gold. And it's gonna get smaller with this tower. Raya is almost certainly at shield bow. Oh, a hook here could be game-changing.
Elijah took a mushroom. Look at his health. He lost a third of his health, and he's also that's with a bit of the healing coming in. Arrow makes a connection. Teleport's coming over. I don't really think Chaos can contest this, or they're teleporting in. Shackle's looking for it. Vayu's going to start putting mushrooms down and bouncing them in. He's just trampolining mushrooms everywhere. That's going to be Hybris jumping in onto Vayu, but Riot on the back line finds a 1 versus 3 kill, misses the ultimate, but it doesn't matter not. The Teemo mushrooms just bouncing through the fight. Holy moly.
Goodness me. I mean, it's a good flow. Okay,
Cataclysm on the Harbo.
He's
Can
dead.
they finish him? Still in tanking
The
tower.
ball.
They're playing it slow.
Guys.
He actually gets the kill. This game's a cloud fiesta. This game is such a cloud fiesta.
Would you want it any other way when
No.
you're casting like, come on, man. You know, it's this is incredible. This is a fantastic game of League of Legends. And because, you know, I feel like we've not done our professional job. I just want to remind everyone, this is an elimination series.
Yeah.
If you lose here today, you're done. Like, that is your split over. We're not gonna
If you get
see
knocked out
for,
by Teemo, that is just... What does that say, man? Oh, Raya does have Q3 to reposition. Elijah's actually able to get a lot of damage off. Gets himself the phase rush. Raya is just missing every key
healing off the
ability. He's
wave.
trying to heal up, but in comes back up. I don't think he's going to survive for long. Elijah able to get the kill.
All right. Let's look at Raya's flank, shall we? Yep. It's pretty solid. He's able to just murder Golden Penny. Presses R on Harbo, and he's got a flash.
I
Not
love
much more
Yone,
to
man.
say.
Like, he missed every ability and just auto-attacked him to death. Like, it's...
Well, okay. Can I say something which is going to be unpopular?
Go on. Oh, no.
hold on.
Is this going to be another kill for Elijah? Vayu goes for the flash away. He gets some damage off of the blind. Mushroom is going to get popped. Elijah, he is starting to just bonk people with the cooldown reduction.
That he is. That could be a problem. He's also got the upgraded Ionian boots, which I can't remember the exact numbers, but you know, it's kind of like the cosmic drive of like kind of on steroids. You get more movement speed for empowering yourself
that's
or
the mad thing,
damage
right?
of abilities. Yeah.
Cosmic drive plus a mini cosmic drive. That's pretty brutal. It's going to make life real hard to handle him. He's very, very fast. Plus the phase rush on top of that. It's a speedy Gragas. So Shackle just going to stop the base. And yeah, I feel like Vayu, you know, he's had his moment, but now he's just kind of getting killed, chain killed. He needs to then look towards where the next objective is and set up mushrooms. Because at the least, you're going to waste sweepers and you're going to waste time dealing with those mushrooms.
Exactly. But it's the lane assignment thing that we were talking about coming into it, right? He doesn't have TP. He's got Ignite. So he always needs to be assigned to where the objective is. So, you know, in this case now, it's Baron. There's Dragon in 2 minutes. So it's like maybe he gets to play 2 waves top, take a reset, walk back to top, pressure top, or walk with your team if the wave is in a good spot, and then try and get control of mid, set down the shrooms, and make it really awkward for Lightside to walk in, right? Those are your options as Chaos. And this is actually what's going on. In fact, Lightside was so starved for vision there, they actually rocketed the Baron. They weren't sure that it was actually being taken or not. Oh no. Okay, Shakal. Oh, he doesn't have EQ. He's good.
This is so risky. He's all right. He's all right. He's out of there. It does look like, though, they are speeding towards the Ashe. Very hard to catch an Ashe, though. She just throws a volley out and slows everybody down. Shackle definitely playing with fire here. Vayu in the area. Got mushrooms in his inventory, as they are just going to look to try and clear out some of the vision. Probably place down a couple more mushrooms. Although, it looks like Vayu's actually holding the mushroom for that, like, triple hat-trick jump tech we saw in the dragon fight.
Yeah,
Also,
it
Baron's
gets
dragon
even
spawning up
more.
soon.
Yeah, it also gets more range at level 16. The
It
range
does.
at which Teemo can drop shrooms at 16 is it's kind of silly. I don't want to misrepresent this here, but I want to say it's like pretty close to Javani range at 16. You could throw it very, very, very far. He's going to go and collect this wave top. It is kind of light side, strong side at the moment. And also something to highlight, this is a soul for light side. If they pick up this dragon, that is all theirs. But for the time being, Chaos have... Oh, flash for flash. Shakal's got no flash. That's a big deal.
Oh, Golden Penny and Harbo take a mushroom. There's only one mushroom set up in the area, though. Right has been spotted out by Sunfry.
Oh, they see Golden Penny! They see Golden
coming in
Penny!
with the Ashe.
Oh,
They do
the
miss
E!
everything. Go to the Fate Field, make the connection. They pull him back, stopping him from jumping away to safety. Highbrash is low. Elijah's in the area. Vayu can start to set up a little bit more mushroom action here for his team.
That's so tragic for Raya. I mean, the E just doesn't send him over the wall. It's a bit too thick. I think he took it at the worst possible angle to try and make it over the wall, and then the hook into the chompers locks him down. I mean, 30 seconds without your Yone. This feels like a near impossible contest, especially because Golden Penny's gone back to base. And Lightside have been able to buy enough time. It's a 50-50. And the problem is, if you lose the 50-50, commit to the fight and die, that's Baron.
Sniller.
If the fight is bad enough. Sniller.
Oh, good dodge on the hook. Able to make it out. Vayu's making his way over. Wants to set
12
some
seconds
mushrooms
till
up
Raya's
again.
back.
And just putting those mushrooms down. Dodges out on the zap. Shackle, he has to steal it. He stole the soul last time. Can he do it again? Mushrooms come in. Vayu's going to put some work out. That's the shutdown and the dragon secured. Mushrooms, though, are tearing through everyone on the backline.
Oh my
Harbo
God.
loses his
Look at
passive
everyone.
there.
Ryan's hit the
Raya
clean.
comes in on the flank, finds one. In comes the arrow. That's another kill. Vayu's able to secure it. Golden Penny's excited. They chase forwards, though. They get the slow down. They go to the traps. Vayu's going to blind him up. Lulu wants to save the day. Soul gone. But Chaos are able to get themselves the kills. 3 members down. They're going for Baron.
That was huge. I mean, I think the shroom hit onto 3 members of Lightside on the approach, and it completely broke apart this team fight. Highbridge was stepping forward alone because of the slow. The arrow then also connected onto Harbo, I think. All of that is going to result in a Baron. They might have gotten the soul. That is the permanent buff. They've got to stave off this Baron push now the next 3 minutes. And I'm not gonna lie here, Brain. Teemo on a Baron siege? That's an annoying little rat. I'm not gonna lie. It's very difficult. Because then you start to siege up, you place the shrooms defensively, you can't go forward. But look at this, the shroom, Harbo. Is it Harbo? It's Sunfry.
No,
into 3.
Oh.
Yeah, and at this point, again, Highbridge is alone. He has to flash away into Raya, and then
Harbo
another
hits
one.
it.
Harbo hits the next one. And yeah, object permanence 101, I guess, if you can't see it.
I mean, this is also the really scary thing, is like, Vayu's actually not just throwing every mushroom down on cooldown, which is how most people play Teemo, myself included, to kind of make a zone. He's actually holding them and then just launching mushrooms into team fights. And then there's so much zone where the mushrooms are, where he's making sure the mushrooms are getting effects by hitting onto everyone in the fight more than just a zoning tool.
Yeah. Yeah, right. It's not about a minefield that you have to walk through. It's more or less kind of, hey, the fight started. I'm just going to chuck this in and you know what? Good luck, everyone. You know, like, good luck walking forward now. It's been very effective. Oh, the arrow on Harbo.
Nice traps actually come out, though, from Golden Penny to stop any assault forwards. Hold on, Raya jumps in with the ultimate, catches 2. The fate is sealed. They're going low. He trades out 1 for 1. The kill goes to Sunfry. So it looks like LLS were thinking about chasing forwards, decide to back off as the mushroom hits onto 3. Hybridge is being melted. He just gets cataclysmed in. The mushroom is so much high value here. Shackle survives. Oh, this Teemo pick is actually ruining their day.
Oh my god, you can't make this up, man. It's peak Teemo gaming, right? Like, oh.
Backy in danger, but Sniller putting some damage out. Oh, nice pick actually there from the pop. Another mushroom hit. Sunfry is getting melted over here. The Malignant burn plus Leandries chunks them out.
That could have been Reset
Teemo.
City. That could
I
have
love
been
Teemo
Reset
so
City
much,
for Golden
man.
Penny. My
Honestly,
god,
when he gets
what is happening?
I assume Shadow Flame is his next. I know he's going anti. No, go Shadow Flame. Come on. That dot at the end is going to finish people up. Decides to go for Zhonya's.
I get it. I think it's pretty high value.
Smart
Zhonya's
play.
game.
It's the smart play, but Death Cap Shadow Flame. Even if you die, a mushroom will one-shot Jinx.
Yeah, honestly, we are approaching that. If you're curious, by the way, at just how much damage a single Teemo Shroom deals, it's 651. And that is not taking into account things like the Malignance or the Arteries burn. That is
Oh, you've got it up.
just
How
the
much damage have those items done?
I can tell you. Leandries has done 6,852 damage, and Malignance has dealt 2,931.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Honestly, they're lucky he hasn't gone Dark Harvest. I know Phase Rush was better for lane, but the Dark Harvest at this
much
point...
better. I'm not
Oh,
gonna
my
lie.
word.
Man, look. Peace and love value. This has been an entertaining game. If he did not have Phase Rush, he would have been running it down like a dog, bro. He was...
Absolutely.
There were so many points. Like, he could just take so many liberties just because he had Phase Rush. And in all fairness, I think it's paying off outside of lane too, right? Some of these chase downs, I think, have been possible outside of just lane because of Phase Rush too. So the rune, yeah. I mean, look, again, I'm not going to question the Teemo guy's setup, you know? Like, if he tells me he's going Ghost, he's going Ghost. If he tells me he's going Phase Rush, he's going Phase Rush. If he's doing exactly what he's doing right now, yeah, thumbs up from me. I'm not gonna deny it, you know? So excellent stuff from him. Though on the opposite side, I mean, to be fair, Elijah's racked up a 7. It's the reverse James Bond.
Yeah.
It's the 700.
He's actually crushing it right now. You can see, though, the setup was starting to come in from the mushrooms on Teemo. The next 40 seconds, he's going to get as many mushrooms down as possible. Highbrush eats a mushroom to the face. Luckily, he's relatively tanky at this point, so it doesn't do all so much damage, but it's the more mushrooms you hit. That control ward is incredibly high value. It's going to stop 2 of those mushrooms from hitting onto anyone. As it's just a game of get control of the area. Elder is up. If Teemo gets Elder, a single mushroom will one-shot Golden Penny, 100% at this point. He doesn't have a barrier.
It will be close. It will be close. If he's at 1k, I think he dies. I think it's half his health.
Well, that's all the sweepers used, which is nice for the Teemo now. Can move over, place some more down. Although the pressure is actually being forced out mid lane here by Chaos.
He's just going to hold on to the shrooms again. I think he's going to let the stacks charge up. And then, I mean, if anyone's going to walk through, you prefer it to be the Blitzcrank. Ash Arrow. Golden Penny's no flash.
In come the mushrooms as well. They're trying to make their way forwards. Harbo gets hit. They're going to jump in. Vayu goes golden with a stopwatch. Redemption comes in. There's that value we're talking about. The polymorph comes down as well as the lockdown onto Highbrush. He's able to survive a lot of the damage as he re-engages in. The rocket comes through, but it's not going to be enough as they chase forward. Face Hill goes a little bit wide, but he just flashes into Harbo's pocket. Who eats a mushroom? Elijah goes for the belly pop in. Goes for the kill onto Baki. He's so quick, but it's a triple kill for the Teemo. Holy moly, Teemo popping off.
He might not have got the Elder Dragon, but I think he's got his team the Elder Dragon. Chakal's quite low. Elijah, he doesn't want to risk anything with Raya being full HP. That's Elder for Chaos. They're going to get this. I mean, Baron's up 2. Elder into Baron. They should be able to get both buffs. And then, surely the game... Oh.
He didn't have smite. Oh, he did. He was holding it for Baron.
I guess he's holding it for Baron. They're just going to take a very fast reset and probably run straight to Baron. And then, I mean, to be fair, Lightside surely wouldn't run into a team of Elder Dragon and Teemo. I don't think that would happen. Great Zonyas. We spoke about it literally 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Fantastic value. Sunfry gets locked up. Like he actually flashes forward to try and get inside of the Crescent Guard shield. Unnecessary in the end. He goes down, but then it's this flash. Oh, what is it? I'm not even sure. I guess there just was a shroom there that Harbor.
Yeah, there was a shroom
into.
in that little bush.
And Golden Penny is blinded. He cannot play the game.
And now he has that Zonyas again. They're going to set up mushrooms around Baron. And Baron plus Elder, as long as they're quick enough on this, should be enough to control this game. Making sure there's no vision available. Sniller just going to take out some of the wards. There's a blast cone he needs to be dealt with. There's Riot just clearing out another ward for his team.
Okay. 90 seconds with the Elder. Double that with the Baron. They have to get stuff done.
Yes.
They have to. It has to. We are 38 minutes into the game. If an inhib doesn't drop at the... 2 inhibs don't drop at the bare minimum. This is a disaster.
Remember they have Asakan as well, so
things.
Elder and Baron's actually slightly more effective.
Oh yeah, true.
Just ever so slightly. I don't know the actual numbers on how much more it does, but it does make neutral buffs stronger. It's 20
or 25%.
Yeah, which is on Elder. That means the burn is 25% more or 20% more annoying.
Yep, that is true. They're actually playing for... I mean, they just need to go stand on the wave. Give it Baron. Run in. They've got 40 seconds left rather with this.
Oh, Golden Penny's not going to get hit, but they do look to chase forward. They got the Lulu Wall onto Riot. He's doing a lot of work here. Golden Penny throws the rocket down and secures the kill, but it doesn't matter. The tower goes down regardless. The blind into the Elder. Vayu, MVP for the game so far. Absolutely crushing it. Inhibitor falls. Mid lane tower goes through. As Sniller gets caught out by the hook. They're going to secure themselves a kill here. Vayu trying to make sure that tower goes down. Baki trying to survive as well, but he is locked in place. Elijah gets the belly buff off, and it's a double kill for Harbo.
That's a good defense for Jake. They only got 1 inhib with Elder and Baron, man. Like this is not a bad exchange for Lightside at all. Are you that kill onto Hybrid, even though you know he was probably always gonna die. Just seeing the Q, they were like 600 damage or something stupid. Just very outlandish. Oh, Shakal. He's fine.
It's going to be hard to push up. Baron plus Teemo Mushrooms to clear waves says, Shackle, he needs to be a little careful. Elijah is so speedy. He's actually impossible to catch, man.
Very, very quick boy. I'm going to take a deep breath when I say this.
Yes, go for it.
I think we're going for Elder round 2. Unless, you know, someone does something really silly. And it gives, you know, like the Jarvan an option to engage, or Blitzcrank finds a bit of a miracle hook. Both these things very, very plausible. I'm just worried. It's preordained. It feels preordained. That's the best way I can put it.
I mean, let's have stock of the items right now, because I feel this next fight is going to be very reliant on those. So the Zonyas is available. There's some anti-heal onto Vayu as well. Double GA onto Shackle, and Raya just finished up his GA. Almost full build on Ashe. You've got Moonstone, Locket, Redemption onto the Lulu. On the other side, you've got Zeeks and Locket onto Sunfry. Got a QSS onto Golden Penny, so that Ashe arrow less impactful off the back of that one. Zonya's not finished, but does have the... oh, my word. Does have the arm guard. Arrow goes a little bit wide. This is absolutely chaos, this game. Looks like they're going to try and push forward once again. Sunfry does have the Hex Flash coming up in a second.
When they see Harbo, they're going to run to the inhib here. Raya's also got bot.
Oh my god, Raya's health bar. I mean, it's a death cap now at this point. He's level 18. He's going to do some work. As they jump in, they do catch onto Shackle. Vayu tries to get himself away. The knockup comes in. There's the Lulu Wild Growth. Into the Fate Seal from Riot. Sunfry going low. They're able to secure one already. Hybrid goes down. Harbo teleports into the play. Vayu incredibly low. There goes the Rez coming in. And the shields from Sniller will save the day. That's Harbo securing the kill with the Shockwave. Inhibitor stands, but the members are running low. Golden Penny eats a mushroom to the face. Heavily chunked up. The shields are going to be enough from Harbo to keep him alive.
Yeah. Raya, I mean, That was really weird. I don't know if anyone had their eyes on him, but it felt like he got stuck between the wall and the Cataclysm because he E'd at very peculiar angle and timing. Either way, it's a 1 for 2. Light side, did they hold on to their inhibitor? Am I just blind? They did.
Yeah, they did.
It's really not that bad. It's fine. They're holding on. Elder's in 25 seconds. Hybrid spawns up in 15. Oh,
We can
it's
use
weird.
mushrooms to bait out sweepers right now from Vayu. And I know for everyone at home, we've talked a lot about the Teemo, but this is very exciting for us. We don't get to cast Teemo very often,
Dude,
so we're
this
always
is
going to
like-
be
we're
very
old.
focused on it.
You know, like we're old. Even when Teemo used to be like considered an okay pick,
Wait, Riot's
it was never
teleport's
really
very
playable.
deep.
Yeah, but also it's like a good flank.
Yeah.
If Lightside were even trying to contest, which they're not.
Baron in 40 seconds. Chaos might actually just like seed Baron, knowing that the Elder's stronger to push.
Yeah, they're running it down bot. This is what's happening. They need to reset or just walk over.
This tower won't live for long. Remember, both teams have 3 grubs. Down it goes. Inhibitors are all open at this point. Gonna be able to take the mid inhib. The cast goes wide as well. Mushrooms getting placed by Vayu. Hook goes a little bit wide off the back of that one as Sunfry has to just use the sweeper to kind of stop his team from walking into those mushrooms. But as you saw, it stops them from actually aggressing. It draws a line which they have to slow down and deal with. And with that, now Chaos have all lanes pushing for themselves. They can play this nice and chill, put some mushrooms down, chill and wait for the Baron, wait for those waves to crash in and cause issue. But they're just going for it. They know they've got Elder. They don't want to wait it out too long. They want to just get this Baron and get back on the map. There's not really anything they can reset for as well. So they're just going to continue to push forwards, and this could be the game-winning push here.
Catch the mid-wave high, walk up top inhib, take it. Push in with the supers. They actually got a double super push. Oh, but look at Elijah in the mid lane. He's clearing out the wave.
That was nice.
Team have to go back for it. Ashar actually got blown, by the way, trying to kill Elijah. I don't know if they even saved the wave. Could we quickly just pan down to the trio in mid, if possible? Or not, that's fine.
Zoom in on
TP.
Inhibitor.
Yeah. They did keep the minions. Okay, awesome. Well,
And their super waves.
Oh.
Oh, they jump in, they get the grab onto Riot. Riot's got a big shield. The wild growth keeps him alive for so long. There's the Elder, though, to secure 1 kill onto the Teemo. All in hips down. Baron eldered up. Can Chaos close this one out? Elijah, 8-0 here on the Gragas. He is looking monstrously strong. He's going to just heal back up. They're going to wait for the waves to crash.
whoa. Elder's about to wear off in 30 seconds. They've got another wave!
Rocket
It's a word
almost
wave.
finishes Vayu up. Zap goes wide. Mushrooms, though, again, going to slow the advance forwards.
Vayu
Does
can't
get
play.
popped by one. Don't know who it popped
Vayu
onto. I
can't
think it's
play.
got on Penny and Harbo as they continue to press
Wave's
forwards a
gone.
little bit more. Oh, my word. This game is so tense.
I'm trapped in the building again! Trapped in the building! Well, there goes the Elder. 3 seconds. It's triple inhib for the next about 3.5 minutes.
I mean, you're somewhat handicapped by the fact that you're dealing with a Teemo on your team. But, like, they've had 2 Elders, 2 Barons, and 3 inhibs down, and they're still struggling to close it.
Aye. Not sure what to say, man. Not sure what to say. I think Vayu, by the way, is actually saving up for a death cap. He's got 2k gold just sat in his inventory right now.
Oh, yeah, that's absolute death cap money. There was a flank angle coming in from both Sunfry and Elijah, but they are just gonna back to base. The 2 waves of supers is such a menace, and they're constantly having to use their sweepers to kill like a
Without
single
Baron,
mushroom.
The problem is without Baron, these waves kind of get melted.
Yeah, they really do.
And there's only one form of hard engage on Chaos, and I don't think Shaka.
Oh! Sunfry arrow comes in, hits onto Golden Penny. He immediately QSS's
Harbo,
it.
look at
Mushrooms
Harbo.
are getting thrown down as Harbo going very low off the back of this one. Highbreast jumps into the middle of everyone, forced to use the ultimate, caught by the knock-up on the polymorph as he is going unbelievably low.
Raya!
The fate sealed! Raya with the hero play will get the res off as well. The towers are going down. Knock-up makes the connection. Vayu flashes forward, gets the pot dot on and secures the kill for his team. Elijah goes golden as he will finally be taken out. No! but the Nexus will. 47 minutes on the clock. Chaos are on match point.
Whew. Goodness me. What a series this has been
This
so
actually
far.
is cinema, man. This is cinema.
That it's not even elation or relief on the faces of Chaos. It's just bloody hell, we've got to do this one more time at least if we're gonna stay here in the spring split.
I feel like both
I don't
teams
even
are relieved. They're like, all right, that's the Teemo game out of the way. Both teams are happy with that.
It's just thank God that one's done. Like, it doesn't even matter. All right. Well, look, I don't even know if there's analysis to be had from us.
No.
But I know there is from the desk. So we're going to send you guys back over there. Trouble, Archer, and Solari. Take it away, guys.
Good luck.
No, don't put me on the spot. This was 50 minutes of chaos. I'm not meaning the team. This was absolute bonkers. But we got Tito. Tell me,
I think we have a winner. It's not LLS. And it's not Chaos.
Oh god.
We have a Twitch chatter who might or might not have played a game yesterday with a particular team. If Hybrid loses to Teemo, I might overdose on Euphoria. Well,
Brother,
buddy,
he's a
you're
professional
eating
Twitcher.
well tonight, aren't you?
Faitsky is a menace within the game and outside of it. Welcome to the chat. And oh boy, we need one of these, by the way. Faitsky, keep sending them in. But yeah, when you look into this game, obviously there's so much to talk about, but we don't have enough time because it was from one side to the other one, just jumping back and forth. And I don't know. We might as well focus on the late game. We might as well focus on the late game. And now the team wasn't able to actually finish this.
It feels like, at least when you look at Chaos, there are two players to talk about. Maybe three, but let's focus on two. There is, of course, Vayu with his Teemo, but I want first to focus on Sniller with that Lulu, because if I were Sniller in this game, I would rage quit afterwards, because Sniller was working harder than God himself in this game, trying to keep everybody alive, especially his mid laner, who was consistently trying to make his work harder and harder every time, but those ultimates from Sniller, those polymorphs, had insane value throughout the whole game. I think his team owes him at least a beer.
Absolutely. I think he was definitely the quiet carry, I want to say, of his team. Not only did he keep people alive over and over again, but I think his knockups on the Lulu Rs were like fantastic. Like on the snapbacks from Rai. A lot of the times when Java and Shackle would go forward, he had like the double knockup perfectly timed as well. However, I just want to give a shout out, a huge shout out to our Teemo, Two-Trick, Teemo and Gangplank. Gangplank, he did pretty well with the Gangplank last game, but he wasn't quite able to capitalize and win. However, right here, I think there was a particular replay. It might even be this one. I think it is this one.
This is the one.
It has to be this one, yes.
Where he literally saves the entire team fight on one cube. So as we see right here, they're going to actually pile up on Vayu. Guess who's there to help him? Sniller, literally on his side. And this fight looks very Chaos winning up to this point, right? Then Chaos will overextend, as they of course do, onto Golden Penny. And then Golden Penny gets the reset. Or does he? Because everyone is 1 HP, but the blind comes through, so he can't capitalize. 77,000 damage. That is insane.
Man.
That is insane.
Yeah,
That is
the best
insane.
part of that replay trouble was Jinx gets excited. She's like, I'm gonna get triple. Everybody bails. Chaos just runs away. Teemo is the last man standing saying, I don't care. I got this, bro.
He's got his mid
don't fear
laners
you.
and his AD carries damage combined.
Imagine. But you told me, like, he's a two-trick. So he has the GP. He has the Teemo. They're gone. They're gone.
Poppy,
And this
Poppy,
is match
gone.
point. Gone. It's time for Clans. If it's for Chaos, it's time for Clans. Just bring on massive Chaos. I mean, the Yone was banned on game 1, was brought in on game 2. We kind of had the cosplay
Hey,
of
I'm
Yone
still not sold. I'm
doing on
sorry, man. Riot, I love you, man, but I'm still not freaking sold.
You don't understand. It was a cosplay of an Orianna. They were not able to pick Orianna, so they had the Lulu Yone. Yone gets in the middle of them, and that's a knock up by Lulu. It was a massive, massive
Okay,
play.
okay, brother. You
Now,
do.
Game 3. Game 4, actually. Game 4. Where should we be focusing before we toss it and we wait for the champion select?
I mean, there have been so many different sides of the coin that have been carrying, but I feel like Vayu has been the shining star for this side of Chaos. We can't deny it. His Poppy was insane. Gangplank still shined on a losing game, and then that game 3 77k damage onto Timo. I think he's clearly the carry play for him.
Depends on
Wait.
what he's gonna play though.
Wait. The plot thickens. Baki is out. Subs in Zoiden. Raya
He's back. Everyone back
is
to their
AD
lanes.
carry.
Everyone back to their lanes. So Zoran mid, and Raya is back
I
to
think
AD carry.
This is it. Yes. From the information I'm getting, Zoiden comes back in. Baki is out, which means Raya will go back to AD carry. Okay.
Absol Cinema.
Okay.
Okay, anything can happen. Go.
Let's go.
Go.
Wow, this series keeps providing, and in order to provide you the next game, we'll be right back. I'll see you soon. What? Welcome back straight into Champion Select with the sub or original roster. I don't know how to look at it. Zori goes mid. Raya is now an AD carry. He just needed one last time to show his Yone, and now he can go bot.
Justice put him on AD carry. Okay, all jokes aside though, we're very excited to have Zoran back because every single time we're talking about Chaos, we were highlighting Zoran in the mid lane and how he has pushed games through individual lead in that mid lane. So now we'll get the real Harbo versus Zoran matchup that we were looking forward to.
We had a discussion about Zoran on the desk some time ago about his performance on Syndra specifically for Chaos. I believe it was a game versus Reach Gang in the seeding stage. Well, he absolutely popped off and was such a pivotal player for the team. So excited to see Zoran back. Curious as to what he's going to pick because Syndra is not available anymore. Tristana is banned out. He has also played Aurora throughout the split, and these were the only 3 games that he has played with Chaos so far. So maybe that's going to be the pick on the mid lane.
What's the final ban? It's only, by the way, that was a small delay, so that they're going to lose the final rotation ban for Chaos, which should be the 5th ban. So the 3rd one is going for the top lane yet again. Rumble, Xante, Gwen, and the Shogun.
Okay, surely
Oscar.
someone will pick Neferi in game number 4, right? Like, surely she's
Please.
broken enough and deserving of a home. She's homeless right now, guys. She's a stray. Someone give her a home.
This is horrible.
Well, it's not a dog.
It's a rabbit.
It's gonna be a bunny. Yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna be a rabbit for Zoran on the mid lane. Not surprised. Corgi could potentially go to the mid lane for Harpo as well, so it's going to be an interesting but a rather slow matchup in the early game. Oh, Wukong.
Ooh, okay. So, Wukong, a champion that doesn't necessarily gank super early. You need that level 6 to be able to set up, but you also need extra setup from your lanes. So I'm looking to see if Chaos are going to actually facilitate some setup for Shackle to be able to play that Wukong. Of course, you've got a lot of mid-jungle synergy right there with the Aurora and the Wukong, so you've got a pretty strong mid-jungle. For LLS, we have seen the Corki. However, I was about to say, that Corki has a lot of the times ended up down the bot lane, and Harbo bringing in a champion that we haven't necessarily seen in a very, very long time, going for more of a poke-oriented composition from the side of LLS.
Zoe. Okay, we got Teemo last game. We already raised the question, when was the last time we've seen Teemo in a professional game? This game, the question stands, but this time for Zoe, when was the last time we've seen her? She's a very fun champion with a lot of scaling in her kit. Very powerful in teamfights, especially if you can pivot that ultimate, that hop of hers correctly, which is not always the easiest thing to do, but at least she's going to be really fun to look at. That I can promise you.
I am confusion. Yeah, that is a warding Sejuani, as I like to call it. Usually Sejuani likes to pair up with melee champions. However, right here, I feel like Habridge is definitely going to work as a warding Sejuani, because when you have a full poke composition and enemies have super hard engaged, like we already seen the Ornn, the Wukong, you need some sort of heal or re-engage tools to be able to sort of regulate how fights go, and Habridge is going to be the referee basically for LLS right here to try and keep the backline active and alive.
Maybe this could be a sign for Elijah with a Renekton, at least accelerating it one lane to gank for the Sejuani, because I agree with you 100%. If you don't have a melee on any lane, it's a tough life. It's a tough life. Alistar and Braum being removed, now it's going to be complicated for that champion pool.
We're out
as
of
a support. You have to go for something different. We got to see the Lulu, a previous game from Sniller. What else do you have in the bag to surprise us? Talking about surprises, keep in mind, 5th ban doesn't exist.
No, but I mean, there is a world in which Swain goes support on the bot lane, which is not how you should be playing Swain. And I'm just saying, I'm looking at light side.
Copium.
Yeah, I am on a lot of Copium right now, but I'm also trying to think about what other supports we have that would suit both of these teams right now. Like for Chaos, for example, you want to have something with Engage. And I don't know, my mind is blank. I'm out of options there.
Okay, I was actually looking at Jin plus Bard here that could very easily set up for an Ornhorn and a Wukong to go on top of that.
Yeah.
Bard is a champion that really does like to roam. Wukong likes roaming supports as well to play together with. However, here I think prioritizing a very strong AD carry sets us Misfortune. You have a lot of wombo combo in your kit. And a lot of damage, and it's something that can also go toe-to-toe with Corki in lane. It's gonna instead be like Caitlyn does pair up relentlessly with the Karma, which could be taken away, but also has other pairings like Bard and Lux that she can go with.
Either of them will work, honestly. Just having a lot of control over the bot lane, having a lot of kill pressure in the early game, and if early game and mid game go well, also transitioning nicely into the late game with a lot of damage there. And judging by the previous games, I feel like we need to be talking about late game because these games last for a really long time for both of the teams.
Well, the Bard is locked in, and maybe if they want to go for that late game of 50 minutes, Gathering Storm could be the pick. I was just thinking if someone brought it in the previous game. So, what do you actually bring it to the top side? Because you have a Renekton.
Renekton is a pretty safe blind pick, I guess. Yeah, it would fit Elijah. I mean, Jack sort of falls in the same category, right? I do not want to see the Janna right here. I want to see a little bit more aggro, something like a Lux, something like a Karma would be fantastic. Karma works really well because of the poke over from the side of LLS as well. You can shield a lot of that away, and you get a ton of priority over the bottom of the map.
Please, Karma, just
lock it in.
Lock in. Yeah, just lock it in. Yes, thank you very much. You will need any shielding that you can gather in the late game because Zoe, her EQ, if I recall correctly, is going to hit like a truck in the late game when like it's 2-3 items on her, and there is almost no escaping there, especially if you're caught in a sleep trouble bubble. So yes, shields. Thank you very much.
It's double time on the sleep.
Yeah, I'm seeing a world here where if Chaos fall behind, it's just really difficult to walk inside neutral objectives. There's just so much control from LLS. And if you allow a poke composition, such as Zoe plus Corki, to get ahead and get first into these neutral objectives, it's going to be very difficult just to enter through choke points. So I feel like with Caitlyn, you need a lot of control in River, and you need to be there first to set up.
LLS, you were this close to get the 5-way tiebreaker on seeding stage. Now you're this close to be promoted to viewer. Can you take it to 5th game and Silver Scrapes possibly? Or will Chaos end your run? Take it away, Costas. It's up to you.
All to play for in this next game. Rye has gapped Harbo for this entire series in mid. Now he's heading back down to bot. Can he do the same to Penny? We were talking a little bit about this bot lane as soon as that Caitlyn got locked in. We were both like, Morgana or Karma, they're the only things we want to see. I'm glad they've got that. Very, very effective early at kind of getting pushing power. We kind of have a good understanding of that, but I want to know what the rest of this team comp looks like. Jamada, what are we expecting going into this game?
It's, you know, kind of just engage from range with the Ornn and pray that everything else hits onto the core carries, right? Zoe and Corki are not necessarily the best at dealing with these kind of engage tools like the Cyclone and the Ornn ult, so that's kind of what they're looking at, to be honest with you. Get through these lanes. Aurora should have a relatively okay time, to my understanding, into the Zoe. Maybe there's some weird interactions I don't know about, but Aurora, generally speaking, just kind of outlanes a lot of champions in the meta right now. Zoe is obviously not in the meta, so I'm not going to pretend like I know this matchup intimately. And the bot lane should be kind of back and forth. I expect it to kind of be dependent on what Sunfire and Still actually get up to, as opposed to Rhea and Golden Penny. But yeah, it's a very straightforward composition, I think, for Chaos. For Lightside, it's a little bit more nuanced, just because of the way their engage tools work.
And I mean, the nuance is what lost Lightside game number 1. Like, Chaos have kind of stuck to almost very clear planned comps for the entirety of this series. I mean, the Teemo was a bit of a wild card, but the general comp itself had somewhat of a function in the sense where it was still kind of playing towards those big team fights and kind of playing around that, where Chaos, again, locking in a very traditional front to back. This time, we're actually going to see Vayu kind of take the L. He's kind of been the guy for his team for this entire series. He is now just going to be playing the Ornn.
He also did play Poppy in game 1, but he did.
Oh yeah, it was Elijah on the Aatrox. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he played Poppy like a psycho, man. It was brilliant.
That he did. We'll see how Vayu pilots this lane. It's certainly a frustrating one. If you're a bit of a Ornn savant, you know, it's playable, but it's hard, right? That's the best way I'd put it. You can certainly nullify the Jax. You can really make things quite awkward, but it will always be very hard. Oh, Snilla. Well,
Slow down.
Oh, that high bridge, that might be sticking damage.
Yeah, I mean, that is...
Yeah, high bridge cannot go back to base.
That is going to slow him down significantly. So, yeah, Vayu and Elijah. I mean, as much as it's definitely a rougher lane for Vayu, I mean, we said, like, you know, he's kind of just going to be able to, like, handle it. I've got a lot of faith in this guy after watching him throughout all of today. But Riot, now in his bot lane, now in his role, probably just going to be looking to kind of play for that side of the map if I was onto Shackle. And he is clearing downwards where Hybrush will actually be clearing up towards Vayu. So I need to be very much aware of that. So he does have the W to cancel out some of the CC that will be coming into him. And his mid lane's quite exciting, actually, because, I mean, one of the biggest issues that Zoe always has is champions who can just get on top of her and, like, keep her pinned. She's a very slow champion. As hold on Sunfry. Looking for Raya here. Misses a bit of that damage off. Gets caught by the slow. As Zoran is ignited in the mid lane. Levels up and heals enough not to die. But Harbo taking a very, very aggressive trade here versus Zoran. Maybe there's a window for Shackle to come in for a gank.
Yeah, he might just come off his Raptors and walk mid to try and find this play here. There was a ping onto him. He was actually on a ward, so very aware of where the Wukong is. Actually, take a look at the minimap because see Hybrid just crossing over off this 3 camp to try and interrupt, maybe steal away the blue. I mean, it's going to be close in terms of Shackle might turn the corner and see it.
He's doing it quite quickly, actually. We're seeing bot lane also going quite low. Sunfry, he's a whole heap of damage. Snilla not level 3 yet, so doesn't have that quite pressure to lock down Sunfry. As they forced him off the blue. Hybris, actually, no, sorry. Hybris catches Shackle. Shackle was not looking at the map there. He gets caught out by the lockdown. They've got the shields for him for the moment. A lock into the wall. Going to get some damage off. Hybris goes down.
Oh, no.
Raya gets first blood. They're now looking for Sunfry. That's going to be a double kill over. No. Shackle's able to secure it. Steals back some damage, but Raya now with double buffs. This bot lane is going to be pretty brutal.
Shackle might have not been looking at his screen, but Snilla was. That's for certain. As trades, again, they're going to be very... Oh.
What happened?
Well, I never said that Ryo was looking at his screen.
Shackle.
I
mean,
he doesn't have Valkyrie.
Doesn't have barrier either. I think Shackle can just get that one. There it is. Feet of Warfare, and he gets his blue buff back.
What the heck is going on? See, the best part, I have two POVs, but one is director cam, one is the feed that you guys see. The director cam went up to the value screen before we got to see it, and
he flashed over the net.
Second, but yeah, the flash over the net is just really wicked timing there. Well played, Golden Penny finds himself an extra kill, but does go down to Shakal, who 2 kills onto a Wukong in a game like this. That's a very big deal. Wukong is one of the biggest catalysts to success for a composition where he's the secondary engage, but he's also a big, you know, bulk of the damage that kind of comes after the Orno or the Aurora are. I'd love to see him continue to snowball with the kills afforded to him, as we saw in that pit. Very awkward to play out the lane against the Jax. He's also very hard to itemize against since his rework, because he actually does so much magic damage that you do actually need to go at least 1 null magic mantle. Just because you think about it, the W, the E, that could even be misremembering. I'm pretty sure the Q, no, I think the Q deals physical damage. But of course the ult as well. So anyway, point being, Jax does a lot of magic damage. It's not just all physical.
Highbridge has actually been really good at securing these early dragons. Really on it. I think Harbo throws down the smite there. I thought he was thinking about saving Highbridge's smite for the grubs, but for now it looks like the contest is coming in. Snilla needs to be careful though. He's going to get caught out by some of the damage. Can he actually get the extra bits off? Raya is able to secure 1. They trade out though. Drowsy connects in on to Zoran, who gets caught by the ignite. Throws down the ultimate. They just trade out. Holy moly!
Well. Jake, It's a banger.
It's gonna be a banger.
It's pending. We are
Oh,
9
man.
kills in 6 minutes. I don't think we're going to see a Voracious Archon today. That's my brave guess.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very brave guess of you indeed. As Grub's going to spawn up, Shackle gets sped up, comes in, has got that red buff, and Hybros, he is quite weak right now. Sunfray able to get onto Sniller. Sniller gets put to sleep, goes for the lockdown, but is going to immediately look to try and break him out. Really nice. Grubs do wake him up. Sniller gets caught by the paddle star, though. The Shackle has already used his clone to clear the wall. In comes the Ornn, though. The Ornn Horn available. Zoran going to look to put some damage down onto these members. Catches them out. Harbo goes for the bubble. Doesn't make the connection. Jumps over the wall with the ultimate. Gets himself out with the lockdowners. Oh, Zoran. I don't think you're going to get Sunfry. They go through the portal, though. Shackle chasing onto Hybros. Lockdown's available. Harbo comes in. Misses the paddle star. Puts the monkey to sleep. Gets woken up by Grump. Shackle.
Yo.
That was really smart by Shackle. Hybros? He's got Elijah.
Okay. Gonna walk it out. And do you know the best part about this exchange? The grub's still on.
Yeah, I know.
He's still going for the grub, by the way. He wants that grub. Hello.
I think Vayu used his W a bit early there. Didn't block out the lockdown, although Sneller's coming over. He's just going to look to get a little bit of poke on. Elijah gets caught out, jumps back in. Vayu actually in danger. Grandmasters might throw him down here, as Elijah's got the damage to finish up. Vayu charges away to safety. No way does he survive that one.
You're joking. And that feels bad for Elijah. The turnaround was there. But Cookies, all of the healing. He was 29 HP. Vayu. Absolutely ridiculous that he's able to walk out.
The biggest problem is, though, Sniller was topside for so long that Raya had to give up a lot of pressure bot side. Does lose a plate.
There's certainly a thing. Raya, however, has got the stronger combat stats as of right now. Remember, Corky's initial build path isn't necessarily the strongest. So it's Sheen Phage now finally picked up to kind of equalize that out. Yeah. Yeah, can't really do anything about that. Sleep. Just gonna go wide. Cosmic Binding does not, however. Nice bit of damage. Sunfry, he might be 2 and 3, but honestly, his accuracy on those Cosmic Bindings so far have been pretty top-notch. Done a really, really good job. And it's ensured that light side have got a little bit more even. Yeah.
He might die here, actually. Oh, no. Able to survive. Harbo didn't have enough mana to follow up. No flash.
Exactly.
If he had flash ignite with the auto. I think it's called
Just
More
anything.
Sparkles is the passive. From Zoe.
Is that what it is?
I think that's what it's called.
I'm going to fact check you right now. Oh, well, Harbo fact checked Zoiran. That's my assessment of that. Yeah.
This is rough because the thing is like, Raya's been outclassing Harbo all day, but like, Zoran hasn't been playing. So Harbo's warmed up. We're 4 games into this series. So he's definitely warmed up for this one as Zoran starting to get a little bit rolled here. 1 and 2 on the Aurora. It's just going to teleport back into
CS.
Yeah.
Still up in CS. And I guess like the skirmishes, Zoiran's not really been present for them, to be honest, right? Like, his 1 kill is the 1-for-1. So,
true.
We'll see. Again, you know, the function of Zoe against the function of Aurora, I know which champion of the two I'd prefer to be piloting.
Oh no, throws down the ultimate. He's going to use it to try and reposition, but it's not going to happen. Time's out. Harbo is 4 and 1 on the Zoe.
That's tough. He stunned and then slept before he can make it to the wall. Elijah is going to proc demolish and then lightly just proxy this wave. He is in a very comfortable position right now, and this is just the laning prowess of Elijah coming through in the 1v1. And also just its slight nature of the matchup. Vayu's not found many windows to abuse him. However,
Put on the trampoline. Jackal's able to secure the kill. There's Dragon number 2, though, over the light side. So they get another kill onto the monkey, who has got himself that Sundered Sky. But ultimately, still needs to kind of get some more for his team off the back of this.
Yeah, that he does. That he does. 2 dragons. Light side picked up, like you said earlier. Highbridge done a very good job at picking those up, and despite the, I mean, frankly, the pounding that he's taken inside of this lane, he's equal on plates. He's actually equal in gold overall. The assist helping out there. Harbo, another great trade, and yeah, getting slept feels pretty bad. Yeah, didn't quite have the timing there on the portal jump. Did time out. All right, well, Harbo.
A very aggressive start, right? But like, this game had slowed down in tempo quite significantly. And that's okay. Raya's now finished up his Yon tiles. He's slowly getting a bit stronger as it goes on. And Vayu, you know, this lane isn't ever going to be that amazing for him, but he's kind of just done his job. He just needs to get tanky, build some items, and basically sit this one over as he's just trying to get a bit of damage off. Finds that grasp onto Elijah. Where's that Q as well? Actually, Elijah's starting to go a little bit low. Highbridge is going to be looking for the grubs. The monkey's on the wrong side of the map. That will be light side securing themselves the lockdown as Golden Penny jumps over the wall. Forced to use the Valkyrie there, although there's a monkey in the area. Zoran needs to be careful. If he gets put to sleep again, going to pay the heavy price.
He will. Now, I'm not sure if you remember it, Jake, but in the winter playoffs, Lightside had a very interesting lower bracket run, especially their DMG series, that first one, because and by we I mean I, had spent a lot of time being very critical of Harbo, and I know sometimes it can come off as a little bit mean, especially when the player is on a team that is just not performing particularly well overall. But it was Harbo that pretty much drug Lightside's corpse over the line in that series to at the very least bring them to round 2.
Vayu is in a bit of danger here. That may just be first tower. Flashes away to guy some space. Elijah jumps away. That is going to be all she wrote on that one. Shackle's making his way over, though, to play defensive. He's going to be able to break away.
Not able to find anything.
I just noticed Highbridge's items.
30 kills. Yeah.
He's got the recall boots. I can never remember their Synaptic Souls or whatever.
Yeah. I'm waiting for you to figure out.
It just means he's very quick around the map, right? Like, he's able to pull ganks like that off and get back on the map real quick. But, they do get the lockdown in onto Snilla. Snilla not going to go down here, but Harbo coming in, misses the Q. Raya, get out of the shot, man! He's going to look for the kill onto Sunfry. Bro, you can't be looking at the shot like that.
In Raya's defense, no, there's no defending that.
That was so bad. He could have got a kill if he was paying attention.
Yeah.
This could be first turret blood and then feats of strength over to Lightside once again. We'll have a look at the replay.
Oh, no. Yeah, how did they get so low? That's the question. Is it a Bardol? Nope, Bardol's already blown. Did they just start hitting each other?
Oh, no, we have to hold that fork because they're going in. Monkey spin. Elijah getting chased down. Knockup makes it into the second monkey spin. Elijah very low, but not under any kill threat right now. Sunfry is in the area. They may look for the dive. Sunfry going to be playing Disruptor here. Once again, sleep lands. Harbo being 6-1 on the Zoe is genuinely terrifying.
Yeah. So that's what I want to go back to. It was Harbo that got them to round 2 of playoffs in the lower bracket, and he's pretty well primed to, at the very least, get them to a Game 5 decider at 6-1. But do you know what else it does additionally do? It puts a lot of pressure on him, and also it puts a massive target on his head when he's got a 363 gold bounty. When you're playing against Ornn, Aurora, Wukong, this lane looks fantastic.
Oh no, Raya.
Ah, Raya.
Send him back to mid.
Yeah. Getting back on that boat up there, man. He needs to be there. I think that's what they'd like to do relatively soon, actually.
Honest, man, getting back on mages, man. Let's go with that.
Oh.
They find the lockdown onto Sniller. Sniller in danger here, caught by the lockdown. Lightside are just finding pick after pick here. They even get the right sleep onto the right monkey. Shackle gets heavily chunked out as Zoran's just going to look to put some damage forwards onto Harbo, but now gets caught by the lockdowns. What is he doing, Zoran? You knew they were in that side of the map.
I think we're getting a game 5.
I think they need to sort their sub situation out again, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not the best look in the world.
This could be dragon number 3.
Yeah, they're down 4k gold. 3 dragons. We're only 16 minutes in. This is quickly approaching like remake territory. But I won't over-exaggerate it. They are scaling, I guess. Chaos. You can't deny that. Yeah, build that item on. What are you buying? Merc Treads. Well, Jake, if they contest Herald, I think, unless they absolutely murder someone immediately, and that someone has to be Harbo, I think they lose the game on this play.
All right, let's look at the upsides here for Chaos. They do have a very fed monkey. They have Riot, who is also pretty strong, even ignoring that pretty silly death he had a moment ago. Elijah may just be getting Zoran down one more time. 1 and 4 right now on the Aurora, really starting to struggle. Eyebrows looking for that smite steal. They do find the lockdown onto multiple people. That's going to be the secure. Shackle now trying to jump into the fray. Gets the spin, and that might be that turnaround. Penny getting caught by the run over. They take the follow-up, get the second cyclone off. Vayu's able to reposition momentarily as Harbo joins into the fray. Riot burning down. They secure the kill. The Zoe is too much. Shackle jumps over the wall. Evades being caught by the lockdown as in comes Zoran. Don't think he's going to be able to find much more. Harbo, though, may look for another sleep. Connects it onto him. Finds the lock-in. Shackle trying to save the day. There goes Zoran. Chaos are crumbling apart in this one. The monkey will fall. Shackle does his hardest, but Highbridge secures the double.
What is going on? Everything's just falling apart at the seams. Poor Chaos. And, I mean, we have to just be fair. It's the whole bot side of the map. Don't get me wrong, like Vayu also, he's just in a rough matchup, right? It's really difficult to say that Vayu hasn't done his job, but Raya and Sniller down on this bottom side got absolutely demolished over time, and Zoran, I mean, he obviously not played all night. Come into the series cold. This initial engage, pretty good, but then, they try to overcommit for the Bard. They don't quite find him, and Harbo, he finds Raya. And then he goes on to find Sniller. It's just a difficult situation to be in when one champion is this fed, and you can't lock them down. Not much else to say as in the picture-in-picture. Yeah. That lets you know everything that's going on in this game. Vayu has to TP out. Oh. Well, Jake's either DC'd or muted.
I hate myself.
There is a bunch of stuff going on.
Penny?
Hey.
Shackle! Zoran, he has to run away because he's going to get caught by the slows. In goes the Q, goes a little bit wide, but Zoran, I mean, you have nowhere to go.
He's
and
EP.
Harbo is about to get another one. There it is. I'm convinced Harbo has more kills in this game than he has the entire series.
That's a strong... I'm not going to go back and look at the stats, but... if that's what the stat is, I'd believe it. I would believe it. Man, oh man. Well, we're on our way to game 5. It's just about how painful this ends up being for Chaos, I think. I usually hate calling games early, but it feels like Chaos are just not on the same page at all. I don't really see a way back in for this if Lightside continue to play at the cadence that they have been so far for the first 20 minutes of this game. Harbo's flashless, maybe that's their way in.
Yeah, they're going to look for the lockdown. Hybrid forced to use the flash. Harbo throws down the bubble, doesn't quite make the connection. They're just going to back off.
Oh, okay. Swing and a miss. Not the worst thing.
Optimistic.
I mean, the problem is they can't 5v5 anymore. Like, the gold difference, this is a real 7k gold lead, right? There are iron completion differences between Chaos and Lightside right now that they certainly won't be able to overcome.
Elijah actually jumps in immediately, tries to find some damage off. It's just like, no matter where the camera's panned, something is going on. Vayu's been forced to throw the ultimate up to keep his ADC alive. Actually do get a bunch of damage onto Harbo. There's Elijah, able to jump away. There's Shackle. Oh my word. He is down. Nice pick there for Lightside, and they are looking to push this into game number 5. Chasing onto Vayu. Sunfire not going to find anyone. Inhibitor falls at 21 minutes.
It's a disaster.
Right, here's game 5's game plan. Raya back in mid lane. Vayu back on carries. That's my game plan.
Yeah. Where's Zoyron go?
I'll figure that out. Down goes Dragon. That's going to be Mountain Soul for Lightside. And Atakan. Yeah, this guy might be a little bit donezo. Like, it would have to be one hell of a fight for Chaos to be able to pull this one back.
I mean, we had well, game 3 exists in this series. That much I can say. But this just feels like an absolute shellacking.
I mean, this is a very different light side. It's a very coordinated light side. And, you know, a lot of it, you can boil down to, you know, Harbo actually just having a very, very solid performance in lane. He's been having a tough run of it, but this game genuinely looking very, very solid here on the Zoe. And a pick that, you know, kind of came out of nowhere. Weren't expecting to see Zoe show up, and oh no, Sunfry is just about to deny everything. Oh! Going the long way around.
Oh, you can't fit through there, mate.
No way. I think that might be a dead monkey. Throws out the Cyclone once again. It's just going to try and steal away the Gromp. Doesn't even get that. I mean, not Ornn. Bard is genuinely one of the biggest counters to Rift Herald in the game. Just turns off a tower.
The biggest.
The biggest.
Can do that.
Nivea's quite good. To put a wall up in front of Herald.
Yeah, that's true. But you've got to physically be there. You know, like Bard doesn't even really have to physically be there.
He can be a distance away. Tempered Fate goes a long old way. So, right, let's I feel like this game, you know, unless genuine mistakes come out, and like a lot of those genuine mistakes and like Harbo, Hybrid both dying, giving a double kill to Raya, who gets the shutdown. Probably your best avenue back in for Chaos. Those are kind of like freak mistakes that can happen, but, you know, probably unlikely to happen. What are we genuinely looking at? Because I made jokes, but like, what actually do Chaos need to kind of bring back to secure game 5? Well, you might get time to think. Gets caught, gets locked down, gets immediately blown up. Vayu flashes over the wall, but Elijah's going to chase up. Tempered Fate onto 2. Vayu brings in the Ornn Horn, catches the knockoff with multiple members, but he may pay the price for it. Elijah gets slowed down, but the inhibitor's going to get caught. Harbo jumping forwards with a fake flash just to get some damage off. As Shackle actually may find himself a bit of damage onto Elijah, catches him with the knock-up. Is not going to get enough damage to finish up Shackle. Inhibitor will fall. Chaos actually hold fast there. Don't lose anyone but Sniller.
The base is gone, though.
Yes.
Baron's up. Elijah has TP. Oh, no. Okay. Gotta hold your breath when Zoe's this fed.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got plants. You can go eat the plants and then go do the thing again. Yeah, there you go.
Some mana back.
Get your five a day. Yep, perfect.
Shackle needs to be careful. If he just aims this in remotely the right direction, Shackle's dead. There's the Baron. Chaos, they're too slow and also too low to try and stop this one. They actually still got Raya in the bot lane, who's just desperately trying to put some last-minute gold together, get some turret shutdowns. As that tower is going to be falling. Inhibitor will be next up. They're going to bring Raya back, and it is one last desperation stand for Chaos in this game. I mean, Elder's up in 2 minutes. Lightside can just play this slow and steady, get that Elder, and then look to close the game out if they want.
Yep. Oh, okay. Jake.
What?
Elder spawning before 30 minutes.
Yeah. It's a very early Elder.
Okay. Here's my pitch.
Go on.
Lightside don't end. Very plausible based on how this series has gone. Elder flip. Chaos stabilize. Deal?
That is
Deal?
genuinely
Deal?
the most pure copium I've ever heard of.
Yeah. But, like, we need something, right? Like,
I mean, that is genuinely, I think you are 100% correct. That is the only way Chaos get back into it. And also, I do think those kills need to go onto the right targets. Like, it has to be Zoran or Raya who get that gold. I feel like if Shackle is the one who gets 1,000 gold shutdown, great. Monkey's a bit stronger, but like realistically, Raya is your insurance for late game. He's now got Infinity Edge. He's 3 items in on the Caitlyn, so tied with Golden Penny on item build right now. But Lightside, I think they also know that this flip is a potential, so they want to secure some damage onto the towers. Vayu loses all his health. They throw the lockdown. It hits onto the Monkey. It's only the clone, though. Hybridge is low HP. That's going to be the shutdown picked up for Zoran. Putting the ace on the hole on cooldown, though, as Shackle's trying to buy some space. Golden Penny's going to get healed back up. Raya losing a lot of HP. They just continue to get caught down. Sunspray with an amazing ultimate. It's a quadra kill for Golden Penny. He's going to get it. Shackle locked in place. Golden Penny with the pentakill!
right on time for the Nexus to fall. And for us to have 5 games on this Elimination Series night. That was stop.
That was a very one-sided game.
Yeah, there's no way to put that. That was just one-sided. Lightside completely dismantled a already taken together by their own means Chaos. Difficult game to talk about, and also a strange game to play to then have to go into a game 5, right?
Yeah,
because that is the main thing. After such a high-intensity game 3 and a hard-fought game 1 and 2, that felt like the kind of game where they were gassed out, and they've still got to play one more game. So
it's been a tight series.
I don't envy them.
Yeah, it's been a very, very tight series, but game 4 was just Lightside whole-handedly, very, very easily. We are going to be going to Silver Scrapes, but before that, we should pass it over to the desk. Archer, do what you want with that one. That was a hard one to break down.
Echo 100% what Jamara stated. They just ran out of air. But my question is, when you sub someone in, why are you getting tired? Harpo was amazing this game. You gotta highlight it.
Zoe, man, I told you, the least we can expect is that Zoe's going to be fun to watch, and boy, was she fun to watch. That damage from the bubble plus Q started hitting really bad really early.
Yeah, I feel like Harbo getting accelerated right here on Zoe meant that Sejuani was no longer awarding Sejuani, meant that every single ult hit by Hybrids resulted in a kill on a bubble into a QR, and I feel like the win condition was very important right here for Chaos because they pretty much only had 2 lanes of damage, right? They had the Caitlyn lane, which always needs to be ahead. You need to have bot lane tower by 14 minutes, and then you have the Aurora that's more for snowball burst mates, right? And none of these 2 things happen. And Wukong gets fed. But Wukong does nothing into the composition of LLS. It was just a one-sided storm from LLS. Great snowball.
You talk about it, and I think that's the highlight. Caitlyn needs to get ahead. Karma enables that most of the times. You need to push, you need to get those plates. And when you see the Wukong getting a few kills and not translating that lead towards the bot lane, I was extremely concerned. You allowed the Corki to accelerate, get the stacking on the tier and all that, and where's the Caitlyn? I didn't get to see Caitlyn.
That's the thing, we didn't get to see Caitlyn because we didn't get to see Wukong on the bot lane. Whenever we saw action from Wukong in the early game, it mostly happened for some unknown reason on the top lane. And I get that you have wanted to play around Elijah in the previous 2 games because he was playing on very proactive champions, but he's not exactly gonna do much if he's ahead as an own.
Clay's Golden Penny. This is the replay.
Oh yes! That was the pentakill.
Yeah,
Even golden.
I feel like the poke composition that we're talking about, there was so much damage coming from the
Elijah.
Corki and the Zoe. The clutch ult on the tower, of course, for the dive. And Golden Penny grabbing his pentakill right here on the Corki. Very deserved, actually. I feel like Bard Corki was a pretty good duo to go up against the Lux Karma down the bot lane. And as you can see, poke compositions, when they get ahead, so freaking difficult to deal with, so difficult to face check into them, walk through choke points, get into objectives, get into the river, and Chaos really did struggle with this one.
I think it's unfair to look at this game and say, hey, Zoyna just stepped in, yada yada. I think this is, well, Chaos. It's your time to just group up and think about this. Jamada's prediction goes out. I think Solari is the only prediction capable of coming true right now, just saying. But it's, okay, I want to take your final thoughts before we look into the last game. Solari, what's gonna happen? I want like predictions, but not numbers. What's gonna happen?
We pull out the most unhinged picks, especially on the bot lane where we are pretty much okay. Now on bot lane we still have some options. Maybe let's not look at the bot lane. The mid lane, the top lane, the jungle are gonna go absolutely crazy. We go into the game, we get a very early first blood, and then we get into the territory of like 50-minute game. We see like at least 3 elders in this game, and up until the very last point, the suspense is going to be there because you don't know for whom the Silver Scrapes have been playing for.
You are suspended. Troubling. You're the clairvoyance. I believe in you since 2022.
I think LLS have woken up here, and they know that if they take firm control of that early game, they can very easily snowball. It took them 4 long games, but I think they're finally here, so I'll stick with my guts right here. I did predict LLS 3-1. Okay, they just put another content game in. Cool, we wanted 5 games anyway.
Okay. Before we toss it to break, I got information that Raya is now a top laner. Kidding, no changes for game 5. Just kidding, everyone. I got you. With that in mind, it's Silver Scrape times as we wait for the champion select of what it is. The last game of the series. Whoever loses is out.
Woo woo, wee woo.
Game 5, Light Side versus Chaos, do or die. Tomorrow can be actually on the brackets or as a viewer. Chaos or Light Side, the sub in the middle of the I don't know, so many things happening and we don't even get to talk about them. All those champions are panned. Gone!
That's a lot of champions, man. What even pick when all those champions are gone? And there is still bans coming in and still poor Choga and Bayou is not allowed to play today for the whole series. Oh god.
Big Pantheon.
Actually, and ironically, Big Pantheon. Like, why are we sleeping on this champion for the whole series? And the Fury, yes.
You banned the clan, but you don't.
No. Trouble.
Are you doing good?
We love you.
That little button, that's...
I cannot
she
stress
was
enough
so many good things.
How fun it is for ERLs in general to have their own metas. And like we haven't seen Naafiri and Pantheon at all, which are champions that would be first pickable in like tier 1 regions, right? And right here you see people who play a champion very much, and like we had the example of Chenzen over in the LPL where his Rengar was getting perma-banned, right? So we see same thing here with the Kled, with the Cho'Gath, the entire series versus Vayu. And Alistar, a Lord and Savior, the only tank and gate support that remains in the pool.
Yay,
made it to game 5.
First pick. Woo! B1 Alistar will live long enough to see that actually happening in this series. Hasn't Volibear been picked already? We had the hovers for sure. It hasn't been picked
Yes.
It hasn't been picked.
yet. Oh god.
I think this is going to be on Hybrid. We've seen him played before in the jungle. I feel like he's one of the heavier ganking junglers and can very easily turn around a game, especially if you go more towards the Sundered Sky route, the AD route in the jungle for early pressure. And it definitely worked in the previous game as well that we saw with the early pressure with the Sejuani as well. So again, that was the whole plan. Get early pressure, snowball that lead for LLS, and hopefully they're looking to replicate this here with the Volibear.
It feels like right now the teams are not really building any identity. We're just picking the champions that are still available before the second rotation of the bans comes in. We're not allowed to pick anything we want to play anymore. But here is Jin that we saw banned in the previous game as well for Rhea this time. What else do you pick? You probably go the jungler now, right? For Chaos. Pantheon?
Any
I
Pantheon
swear.
enjoyers? Any
I
Pantheon
swear.
Nafiri enjoyers?
I swear.
Oh.
Today is the day.
I was happy for like a split second.
Hey,
Oh,
versus
that
Valdi.
is so exciting. We haven't seen Lee Sin in a hot minute, and there's a reason. That champion sucks right now. However, he's still one of the strongest champions in the early game if he does get ahead, and he is a playmaker. So it's on Shackle's hands to find openings to make that Lee Sin work. I do not like Naked Lucian when you cannot insta-lock that with Nami. However, this means that the Lucian's going bot lane with Braum, because he's also really good paired up with Braum to do the passive. So it's definitely not a mid lane Lucian coming in from LLS.
It's an insta-stun. Volibear can help on that one as well. So really fast to pull the stuns in the middle of the fights. Wei being removed from Zoidan, who's a control mage at best. We've seen him really control like the Syndra, but the Syndra has been removed from the first game from Raya, which is the AD carry, by the way, for those of you who got here. Right now, yes, deal with it. The AD carry played Syndra mid. We just wanted to see what they're going to be removing, maybe more for the mid lane to try and target Harbo, but it's actually the Olaf. Okay, so they're going for the top department for Elijah.
I'm seeing Ambessa for light side for Elijah. Don't know how right I am here, but I want to see something that is going to be able to get to Jhin, because Rhea on Jhin is going to stand really far away from everybody, and I'm not seeing a reliable option for light side right now to get to him. And with all the champions that are not allowed to be played anymore, the options are so limited that I think I want to see Elijah and Ambessa because of all that mobility that each champion provides.
And a lot of the control mages have also been banned out that remain. Particularly, I'm looking towards that way. Rise is another one that's super prominent in the meta right now, and you can potentially make plays with. You can get creative with the Rise since you have Alistar and Lee Sin as well, and potentially create picks through that. So there's like a lot of creative play through the Rise. Now it's a question if Zoran chooses to go towards something like this, or if he chooses to go a little bit more old school with his mage picks in the mid lane. Things like Annie popping into the whole mix and stuff like that. Oh, and Rise been locked in. That would be a perfect choice for Annie right here.
Well, they're so close range that it makes sense. It makes sense. Getting an additional member in the middle of the fight, that would be cool as well. If you want to make it interesting, bring in the Ivern. Get 7 members in the middle of a team fight. I'm just playing, by the way. Don't do it. Now, it has to be the pick for the mid lane. You have to reveal the top lane as well. If you go for the Yorick, okay. We've seen lights of him.
We've seen what he can do, and it's still the Yorick that you remember, and supposedly a menace on the side lanes unless you bring him in the team fights all the time, but you don't want to. You want to keep him on the side lanes. You want to apply a lot of pressure towards light side to make them choose all the time whether trying to set up an objective or going to stop you on the side lanes. Oh my goodness gracious, how deep are we going into the champion pools?
Okay, we talked about the classics in the mid lane. The classics, one of the most classics in League of Legends history was Kadril canceling his R on Malzahar. So we do have our own Sally at home, ladies and gents. It's going to be Zorian on that. I was about to say on Kadril in the mid lane, but sorry, on Malzahar in the mid lane. That is a very low DPS composition on the set of Chaos, and it's very concerning. There is a lot of setup with the Malzahar, the Jhin, Lee Sin. However, there's not a lot of true damage that can stick that is consistent during the fights. And this Yorick's primarily going to be on a side lane, trying to pressure as much as he can. I'm a little worried that Chaos might run out of steam when it comes to team fights and skirmishes.
They still have a lot of burst damage. But the problem is everybody on light side is going to be pretty buffy and tanky later in the game. I don't see how they're cutting through Volibear plus Urgot running at them at full speed.
Yorick, Lee Sin, Malzahar. Yes, you know it. It's 2025, but it's Fearless Draft. We're trying to adapt and we're trying to figure out who's moving forward. It's 2-2. Whoever wins the next one is going to move forward. The other one is eliminated. There's no more chances. There's no Guardian Angel to save you from Spring Split. But there's no Guardian Angel to save you back at home from Hip Rain and Jamada. Take it away.
Hello everybody and welcome back, getting ready to go into game number 5. I can't make odds or ends of this. I mean, Chaos have been putting such a solid performance up versus Lightside, but that last game has just kind of blown everything open for me. Harbo absolutely demolished Zorian in mid lane, and I am happy to see Vayu back on someone who can kind of actually carry and do damage, but I mean, Urgot versus the Yorick matchup topside for him.
Yeah, it's a weird matchup to say the least. Urgot, or rather, sorry, I'll start with Yorick, because we've been seeing him kind of weirdly rise in priority, not just like in general appearance, like hey, he's popping up in these. Like some teams have just been second rotation in him if they feel like there's not really a lot of answers. Urgot, however, is an odd matchup because it's one where you definitely kind of win lane as Yorick. If you get Urgot trapped in the cage, he can't really do much about it. The W can occasionally not target the wall. So you might be thinking, well, maybe the matchup is that, right? You press W as Urgot, you break down the wall really quickly. If you've hit Vayu with Q, it's going to prioritize the champion and not the wall. So there are loads of small interactions like that. Turn the lights back on, I'm scared.
Oh, they're going to check. I mean, you really don't want to be fighting a Braum volley there, level 1. That is terrifying. And this is one of those old matchups. Remember when Braum first came around? Like, Lucian was like the guy to go to be paired up with Braum. Just being able to set that passive off so fast. As Sniller needs to be a little bit careful if they decide to go for a late invade. The other side.
That might be exactly what they're doing. Oh. Well, on the bright side, at least they haven't walked out of the bush yet.
True. True. That would give them plenty of time to go, we did a flash.
Could you imagine if they walked out of the bush and then Elijah DC'd? Goodness me.
I mean, Elijah's top. But I guess, it's
but you still
have
to, you have to pause. Yeah, you have to pause for the DC, right?
That
well,
would be rough.
We don't really have to give you an update. You guys saw what happened.
Is he breached?
When he's back? Yeah, he's just feigning. He's just feigning. We're not even.
Oh, my internet's playing up. Go grab his Maccas.
Yeah. Well, we'll let you know when he's back, and you'll know when he's back because it seems like a DC pause. So when he returns,
back in
literally
game.
just start the game.
Yeah.
Well,
how you doing, buddy? It's been quite an intense best of 5. We were talking about this. I don't know if this was on air or off air, but I'm going to say it as if it was off air. But I was saying to you, I was like, this is actually more exciting than Nord versus Los Ratones. This is such an explosive game. That's next week, by the way, Nord versus Los Ratones. So to be fair, genuinely, that's going to be super exciting.
I don't want to be Debbie Downer or anything. I have a feeling that this series might comically be more entertaining. I won't say higher quality.
Yeah, quality definitely is going to be on their game, but
yeah,
from a standpoint
we squeezed
of just
5
watching
games.
Chaos.
Look, yeah, if you're a neutral, and to be fair, the likelihood is you probably are, right? I'm just I'm going to talk directly to you guys at home. I'm sure there are definitely supporters of Chaos and Light Side, but I know how the grassroots gets down. I know what this is. as a neutral, this has been a bloody fantastic series to watch.
I mean, if
I'm
there aren't
hoping
supporters, there probably will be after this game. Genuinely, these games have been so much fun to watch.
Yeah. So we have an update, and it's that we are getting a router restart out of probably Elijah. Just to wager, I guess. We can throw to a break if we want. Jake, you're the play-by-play. I don't know. Mate, it's up to you. Look, you're technically you're still the senior here. You know, believe it or not. I'm playing the senior.
I'm actually practically. I'm like one of the oldest people in esports. I'm only 32. Industry's full of youngsters.
I know. I don't even get to classify myself as a youngster. No, it's been a long time.
In a while.
Well, we've
This
also
is our
not
chance to
casted.
catch our break.
Yeah, we've not casted in like. I don't even know.
It was
It's
last
been a
year. It must have
long
been
time.
Winter Cup. It must have been the Winter Cup. We were having a look. We haven't actually casted it all together this year, which is
Yeah,
crazy.
definitely haven't.
By the way, for everyone at home who doesn't know what's going on with me, I've been going for 14 hours. I've been casting for 14 hours today. I had another show prior in the morning. So somehow my voice is holding out because this game and this series has been so much fun. It's been so explosive. I don't know how my voice is still holding. I think tomorrow I might not be able to talk, which is great because I've got I've got friends over.
The best part. The best part about being a caster is accidentally blowing your voice out. Or in the case of like, I don't envy play-by-plays at all for this specific part because you guys have to do so much shouting in comparison. And it feels like it's a gym thing where you'll get it now because you actually go to the gym. I can talk to you about this stuff. It's like when you go to the gym and you hit a really good workout, you don't feel the pain until you go to sleep and wake up the next day. And I feel like casting sometimes in your voice is the same thing. It's like you could keep your voice for a majority of that day, and then you go to sleep and wake up and you sound like a White Walker. You know, like there's you don't have anything going on anymore. It's just like growls and groans. Yeah.
After NLC finals last split, I woke up the next morning and I was like, oh, I think I'm getting sick. And then I just realized I'd just been yelling. I'd just been yelling all morning the day before, so I just blew my voice out. And that is a common occurrence for any play-by-play. You'll wake up and you're like, oh, maybe I didn't drink enough water in the night and I've got a bit of a dry throat. No, you just overdid it on your voice.
Yeah, it's always hot tea and honey mid-cast. That was goodness, who
terrible
idea.
Me
that,
by the way.
Is it terrible? Really?
Yeah,
Why?
I've actually Munch told me this a long time ago.
Yeah.
So what happens, and this is for anyone who gets poorly throats and drinks honey. Honey's very good as a kind of like it kind of bandages the back of your throat. So if you're sick and you don't intend on talking a lot, honey and like milk is amazing. But if you drink honey, what it does is it basically coats the back of your throat, and then you talk and you don't realize that you're actually really hurting your voice because it's kind of like numbing it. But you end up straining your voice more because you're not realizing. You don't have that pain to say this is too much. So that's my little tip for not just casters but for everyone.
Anyone who speaks a lot for their job,
or milk and honey or whatever, just make sure that you drink it and then don't do anything with your voice for like a couple of hours and just chill.
Well, a man like me, I'm built different. So, you know, obviously I just drink it. And I affirm what happens the next day. Like, me and Doms aren't associated. You know what I mean? Delayed onset muscle soreness for anyone who's unfamiliar with the term. I'm sure we'll get around to this game as soon as Elijah has this fixed. You know what? I'm glad we didn't throw to a break. Mostly because I haven't had a break, like a pause needing a break, if that makes sense, all year. I feel like it's the only time
we haven't podcasted in a hot minute. If anyone used to watch like old UKLC, back when Jamada was my wee young prodigy, we used to do this all the time because UKLC had like at least like a 20-minute pause every day,
like a big pause a day,
every day. Yeah, and we'd just ramble away. Back when we had like 12 viewers and no one really cared, so we just talked about whatever we want.
The UKLC was a fantastic league, though. I do miss it.
I love it. I still got my pink one of these somewhere.
Oh yeah, mine is in this. Sometimes it's in frame if we're on like the on the champ select. But mine is in this cupboard right now. Like I could pull it out. We could get the color swap going mid cast.
Yeah, we're like the last two old heads because I don't think Foxy
still
ever got
have
one
this.
of these. I feel like it
Was Foxy
it was
on the
me, you,
team that
Orcs.
year?
I think
I
he
don't
did
feel
a
like
bit.
Foxy
It
was
was
on
me,
the
you,
team
Orcs,
that
and
year.
Excoundrel who had these. I remember Trouble and Gulborg got one, but they were like giga glossy and they just looked terrible on camera. But we got the nice matte ones that look lovely.
Yeah, I'm not
So-
sure. I'm not sure why. It just just.
It's because
ours
it was an
ended up
English
being better.
company who sent ours ones, so it was a different print.
Oh,
where they
I
got
had
ones
no
from a
idea.
European company. That's why. I looked it up because I actually got another one sent to me for a different tournament I was in. I asked the old guys who used to cover that tournament where they got their backdrop, and they sent me a link. So I have 3 of these backdrops somewhere, but one's not particularly suitable to be used on any other show than the game it was for because it's covered in their branding.
Fair enough.
You're running out of things to say, aren't you?
Not much to say to that one. What was the other broadcast for to get the other backdrop?
Well,
Out of
let's talk
curiosity.
about other broadcast. It was Naraka. It's just like a Chinese battle royale. I
Yeah,
don't
well,
know if I'm allowed to talk
they're
about
not
them or
that-
not.
No, not really.
Some places are weird. To be fair,
Yeah,
the
it
NLC
does
guys are
depend
super
on-
chill.
Yeah. Shout out leagues.
Shout out
Love
to
the
everyone
team.
who's working the show today because it's a long old
Yeah,
day.
it's a
long old
five
day.
game day, as it were, and we get a pause in game 5. It does always feel like it will take the wind out of the series, but also it does mean when we eventually do get back to this game, fingers
Yeah,
crossed,
extra hype.
we get extra hype, or we get the horrible thing happen and it's a complete stop, which is certainly
Yeah.
possible.
I was so
I wanna
sad by
remind-
Game 4.
Yeah, I'm sad about Game 4 as well. I want to remind you guys, because it has been a little while since we saw the in-game, and I don't know why Canon can't demand from our producers on the spot. But Lightside are sat in the bottom brush of mid lane, waiting for a late invade with Braum, Lucian, and Volibear. So there is potential for some flips to occur. Chaos will have no idea it's happening unless Snilla walks back to the brush that I'm pretty sure he's walking away from right now. Which I don't know if I can. Can I check this? I can zoom out. It looks like he's walking away. So
Yeah, Gerard has got a copy of the game on his other screen, so you can just see exactly what's going on.
I have the script. Yeah, I have the
Is there
script.
anything you want to talk about which I can't see right now? Any kind of odd keystones or anything, or just
No, everything looks
No,
pretty
normal.
normal. You know, I mean, we've got Malzahar in the game. Shout out
that is
Mark
yeah.
Cadrel Lamont, of course. This is kind of impossible not to when Cadrel's present. And you do know if...
Oh,
Oh,
we're
wait,
just on
no,
the
it's
pause.
still
We're on the pause.
Wait, since when could we look at this without the pause screen?
Look at that.
Shout out observers. I
Nice
didn't,
little
I didn't even
scenic-
know you could look at this without the pause screen. Well, this is where everyone is right now. Unfortunately, Elijah, as you're about to see, is walking backwards, and there's a solid reason for that. It's because he DC'd. Yeah. We will
I'm
get you updates as soon as we have them, but for now
Yeah.
we're still waiting on him to return.
genuinely curious about Vayu's build here because the last time in NLC we saw a Yorick, they actually went.
It was
like
Chachi.
hot-
Yeah,
It was hard. I hated it. I absolutely hated it. It was awful.
Wait,
I mean,
hold
they
on.
won
There
the
was
game, but-
another one. Wait. There was another one that went Heartsteel. Are you sure?
Did they not go Heartsteel?
I'm pretty sure the
He went tank,
so
right?
the one that I remember is Chachi played it and he went kind of more of a bruiser build. It was more along the lines of Black Cleaver.
No, that
and
was a different one then.
Iceborne Gauntlet.
Or maybe we did. I can't. Oh man, now I got to check.
I'm
I
looking
swear
at
we
the
had
match
like a
history.
Heartsteel one.
Oh, you know what? It might have been tiebreakers because let's have a look. See.
Maybe
Yeah,
I'm
sorry
wrong.
guys. We're just looking at different screens whilst we're on camera.
We're
Don't
just,
mind
we're
us.
just filling. I honestly thought this restart would take so much longer
You know-
than it did, and now we're just kind of committed to the bit. We're just filling the time. we're in too deep, bro.
I mean, there was the other day where or it may have been 2 weeks ago, where Archer, who was on the desk, I want to say one was Solari. I think it was a Solari Duckling day, and they had like a 40-minute pause, which
Oh,
you know, shout out to them for.
I mean, I've
sticking
got
that
my
one
food
through.
in my basket on my phone ready to order, so hopefully.
Oh,
Hopefully not too
Tito's.
long. Oh, we're getting some scenic routes. This
Oh,
is
look
the
at the
problem,
duck.
and I've just started to acknowledge this.
Yeah.
Because we decided not to throw
Yeah.
to a break. The rest of the production team kind of have to just stay working. we're kind of holding the whole team hostage here, just so we can talk absolute nonsense on air. I'm so sorry, guys.
I didn't even think about that. Oops. Production loves us anyway, right, guys?
I think increasingly less so by the second. Every time we say let's go to break, every time we don't say let's go to break, they're sitting there like, just throw to break, man.
That is true. We'll give it like 2 more minutes, and then we'll.
I should have chat open, and then I could ask them questions.
That is true.
Or they can.
But
ask
we're
me
on a
questions.
delay. We're on a delay. This is the problem. Okay, hold on. Guys, we are still in pause about 4 minutes. I don't know how much the delay is. I'm just gonna say 4 minutes, and I'm just gonna overshoot. I think
it's the length of a ward typically.
Oh, our observers.
He's just having
I can't get over that. Oh, that was brilliant. Oh my. Oh, wait, go back. Wait. Zoom out. Did you see that? We just saw the inside of Lee Sin's head. What the hell?
Wait, is that his eye? Like, look at that.
Yeah,
there's like
I
an
think that's
eye above
that's
the
texture
grass.
of his eye. What is going on?
Oh, that is.
Maybe you know what?
So
Maybe
weird.
Maybe Prod doesn't mind. I think the observers are having a lot of fun.
I haven't had the time of their life. Just seeing what first-person League of Legends looks like. He's shaking his head. He minds. Oh no!
Man.
How to get fired?
Banger. Well,
I'm gonna be real. I don't know how long this is gonna. The worst thing is now is like we throw a break and then they
and then it immediately
and it
gets
just
resolved.
immediately starts. That would be real rough.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw this one out because I can't be bothered to type it. Have we got an ETA, guys? If not, just say in my ear. Just say in my ear if we don't have an ETA.
I don't think
No.
we have an ETA.
We
Oh man.
Oh, Elijah, what are you doing?
All right. Well, it's not his fault. If
No.
the brother's internet has just decided to die. Yeah. That's it. We did get a couple of questions. If you
Oh, go on. Let's do some questions. Let's have some fun with it.
very, very, very simple. What was your favorite series last split? It's kind of directed at both of us.
And there's an obvious answer in there, right? Like finals.
I didn't think finals was my favorite
sh-
series.
We had quite a few issues. Do you know what? Genuinely, it was the other time
Yeah.
Norden Ruddy played. Not Ruddy. Norden Lost Returners played. That was a really fun series where Nord
That was
took
an
a game
okay
off them.
series.
I enjoyed
Yeah,
that one.
So I've got like a I don't want to say this word because it's not a good word. I have an underdog pick. I think that'll be the more neutral
That's a
way to
good
phrase
word.
this. And then I have a kind of more obvious pick. The first one is the 5-game series. This is the obvious one. The 5-game series, Bulldog Ruddy Sack.
Yeah,
In the
was
lower
good.
bracket. That was
Yeah,
an
that was
incredible
really good.
series. But then also my low-key shout-out is for Lightside DMG, which we actually spoke about earlier when we were talking about Harbo in Game 4. 3-1, Lightside were the complete underdogs, and they absolutely smashed DMG by the end of it. Yeah, those are my picks. Those are Hipbrain's picks. Let us know what you think in 4 minutes' time. Another one. What champs
go
do you
on.
think
I thought
deserve
we
more
had one.
playtime in pro play?
What chance would we like to have more prototype?
Yeah.
Timo?
Well, we've been
I mean,
spoiled for that
That
today,
was honestly
mate.
so good. I mean, the obvious answer for me is GP or LeBlanc. They're like my two main champions.
Fair enough.
I mean,
Fair
GP
enough.
still gets some play, which is always fun. It's not like he's not picked so often that it's boring.
Mhm.
Because I feel like if GP was every game, I'd get bored of watching him. I'd never get bored of playing him. He's without
Fair.
doubt, even with LeBlanc being my most played champion in League of Legends, I think GP is the most fun champion to play in the game. Like, that's always going to be a subjective point. Like, personally, his playstyle is just the one that appeals to me the most. But yeah, I'd like to see more LeBlanc, although she absolutely giga sucks at the moment. It's so depressing. We finally got the visual update, and she's just terrible. Roa Leandri's builds just means she can't kill a single person in the game. So I've played like 2 games of her since the rework and put her straight to bed. Can't play it at the moment.
Yeah. I think for me, my answer is a little bit more broad. I would like to see more strong R5 picks out of top and support that are like game breaking. So think about champions that are like really anti-melee or like really anti-one theme, right? So like Set is really anti-engage. Alawi is really anti-dive and melee. We get Urgot every now and again, so it's like I feel like I don't necessarily have to list him. But champions like that, some of the juggernauts really that kind of break apart comps, or I would say Shen, but the balanced team keep on buffing this champion, so I think sooner or later teams are gonna start playing him. And then out of support, you know, champions like Taric. I think we don't see Taric enough. Stuff like Seraphine, spots like that. That's really what I'd like to see more of.
Sorry, I just saw Solari posted her question in the chat. Hi, Tacky. Hi, casters. What do you think about tanks building Sundered? So there's been a little bit of a friction between me and Trouble after game 1, where we talked about the tank squad killing a bunch of people underneath the tower, and Trouble tried to argue to me that Poppy isn't a tank, and I said she has 1 damage item and the rest are tank. And since then, me and her have been butting horns about it. But like,
well, it technically makes her a bruiser.
I would. It was all tank but 1 item.
It's kind of.
Trouble always
it
muted.
It is kind of what it is, unfortunately. Yeah. What else? We had a couple more from earlier. Here you go, Jake. Do you think Teemo might actually be viable, or do you think it was just a fluke that it won?
No. As much as I love the Teemo, absolutely not. You saw how hard they struggled to close that game out with double Elder.
That
and double
champ sucks, man. That champ sucks. It kind of just is what it is.
So much fun to play.
Oh, now here's a real question. What is the superior type of pasta?
Okay.
Let's drop some knowledge on me.
Are we talking like pasta cuts? So like spaghetti versus
like pen or tortellini. Tortellini's my favorite. You looking up the types of pasta?
Oh, actually, I don't need to Google it. It's gnocchi. I love gnocchi.
Gnocchi? What's gnocchi? How do you spell that?
Gnocchi's like a potato one. It's a GN. I don't know how you spell the rest of it. I'm dyslexic, but it's GN. I know is the start.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. This is a really good. Yeah, this is a good kind of pasta. Yeah, I've had this before.
I love it.
Actually, weirdly, I had this when I went to Montpellier in 2023.
Yeah.
But it was dyed blue.
What?
Don't ask me why. It was just a part of the gimmick of the dish.
I mean, I love it. It's so filling though, because it's just like potato pasta. So it's just like too much carbs, but unbelievably good.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Actually, I've got a question for you, Jamada.
Yeah,
because we're very fortunate with our jobs, right? Like we've got to travel quite a lot.
Sure.
What is the best?
Me, not so much, but yeah.
I mean, you got to.
I've only been to like 3 places.
Really?
Yeah, I suppose. So.
Oh man, you joined too late. Once upon a time, we used to travel all the time. What's the best dish? What's the best dish you've ever had on like a work trip?
Oh, that is a fantastic question. Okay, first ones that come to mind, and I always think about this. So this one's really weird because it wasn't even at a restaurant or anything. It was at the LEC. One day, I know that because for anyone who, well, you guys at home aren't going to know this, but there is occasionally a bit of a stigma that the catering isn't always the best behind the scenes, right? But it's very 50-50. Like, that's been any job I've worked at personally, just for clarity. Like, catering is very coin flip. But they did this chicken in mushroom sauce with the potato pasta that you're talking about, actually. But it wasn't shaped the exact same way. Woo! I still think about that dish to this day, and I had it like 2.5 years ago. So weirdly, that's like at the top, near the top of the list. Any old heads from 2022 will probably remember us talking about Uncle's Kebab.
Oh yes,
the kebab. There was this kebab
this
shop.
came up on Trouble's stream. We did LPL on Tuesday together.
Oh,
this
really?
Came up on stream.
Well,
yeah.
This for anyone who's been watching since 2022. First off, shout out to you. Second off, the studio was on the outskirts of Berlin in a place called Spandau, and there was a kebab shop run by who I could only describe as this very endearing man in probably his like mid-60s, did not speak a lick of English. The first time I walked in there with the English caster guys, mind you, at the time I had my hair out. I didn't have my hair tied back or in cornrows. And he just looks at me, and at the moment we're in there, Michael Jackson is playing. So he just looks at me and goes, "Michael Jackson!" Just no refrain or thought behind his eyes.
I
Just
forgot about
thought it was so funny. And then from there, it was just like an immediate bond out of the fact that he cooked good food and also had humor that managed to transcend languages. Yeah,
that was great.
That was great. Uncle's Kebab, fantastic.
I do
And
genuinely miss Uncle's Kebab.
I'm
Also,
sure
like-
Archer is probably in the green room right now, off air, like ranting and thinking about it. Yeah, let's see.
I mean, my personal favorite, I've got like two, and one I had in my head the whole time, and now I've completely forgotten it, which is really annoying me. Oh, first time I met Archer, like genuinely coming up on like 10 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago. It's been a long old time. When I was in Portugal, I can't remember for the life of me what part of Portugal we were in.
Oh wow.
But there was this dish, and Porto, thank you, Archer. It was north of Portugal. And yep, he's just said it, and I'm going to totally mispronounce it. Franceschina or something. It's basically just a meat stack. It's like ham, pork, like just like pork chop, cheese, bacon, beef. It's just like, it's too much meat, and it was so goddamn
like
good.
A heart attack,
That was so, yeah, it was honestly a heart attack on a plate. It was brilliant, and it was massive as well. I remember this guy rocked up at the airport, never met him before, and he just took me around for the day because I was first to arrive. Apparently worked on the show. Didn't know that until very late in. But we just hung out for the day, and he just took me out for meals, and it was great. The other good one I had was over in Australia, actually, back in the day when I did Rift Rivals.
You went to Australia?
Spawn, yeah, I went to Australia for Rift Rivals, Sydney.
Couldn't pay me to go out there, mate.
2014?
Couldn't pay me enough to go out there.
What do you mean? It's lovely out there.
There's a reason why this country made that country the prison island before, you know.
Careful, man. My girlfriend's Australian.
Okay. And that's not going to change my opinion. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like history isn't history. You mean my girlfriend's Australian? It was still the prison island. Like, what's going on?
She's been still stealing the silverware, to be fair.
Oh yeah.
No, like, but Spawn and E-Jim, if anyone remembers him, kind of just disappeared off the face of the planet.
Yo, I'm exposing production before you carry on. They are playing Gartic Phone.
What are they doing over there?
The Discord. That is so funny.
Oh, it's in danger. It's in
Have
danger.
your fun, by the way, guys. Have your fun. Like, don't let me. Like, I would do the same thing. If I could do the same thing, I'd be doing the same thing right now. But instead, I'm stuck
we
here
could
with
have right to a break, but we decided to push on. We're actually lost in the sauce at this point, mate.
We can't. It's the what's the word? The diminishing returns. You know, we've gone too far in now. I don't know where the line is, and our producer could just tell us to shut up and throw to a break. Like he could. Yeah. We could physically get demanded to come off.
Reggie, you have that power. Just so you know, there are some potential outcomes here if Elijah can't connect. We actually have a time limit on how long they're allowed to break for before their break timer runs out. If that happens, either there's a world where they may have to play 4v5, which is, you know, just pretty sad. A remake. I need to get the exact rules on what's going on. Our rules guys tighten them out, but they're kind of all over the place.
Yeah, there's no final ruling yet from admin. We, you know, won't talk about anything just yet, just on the off chance. I beg your pardon, that Elijah is able to make it back in.
I think we just start the best of 5 again. Not tonight. Just do it another day.
Just start from the beginning.
Start the whole thing from scratch. Give us another 5 games of this, because honestly, these games have been so much fun. I'll be so down for that.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good series. I wouldn't mind.
Genuinely, honestly, one of the most fun series I've done in a while. Like, I know if you're like a high elo player watching this, there's probably moments where you're tearing your hair out because it's not been the cleanest series. And I don't think anyone's going to pretend that this has been the cleanest series, but like from an entertainment standpoint, it's been bloody fantastic.
Oh, it's been up there. I mean, look, there is just something about light side series in round 1 in the lower bracket this year. You know, 2 times, not quite a trend. If it happens in summer, you know, they end up bottom of the table again. We can call that a trend. Light side are just, they're able to produce bangers down here.
I can't believe they're all just sitting there playing a game on production. They're just having the time of their life.
Yeah.
What is Gartic
really...
Phone? I've never played it.
It's like, Gartic Phone is like, you have to draw something that gets described to you. I can't remember. There's loads of games like this where you get a prompt from someone else and then you have to draw it and it has to be accurate. And then it gets like passed around. I'm pretty sure that one's Gartic Phone. I'd have to... I can't say I've played Gartic Phone many times. I'm pretty sure that's the one it is. That is the one. Production's just confirmed in my ears. That is the one. Yeah.
Hold on.
Well,
this is too late to ask. I was gonna say if I could screen share and we could just play GeoGuessr Wild Rift. Have you done that?
Oh, dude.
Just play GeoGuessr Wild Rift on stream.
Wait, yeah. Well, I guess Fraser might be our producer.
Busy playing
might
the
be
game.
Busy playing Gartic Phone. It would be pretty on theme if we could play GeoGuessr Wild Rift
GeoGuessr
on stream. That'd actually be kind of cool. I don't know about our capabilities to fit that in.
I think there's one where you get to like there's icons as well.
Oh,
it's like random icons for championship, and you got to name it.
That's skill issue.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Which you'd hope I'd be okay at. Actually, that's like one thing I'm meant to know. Right. I think it's probably time to throw to a break. Watch us throw to a break in 2 minutes. Apologies, guys. This has been a bit of a disaster, this game 5. But
it just is what it is.
Yeah,
we've tried to keep you entertained. Maybe
I don't know.
We went too far.
God smited internet, and unfortunately, we are on a pause. But yeah, we'll try and come back fairly soon. I hope Fraser's ready for us to throw the break here. We'll be back with the game as soon as possible. Apologies. See you in a moment.
Start the game, casters. Start the game.
Please.
We're back! Is this
back.
happening? Okay, so information for everybody. Elijah lost internet, but it's him. No, apparently it's a sub. They needed to get the new player comfortable with the team. This is match deciding the future of the entire team. So according to the rules, they need some time to set up before they can remake the game. Chaos allowed it, and Chaos and LLS will play the 5th supposed game of Silver Scrapes, as we heard before, an hour ago. So with that in mind, let's jump into the draft. It's Akali and Shogath.
Has Akali
Right.
been banned last time as well? In the previous draft?
No.
No, that's a new one.
That.
Right. Mysterious, the new person who's going to be joining us here in place of Elijah. Happy and excited to see actually what he has to bring into the table, especially with so many carry top laners out the picture, the Aatrox, Jax, Gangplank, Jace, so many more in there as well. Of course, Vayu has been a constant member on the hit list in terms of bans from the set of LLS, and I think more so now that you are playing with an emergency substitute, you need to eliminate a lot of the threats from the set of Vayu.
I think we can still predict that the first pick is not going to be changed because Alistar B1 made so much sense for Chaos, and I have no clue how far they will pivot from their original draft in this game because the champions there did make sense. So I would assume Chaos would try to go for something very similar. The big question mark to us, of course, is going to be what Mysterious is going to pick for himself.
There you go.
Okay.
Ali B1.
There you go.
Some things don't change. Alistar was the B1 over the set of Chaos. Again, the only melee heavy engaged support that remains in the pool. We are game 5. Everything you see above us has already been played and cannot be picked anymore. So we are reaching really deep into the champion pool here. I wonder if LLS are going to make any changes in terms of what they pick to potentially even try and prioritize Mysterious and whatever he's comfortable with. I feel like comfort's going to have to be super, super key for the set of LLS here.
No time to warm up. You don't know the champion pool. You have to bring something where you're comfortable with. And Nafiri for the first time being highlighted at least. We talked about these priority picks. They were just left alone through the entire series.
Yes.
There you go. Average supposedly is gonna pilot it.
I feel like it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
With Elijah being gone, he was one of the main primary carries for the set of LLS. I think now Hybrid has to adopt that role. He does have the right pick. I mean, no one knows how Nafiri makes it all the way to game 5 unbanned, unpicked. But here we are, everyone. And also Pantheon is open if Shackle just to go towards that path.
Yeah, we talked about it. He played Lee Sin on what was supposed to be the previous draft. Thank you, Jamada, for highlighting what was supposed to be picked on the previous one. It was the Jhin after it was the Lee Sin. Let's see if they follow that statement or if they adapt towards something like the Lee Sin, if they bring priority to another lane or even a mid lane to lock it in before we go into the second phase of bans.
That's still going to be a jungler they're locked in for them before the second phase of the bans. But it looks like they are adapting a Nocturne. Usually seen in a combination with something going full up with him for his engage. We have Jhin, obviously, but we will need something else for Chaos to go into the fight with Nocturne.
Usually it's something like a Cannon or an Ornhorn, apart from like the very obvious Orianna wombo combo. Cannon's still up for grabs. If I'm not wrong, Cannon was banned in the previous game as well, so potentially could be something that Vayu could be looking towards, especially with super heavy AD that we have right now in terms of the Nocturne and the Jhin. Jhin is primarily a setup AD carry, and I feel like Chaos really needs some sort of like dive buddy together with Shackle on this Nocturne.
Okay, the Rise was picked previously, so the only change so far is the jungle, which was a Volibear for Ibridge, this time being the Nafiri. In terms of bans, pretty much the same, so Zig should follow up. And when you look into the top line, well, they were focusing down the Olaf and Cassante, but now since it's Mysterious and he's the mystery, well, you don't know what to ban.
True
on the
to his
top
name.
side.
True to his name, a complete
He just
mystery.
joins in Mysterious, and you have no idea what he plays.
Really good ban right there from Chaos, by the way. They're pivoting from banning out the top laners to make Vaya's life a little bit easier to banning out the AD carry from Golden Penny, because Zaya is one of those not many AD carries that are still available up for grabs, and she would be so good into the Nocturnes, all in into her with her ultimate. If it's up and available, she can easily avoid the potential death.
I'm literally opening OPGG as we speak, by the way.
To try and find him correct, like okay, if you get him, I trust you. Zaya,
I don't know if I've got the right.
AD carry?
I don't know if I've got the right Mysterious here. This shows mid lane, so I might just got it wrong completely. Or it might just be him and he's just playing top lane now.
Keep in mind,
primarily
Zaya
it
is
shows
an AD carry.
Right, primarily it shows Arya, Kali, Syndra, so like very heavy burst mages slash assassins. All have been played so far, so none of these are still available in this particular draft.
So they banned out 2 AD carries, but it's still the same illusion for Golden Penny that we saw in the previous draft, in the original one. Okay, no mind games happened here, so now what do you go for? You go for you go for Malphite. We wanted to see something to go in with Nocturne. You add in Malphite, and if you lock in Galio on top of that as well, it solves the issue of Nocturne, but it still has the same issue that the previous draft had. Where is the DPS coming from? Where is the consistent damage coming from? That would be better.
All right. I don't know if I like this more or less, because like still Nocturne plus Malphite, and also Malphite doesn't have a lot of value because you've got Neferi W, you've got dashes coming through from Lucian, so it's not so much value right there on that Malphite, and it's also not very AD heavy on the side of LLS. You've got Ryze, who is one of the highest DPS in terms of AP damage profile, together with Azir in the game, so we'll see how that one works out for value over in the top lane. Love the Mundo brought in right here from Mysterious. Very, very strong pick. Again, a frontline mid-shield together with that Braum that cannot necessarily be punished super easily because your opponent is going to be a Malphite. So get ready for the noodle fight up top.
He's able to start stacking early. This is going to be good for Mysterious. We have no idea what he's able to provide. Malphite versus those ADs. Only Ryze can actually bring him down. A lot of questions, but only one answer. Chaos.LLS winning this game means they move on within the bracket. The players are ready to jump into the Summoner's Rift. I know the casters they're really excited to start talking yet again. So, hey Jamada, what do you have to say? You haven't talked in a long time.
We have nothing else to say. I think we talked about everything. But we have new drafts. To be fair, we have brand new drafts going into this final game. Jamada was saying to me he was much more excited by the previous top lane draft. I think this one is going to be a little bit less interactive. Malphite versus Mundo. But the big thing you mentioned, Jamada, was this is the Mundo game. Like, this is the game. If you're playing Phil, you're on Mundo, this is the game
of the century. Like,
yeah.
Even if you are off-road, it's Jhin on the other side. There's no tank buster. The only thing that's a bit annoying is you're laning into Malphite. Now you may be wondering, what's the problem of laning into Malphite? Malphite deals a lot of bloody damage in laning phase. A lot of people kind of forget that he is allowed to, not max Q, max W, and just like punch your lights out with grasp. So we'll see, how he kind of pilots that early game. Beyond that, though, this guy's going to be unkillable. Like, if he doesn't get set too far behind and he just lanes and plays with stability, I think Chaos is going to struggle to kill that guy. Chaos, though, they do have Ziggs into what is no hard engage.
Yep.
So, it should be good. It should be good. We'll have to see, though, as we are loading up and getting ready to get into Game 5. It feels like an eternity, but we are finally here.
We could have slotted a whole other game into the time we waited, but here we are. Game number 5. Winner of this takes all and makes it further into that lower bracket. The loser is knocked out of the tournament in total. Lightside really want this. Mostly because you do not want to get knocked out by a team who played Teemo versus you. Beat you with a Teemo.
I mean, honestly, I'm going to say something here. That was so long ago.
Yeah.
I don't even know if that's on their minds at this point. Like, I think that at this point, it's like, who cares? You had enough time to completely reset. As this is a very early trade. Both these mid laners have pop their pots. So I have the left side on. We're looking at the bot lane. I've got to remember that. As we'll have to assume that this is going to be a very bloody bot lane matchup, Jake, because it's Lucian Braum.
Yeah,
Take him back to 2015.
Yeah, an old classic bot lane. Back when Braum first showed up, this is what we used to see a lot of his pairings with. And Lucian's passive makes it very easy to quickly apply those stacks. As Sniller, as you can see, I assume ate one of those stacks and got chunked out by Golden Penny.
He must be new gen. He wasn't playing the game when Lucian Braum was a thing.
This is incredibly rough, actually.
Chucked out.
Once that E gets leveled up, I assume it's going to be the level 2 here for Golden Penny. You hit the Winter Spite, Lucian E's forward, auto, Q, auto, they're dead. Well, they're locked down. It's really, really brutal. Seeing Riot actually not going for the barrier and instead opting for the heal, thinking that's going to be important. Both mids are heavily chunked. What happened?
I can tell you what's happened. They were trading like psychos, both of them, from level 1. Oh my god.
He almost delivers hard. Oh! Both have to flash out. That was a little bit too close to the wire there for Zoran. He's going to teleport back out. I assume this will be a tier buy for him.
Yeah.
Although, Lilian's companion is super important for
He's gone
Ziggs.
Dark Still. He's gone Dark Still. Thank you for the pip observers. This is what happened. They just started hitting each other, bro. I really don't know what else to tell you. Yeah, it was just very, very extended. This is the off-screen. That's how they end up that low.
Yeah, Zoran needs to stop Wing Harbo into range. Like, Ryze is a massively shorter range than Ziggs. You don't deliver him into you. It helps.
Yeah, would be good.
Oh, hello. The knock up into the Deadly Flourish. Golden Penny going low. Riot's already used his shots, though. Golden Penny low. Snillit not going to flash for the auto. No, but a flash could just come out in response. And we expected a bloody bot lane. I didn't expect it to be Chaos who were taking the initiative down here as Harbo. Now starting to go a little bit low. W's away, Hybresh as Shackle. May just lose that.
Back
I think he lost it. He's going to get the fear down, though, onto the Neferi. Able to get a massive chunk out. The W comes out from Hybresh, the flash forward from Shackle. He's able to secure first blood for the side of Chaos.
Yeah, Nocturne, much like Zin's out, very strong 1v1 dueling in the early stage, and it seems like Highbridge, I mean, the big problem between these two champions is, one, Nocturne deals a lot more damage over time this early on.
No way, Sniller.
And two, Sniller?
Nah.
Behave.
That'd
We've
be
had a
too
long
risky.
night. Yeah, so, yeah, Highbridge got the Skull Crab, awesome. What do you W? You know, like, I think realistically, probably should have W'd the
Fear?
exact frame that you get feared, you know? Oh.
Sorry, Sniller, what were you doing? We need a replay of that one.
Yeah.
What is he doing there?
I don't think we're gonna get a replay. I don't think yeah,
oh no.
Oh no.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
So yeah, here's the
What's he do?
Huh.
I don't know what that was. I mean, I think I have an idea, but I don't want to say it.
I'm gonna assume the best and say that he wanted a faster equal. That said, I don't think that the timing on that was exactly the best.
Just press
Knowing
B,
that
bro.
Sunfry and
Hybresh was
Goldpenny-
dead.
Well, yeah. Yeah. I don't know what to say to that.
That was
I actually...
Yeah, I don't think we're going to pay any more attention to that little play. I think that was questionable at best. Now, Hybresh, every game this series has actually been really on it with these dragons. He's taken first dragon before grub spawns every time. It's been really impressive from him, actually. He's done a very good job of that one. With the fact that now we're seeing the grubs spawning up in the next 28 seconds, Shackle's making his way over. Remember, Shackle's relatively accelerated off the fact that he got that first blood. And yeah, he's gone for the Tiamat, so he's going to clear very quickly. And It's a Nocturne. Nocturne just needs to hit 6. That's the big play for the Nocturne. Gets the headbutt pulverize off. In comes Sunfry. Gets a bit of damage off, but gonna block a lot of what Raya shoots back into him.
Yeah. Sorry, still a bit stun locked. Dragon picked up, as you were talking about. It's going to be traded for these grubs. Mysterious is not going to... Oh, Zoran.
He's flashless.
No flash. He has W now.
Yeah, he's all right.
There you go.
He loses the grubs for his team, though. Like, 1 grub for Shackle, but that was a real misplay from Zoran, getting caught off that one. And Shackle's just going to have to head back in. Mid? Top even, sorry. There's a fight. Vayu, I don't think you win this one versus Amundo. He's got the ultimate ticking away. Yeah, he's just going to be full HP. I mean, there's a world where Hybridge actually looks to maybe go for a dive here. He's not going to hit 6 off this grub. Yeah, he's just going to reset.
Not the worst in the world. Both our junglers here. I'm tired enough that stupid stuff like that is going to get me. Why was Malphite twerking when he started channeling TP? Any ideas? Like, why is that the animation?
That's also such a good skin. I've actually never seen that skin in game.
I got that out of the Blue Essence Emporium thing. Thank you, observers.
Oh, the Hex.
You guys are the best.
The Hex Tech chests.
They did, no, you were allowed to basically roll for one of the April Fool skins at random for,
what?
I think it was 400 RP. Yeah.
Oh, didn't know about that.
Yeah, I don't think, it wasn't very, like...
Vayu? Bro, it is actually bedtime. It's actually bedtime.
He was just standing there like the
NPC behavior, man.
No. Have you seen the jump scare Gragas? The jump scare Gragas moves. That's what he was standing. Oh man,
it's actually bedtime.
I cannot promise you guys a serious cast until this game demands a serious cast. Is my current position. Mysterious is having a bloody good time now. I mean, we're kind of past the point where Malphite is, you know, kind of yeah. So he's going to be fine. He's going to be just fine. And again, as highlighted, he will continue to be a problem for Chaos as this game progresses. There isn't a dedicated tank buster.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really rough one, especially as he's going to get a Heartsteel relatively early. Managed to get himself a plate, starting to stack up a little bit more. Once that Heartsteel comes in, crossbow Heartsteel, he's just going to be getting so much extra health. And Vayu can't actually deal with his passive at all. Like, he has one CC ability, and that's the big one. So this matchup actually sucks for Malphite. It's really, really rough.
It's, again, it's one where you... I'm a bit of a weird matchup connoisseur.
Go on.
You can win pre-6 and specifically like at 6, but it's just very difficult to shift him after he gets, you know, 2 Giants belts. It's like the timing is very, very short. Shkal.
Hybridge gets to the flash. I mean, if he has ward over the wall, he can just follow the chase. They both put their pinks down. Hybridge knows he can't get away, and in he follows. Shackle takes the kill. Double pinks over the ward, and now he's looking to potentially towards top lane. Mysterious going a little bit low. Shackle chases forwards. There's going to be the ghost out. He's trying to make the run away, and I mean, there's not really much you're going to do off that one. Mundo's out.
Yeah. Unlucky Hybridge. Hybridge is learning very quickly that he can not walk up to Nocturne or have Nocturne find him as Sunfree. Actually, he has 6 here. Not going to pull the trigger.
Nice deadly flourish. Find the headbutt, find the pole, send him back. Sunfree loses a fair amount of HP. Raya got the 4th shot charged up. Golden Penny gets locked in place, and Raya not going to be able to get it. Actually comes in for the deadly flourish. It just times out on the mark. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Harbo and Zoran just trading up versus one another. No one under any real threat right now. So they're just going to back off. Harbo does not want to hang about anymore.
Nope. Symbiotic Souls for the faster reset. Quite like that Hour of Rise. Gonna actually TP here. Signal's wave clear is incredibly fast, so maybe he's gonna use this as an opportunity to get a good roam timer off. Well, actually, that said, Zoran probably doesn't want to reset anytime soon. He's got a lot of mana. Likely quite happy to just sit here and wait for the time being. a slow, stable game like this, I don't know who I'd take it. Or, you know, like the scaling of Ziggs and Jhin is just so incredibly high. That said, I don't know who's going to end up killing Mundo. You know, that question is going to continue looming over me, as he's actually got 3 Giants belts. Oh no,
He's just going max health for now.
He has been infected by Mr. Noam Watley. That's what's happened. Those who know.
That is insane that he's just able to do that.
Fair play. Like, what can Vayu do at this point in
Apparently
time?
nothing. In fact, I actually feel like with ult, he could potentially get dove here. The biggest threat right
Very
now
close.
for Chaos, for the side of Lightside, is going to be Shackle. Breaks away from that fear, but that's going to be the kill as they've turned back around, forcing Harbo low. Goes for the W. It's a double kill for Zoran on the dunk.
All right. I mean, this is what Chaos need. They need to accelerate somewhere. They're finding kills through mid jungle. Mysterious is he's just having his way with Vayu at this stage of the lane. Okay.
On the run. Got the curtain call coming in. Headbutt pole
3.
coming forwards. Good block from Sunfry on that final shot.
Do you know what would have been cinema? Snilla, W onto Sunfry, Q flash onto Golden Penny, set up the fourth shot.
That would have been
Oh
huge.
yeah. That'd be massive. Doesn't do it though. This tower is 4 autos from being dead because this is Ziggs.
Yeah, he's going to
Maybe a
finish
bit
it
more than
up.
that. Ooh. Oh!
They jump in, they get knocked back onto Harbo. Harbo very low. The fear's going to connect as Zoran's able to break away. Zoran, the redemption arc for him, had an absolutely catastrophic first game in the series when he joined in game 4, but he is coming back hard with 3-0.
Maybe he needed that. You know? Maybe maybe he just needed that time to just recoup and get his head straight. Mysterious is in no threat whatsoever. He's gone for the Warmogs first, so it's just gonna make Vayu's life even more miserable because he does not have any sustain at all. He's got wave clear, no sustain. So Mundo, at some point, if Mysterious wanted, he could just go and start proxying once he knows that Chaos aren't on this side of the map. See what he gets up to. For the time being, though, Chaos are going to secure 3 grubs, get themselves 1 extra bit closer to the feet of monster slaying.
No heart steal, by the way. Just straight up Warmogs. First item here.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I mean, you have to remember, Heartsteel was just nerfed. There is a
True.
lot of... There's a lot of debate in the tank community around the strength of tank items, as it feels like there always is a lot of debate around certain subclasses items and their strengths. Heartsteel, the problem was it was very popular for, you know, the meta junglers in Skarner and Sejuani. He's just going to do the same thing again. Pop W. Yeah.
He's got, even if he gets low, he just ults.
press. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
And then after he clears
Realistically-
this wave, with his ult running, he's just going to step backwards and he's going to heal.
They need to get the Ziggs just onto that tower if they want to secure this this feat of strength. That first tower blood, very
In the
achievable
mid
with
lane.
the
Yeah,
Ziggs.
you're right. I mean, I think that they're actually trying. You can see this rotation from just about everyone. They need this. Like you need water. And that's what they're going to do. Oh, Mysterious is full HP. Who's surprised?
There
There's
it
the
is.
tower.
I think that's the first time this series that Chaos have been able to pick up the feat of strength. I think Lightside have had all of them today. I know it's
no,
not like the
game one.
most impactful
Game
stat,
one.
but it is nice. Did they get it game 1?
Yeah,
The game 1 was like 7 hours ago, man. Like, I can't remember what
Yeah.
happened. Vayu may get solo killed here if he's not careful.
Nah,
It's just going to
he's
back
fine.
off.
So the thing with this matchup, right, is that Malphite has enough armor that he doesn't take damage from Mundo's incredibly high base AD. You can see in the bottom left, he's got 184 AD with no AD items. But what he does take damage from is the cleavers. Cleavers absolutely mince him. And that's where he's taking a lot of that damage, as Mysterious will get this tower up here. A little late for the first tower blood, but he was definitely putting in the work. But he is just going to continue to stack up HP. This guy's an absolute monster. And because this is a very slow-paced game, I'm even going to go and check how many grasp stacks he has, because he must have farmed quite a few. He's got 20 grasp stacks at this moment in time as well. 15
And on
minutes
almost
in, not
4k
bad.
health as well.
Yeah.
15
He's gonna
minutes.
probably
Like,
base for more health.
unending despair. Just straight up unending despair.
Oh,
He is
man,
going to be
I-
unkillable.
Look, I know that Zoiran and Raya are quite fed. Or like just strong, you know. I don't any longer this Mundo. You know what I mean, Jake? You just do I even really need to spell it out?
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to deal with it, so they're going to attack the bot side instead, finding the lockup. There's the bomb. Raya able to secure the kill as he's going to go for the double. Sunfry falls, double kill over to Chaos, and the tower. Really, really crisp play from them.
That felt so satisfying. I know it was Zoiran's W that technically killed the tower, but the fact that he fourth-shotted the tower afterwards, and it looked like it, that just felt good. Fantastic play by Chaos. Accelerates the game in a very meaningful way. He's going to be able to take control of the bottom side as well off the back of this plate. And I'd assume get the... yeah, I'd do the same. Get this dragon. Now, are they going to stop Vayu up here? Mysterious could technically rotate over. That might be the first time we'll gain his passive as procced. Not even kidding.
I think you might be right.
Harbo.
He has ultimate, so he should be
He's
okay.
got this magic button. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Okay, well, I thought he'd be okay. Mysterious
Oh,
is there.
he's gonna
He's
get
teleporting out. He's able to escape.
Wait, wow, I guess Harbo wasn't in range? Just
I
barely.
guess
I mean, he
not.
could cast E. Like, he cast E, so I'm quite surprised. There is a very, very small channel time on the W. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a second. Or maybe not, because Dragon's here.
Scylla making his way over, teleports joining in, and Zoran, like we said, is very, very fed right now. He's going to take that Winter's Bite, but I think Dragon goes down. Jungler not in position. They will trade it out for, I believe, that Rift Herald. As Shackle is currently in the pit, but he's about to get checked by Dr. Mundo. He's going to need some backup if he wants to turn this one around. Does have that fear. Just looks to put the Q in for a bit of slow. Raya makes his way over, and Diamondo's strong, but realistically, 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4, not going to work out, as Zoran has to use the W just to get some damage on. Repositions away, flashes out, dodges out, gets hit by the Q, and that should just be enough to finish it up, but Highbridge is low. Tower shots coming into Sunfry as they chase forward. Sunfry is almost there. Sniller catches him with a knock-up, gets a big chunk of damage out, and turns it back around, but I mean, the support getting the kill, not quite as worth as the jungler.
No, they're still able to slow the pace of the game with that kill nonetheless. Feels alright. Yeah, Vayu is trying to circumvent what is happening by gradually proxying more and more and then looking for rotations in. Harbo's in trouble. He's got flash,
Yeah, he's
but
gonna
he
get caught by
can't
the
see
fear.
Malphite.
Oh, he's able to break away. Deadly flurry. A curtain call, sorry, comes in. He gets towards that blast cone, but Shackle able to secure himself his 3rd kill of the game. Shackle really having a good end to this series so far.
Yeah, he's had, you know, I wouldn't say a particularly bad series by any means, just a quiet one, but right now he is taking over the map.
Penny's on the damage though, and Shackle's forced to flash away. Sniller makes his way over. There's
Malphite.
the Malphite ultimate. They're in the bounce house, baby. Penny falls. Sunfry cannot deal with these two. Underneath the tower, he goes to safety.
Yeah, he does. Raya.
Uh-oh.
This is still a Neferi.
Yeah, Raya able to dodge away on a couple of those Qs, but gets more thrown in. Deadly Flourish makes the connection. Bit more damage coming out, running towards absolutely no one. Ghostblade popped as Raya still chasing away. Highbridge continues to chase forwards. He's going to need some backup. Sniller's on his way over, though. Has not got that curtain call. Mysterious in the area as well. Vayu no ultimate. I think they're just going to trade out here.
Yeah.
Sniller plays interrupt, locks 4 in place, and will trade away as Harbo actually is going to deliver the team away. Sniller survived. Where are they gone? Vayu's the one who's going to get caught. Deadly Flourish comes in. I don't blame
Bring
our
us back to
observer for
Sniller.
losing them there. That was so hard to catch.
Oh, he's got
Wait.
Ignite! Wait, he's
No
gonna kill
way.
him.
The Alexa 1v1. He gets him. He gets him. Oh, it was worth the wait, everyone. This game was worth the wait.
Oh, I don't even care who wins. Can we get these lot both in a separate racket at this point? Just make them play again.
I got no horse in this race. I love them both.
Oh, okay. Deep breath. What did that play cost, Jake? Let's be professional for a second.
Yes. Not
A lot of flashes, a couple of summoner spells. No, it did.
Okay, in that front, yeah. But
Yeah,
like map
that's
pressure, not a lot.
No, not a lot. In the grand scheme of things, not a lot. Summoner spells, yeah.
Zoran?
Oh, Zoran.
Is able
Great
to,
W.
yeah, really nice W actually. Just disengage from the Fury.
And that's a pretty crucial ult. I mean, to be fair, Dragon's not for another minute and a half. More than that. They can just play slow. Take their time.
Oh, curtains go out.
All right.
Jumping in.
Okay.
Catch the slow. There's going to be the Deadly Flourish. The bomb from Zoran's able to secure the kills. Highbridge is breaking away, trying to finish up Sniller. Not able to do it as Harbo unleashing damage onto Shackle. Sunfry will fall as Shackle takes the kill. Chaos. Just don't deal with the Mundo. Attack other places on the map. It's such a clean game plan.
But I also have to be a bit critical of Lightside. Like, I understand the range of engage with the Nocturne and the ability to find extra damage overhead with Ziggs is very powerful, but guys, just step off. Let the Mundo do his thing, and then just bring the Mundo down to a team fight. I feel like it could be that easy, you know? Spell Shield is completely OP for this dive and keep Shackle alive for so long. Sniller was actually clearing a ward whilst that was happening, and Vayu is now being bullied again. He has ult.
He has ult. He's going to be okay.
He's not going to have to use it.
Sunfry is actually catching up onto him. Gets the move speed off. There's a world he has to use it here. If that Q hits. But the problem is like, even if they kill Sunfry, Vayu, is it actually worth? Like, they force the ultimate out, Atakan goes. This is just a pickup here for Chaos. They're going to be able to grab all of these. Unfortunately, Jin pretty bad at collecting the flowers after this one.
It's fine. He's got a Nocturne next to him. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I mean, at this
I think
point,
the lights are going out.
I think the lights are going out too.
Hex plate available. He's going to be such one. No. Mysterious is actually doing so much work in the side lane, though. They're going to turn the lights out and look to jump in immediately. The slow connects into the curtain call. Shots coming through. Shackle's trying to finish it up. They throw everything down. They find the knock up into the 2 kills. Double kill for Sniller as they do bring in Mysterious. Harbo gets some damage thrown onto him as they find the lock up. Another double man pop comes through. Raya trying to make a breakaway as Vayu's chasing into that chase. Hybrid is incredibly low. The bouncing bomb almost hits him. The W makes the connection. Bomb's going to get blocked out by Mysterious. Huge play. She's just going to reset. The tower will fall.
Okay. Do we see why we've been asking for Mundo to just show up?
Yeah.
Like, when that guy showed up, no one was dying. This is the start of the engagement. As Sniller, you know, it's been a long day. Yeah, it's been a long day. Shackle gets the fear, and I mean, he's just able to get the damage down eventually. Knock up then follows through from Sniller. It's a double kill for him. But once this Mundo actually shows up, mind you, he starts the fight at half HP. Does it look like his health bar is going down? I mean, to be fair, they're not really damaging him in isolation by any means, but I have a sneaking suspicion the same thing would happen if they were right-clicking him.
Oh, lights go out regardless. They're looking to try and play interrupt. The dragon gets secured. Harbo's a little bit low. Right, did a fair amount of damage, but not really enough to kill.
That was like more than a quarter of his health gone. 4th shot, and it dealt 400 damage.
Yeah.
You know,
it only gets worse as well, right? Like, even once the Lord Doms comes through for Riot, like, great. He's just going to have, like, even more armor at that point. Because, I mean...
Yeah, he just... Did you see the inventory change, or...?
I did not. Oh, we just bought up a whole...
He just bought a whole Spirit Visage and the cloth armor.
I think this
and
might
now
be
they're
the
fighting
fight
on the bot side,
where Lightside can actually prove what they got, but they find the headbutt pole. The curtain gets called. Golden Penny's able to break away. The charge in from Vayu. Not enough to finish Golden Penny up. Shots are coming through. Fear lands onto Mysterious, but he is okay. Healing coming in from Mundo. Locked down in place. They finally take him out. Rye is the one to finish him up. Down goes the tower as well. Rye is completely in control right now with that rapid fire cannon. How do you deal with him? Chaos actually inside the base right now. Tower will fall. The Nexus actually will be next to follow as well. I don't know if Lightside can defend anymore. They've lost their tank. In they jump. The lights go out once again. They look to chase forwards. In they jump onto the back line. That's going to be a pickup immediately on. Sunfry cannot save the day. Raya is untouched. Shackle trying to finish Sunfry up. The dog is down. Zoran secures the kill. Bomb goes wide. No, it doesn't. Double kill onto Ziggs. They're into the base. Mysterious does not up for another 10 seconds.
Oh.
Chaos have pushed through. They're not going to close yet. Holy moly.
That last overload was so close to killing Snilla, but it managed to just squeak past every single minion and Void Might to not connect and then spread the damage onto Snilla, who had the E on top of him. And it's just a full-blown commit from Chaos once that tower goes down. I mean, I think the tower was still there when they started that, to be honest with you. Let's get a refresh, I guess. As tower just, it takes so much damage, you know. Mundo's not here to defend. Everyone's coming out of base off the revamp. Inhib, gone. And Sunfry just starts looking. The lights go out. Shakal goes on to Golden Penny. He's no flash from earlier on. And even though they kill the Malphite, I mean, Golden Penny dies. Hybrid doesn't have the damage. He's just not fed enough to really make a nuisance of himself in the backline. That bomb does barely connect on the back foot of Sunfry. And now we're back out because Nexus Tower went down, but the base didn't. Now it's all about Baron. It's a, what is that, a 6k gold lead. But the items, I mean, there's a couple of item discrepancies here and there. The main one is the mid lane. As now they're just starting the Baron. I mean, why wouldn't they at this point?
Oh my word.
Oh.
Well, they
it's
can't
gone.
contest that now. That is Baron completely given over to Chaos. I mean, the gold is in the perfect places as well. You got a 6-1 Ziggs, you got a 3-0 Raya, you got a 5-2 Shackle. I mean, there's a lot of talk about MVPs. I think Raya, as much as we've really picked up Vayu throughout this entire series, I think Raya has popped off so well today. Like, considering he was filling the first 3 games, an off roll in mid, this guy's played phenomenally today.
Yeah, he's had 4 very, very strong games, right? Game 4, even that, I mean, the rest of the map was falling apart around him as well. Didn't really get to have too many direct interactions as, this guy
Also kind of unkillable, to be honest.
looks real killable. Yeah.
Yeah, lots of tanks doing their tanking thing here. As down goes another tower. Inhibitor will be soon to follow. Snimpler finds the knockup. They do trace in. That's going to be a kill already onto Golden Penny. He is popped, and the fight is probably decided off the back of that one. They do find a Mundo on the backline, but Raya has so much front line to keep Mysterious off him as he is going to heal. Harbo's able to break away.
Grievous
Flourish
moves,
makes the
by the
connection.
way.
They are locking him down through the Grievous, like you said. Hybris jumps in onto Raya, but Raya is able to kite it away. Hybris gets the W off to save his life. The curtain gets called. Harbo with the play, trying to finish up one, is able to get it, but he goes golden. He loses his life. Mysterious is back to full HP, but they're just going to ignore him, and they're going to go for the tower.
No,
the
they ain't.
Nexus has been laid bare. 24 minutes, 28 minutes, 24 kills. Chaos have to deal with one more tower. There it is. They take the series 3-2.
It's been almost a 6-hour-long ordeal. But we finally have our winners of this lower bracket elimination match. And it's Chaos, who are going to proceed in the lower bracket. And we're going to have to say a goodbye to Lightside. But what a fantastic series it has been. The last game, sure, a bit more of a blowout. Teams willing to go a little bit more balls to the wall. But I think in the spirit of this series and the action that it's had, I almost wouldn't want it any other way besides a completely just stupidly close game for like 50 minutes, which we already had in this series. So very happy.
We had an incredible series, even with that big old break. Hats off to everyone kind of keeping it together in that one. It was a rough one for Lightside losing their top laner. It happens. Anyway, guys, we're going to pass it over to Death to round the day out. So Archer, over to you.
Rough day, and at the end of the day, Chaos moves forward. Nobody believed in it. When you look into the predictions, not a single soul was there. I think Jamada deserves a little bit of light. He believed in Chaos, not in this sort of chaos. And I think whenever we say Chaos, I'm now reminded of what happened in this series. Long one. I think the whole game, let's break it down into, 15 minutes was really close, but I think after that, that's where we should focus.
Absolutely. Something that is also so sad is that Elijah was playing for Venom Crest over in winter. He couldn't make it for that one series of their playoffs. They lose their series, and now this happens as well when he was playing so well and he loses connection of the internet, and then his team loses this series again on the lower bracket, which means elimination. Oh, it's been so freaking unfortunate for this guy. Like, literally MVP of summer 2024 as a rookie. And now this happened. So I just wanted to give him a shout out. He played a banger of a series. Unfortunately, he couldn't close it out for his team. But huge fight for LLS. And congratulations again, of course, to Chaos.
And speaking of the top lane, actually, staying on that topic, the top damage for the team, that Mundo, that mysterious, who subbed in for Elijah at the very last moment, he showed a lot of promise there on the top lane. At some points in the game, it looked like, hey, the map is crumbling down for Lightside, but Mundo has always been in the gold lead there in the top lane. Mundo has been a thing that he looked at and thought, hey, maybe with this tankiness on the front line, maybe there is a chance that Lightside can win, especially if they drag the game a little bit longer, they scale up a little bit, give more power to Rise, give more tankiness to Mundo, but unfortunately the time was not there for them.
It was not that Ziggs, it was banned. Like, we had the 5th game, champion selected, and it was redone.
Yeah.
It was banned. Now they have to think about that, like, we banned Seraphine for this. Like, complicated. And I think we should highlight Raya got revenge on the last game. He didn't die a single time with the Jhin. He was capable of playing AD carry finally. He has been on the support, whatever role they need him to be. And I think he highlighted, like, hey, Chaos did a really good job. Chaos did a really good job today. At the end of the day, we got to celebrate that. Obviously, having the coach stepping in on Mysterious, on like the person who played Akali, on the top side, there's a lot to talk about, but you know what?
It was
Let's
this guy.
The coach.
I was like OPG. I was OPGGing him on the side. I'm like, wait, this guy's a mid laner? Oh, hello, another coach.
Hello.
Hey, let's go.
Welcome. Long night for you, boss.
Yeah, fucking long night, to be fair.
I mean, when a team joins in with the name Chaos, can you not take it that seriously, though?
I mean, we played Timo, to be fair. We didn't take... I mean, we played Timo, you know?
Good. That was really good. Ace, okay. As a coach, how do you deal with... I know there's a lot of things going on in the background because players work, they have they have to study. There's a lot on their schedule. So as a coach, you have to adapt and take all of that into consideration. There's got to be such a stressful job. How are you doing, bro? Do you need help? Blink twice if you need something.
No, like...
But tell me, yeah.
I mean, game 1, 2, 3, 4 were like on schedule, you could say. Game 5 cooked us a little bit because like Snilla has to finish a work assignment at midnight. So yeah, we're kind of a bit on time. Yeah, of course, like 45 minutes, 50 minutes pause is like kind of cooking us, but I think in the end it showed we were just more calm, collected, and just fisted, you know?
Okay,
It's
but in this
amazing.
5th game, it was a speed run. To be honest, the team was focused. The mid laner who finally got to play mid lane was Taylor, and if possible, we'll try to talk with production to see if we get some signed things so Sniller has a little bit more due time for his work. I don't know if that's a possibility. He was working today, so that's something. But yeah, when you look into this team, what would you like to tell them? Imagine everybody who played within this team is watching as a coach. What would you like to tell them?
I mean, to my boys, I would say I'm very proud of them. We kept our cool, even though circumstances were not in our favor. I mean, after Bulldogs loss, shit happens. We bounced back. Yeah, just looking forward to them. I'm very proud of them. And yeah, that's about it. Yeah, it's all about them, at least.
Next cities. Anything we might take into consideration, or it's just chaos?
It's just chaos. But that they ban Kled is kind of Uga Boga, to be fair.
Okay. Hey, I'm
was
going to bring that on pre-show. That's going to be the sentence from the coach. Just chaos, Uga Boga. I love it.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you so much for this interview. I'm going to let you go to sleep and talk with the players as well. I know it's really, really late, so let's keep it short. Love you. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much as well.
Congratulations, boss.
Thank you. Dankeschön, Dankeschön.
Just chaos.
Yes, it was.
It's just chaos. Hey, you know what? Let's toss it to the ones who were highlighted. And we had 2 subs. You think LCK is the only ones who can bring subs? Haha! And LCK
have more
of that. Oh gosh. Vayu, Raya, and Snilla. And Raya, vote for him as a mid or AD carry. I don't know. It's you. You do you. I love this.
I think if I can influence on my side at all, I think Vayu played a very, very good series overall. Rai too, he had a pretty good Victor game and the last game on the Jin as well. But I think that Vayu overall has been, not even in just this series, but the entire split, like a very sturdy stone for the set of Chaos, and someone who not only brings picks that truly neutralize more aggressive top laners, but also carries through them as well.
Agree. So head on to Twitter and vote on who do you think should be the MVP of the series, as Chaos takes this on the long run. Now, with Chaos done, the city's done, LLS is removed. Let's just look back at what happened. Rich Gang got deleted by DMG and LLS put up a fight, but Chaos at the end were capable of thriving, which leads into the bracket for next week, where we have focus on the upper bracket. It's gonna be LR versus Nord, rematch from finals on Winter Split, and Bulldog Esports versus the Ready Sack. Well, keep in mind, previous split, Bulldog took down Ready Sack 2 times in a row, and that's how they got deleted. So this is grudge match on both sides. Any predictions, ladies?
Good question. I think we can safely predict that Los Ratones should make it through Nord. Nord are one of those teams that possess a threat to Los Ratones, but realistically, Los Ratones should go through that, through this best of 3 and get into the territory of best of 5s with no issues. However, the next match, the rematch of Bulldogs and the Ready Sack, ooh, this one can go anyway.
Absolutely with that one. I actually want to see, man, a team really push Los Ratones, and this is a completely different Nord than Winter Split. This is a Nord with Jankos in it this time around. No Way is back as well. If you guys missed him, he's back in action, so we're gonna have a banger for Wednesday.
I'm glad you brought it up. I've been so invested on Yankon's stream, on the way they're streaming the scrims. Jankos is locked in. Not because he lost his eyebrows, but he's really locked in, and he's bringing so much into the team. Is it enough? Nobody knows. LR is just LR. The Rats are too strong. Let's see if they're capable of making anything. But if you enjoyed today's show, if you enjoy what the rest is like about to appear, join us in Copenhagen. It's about time. It's at the end of May, at the beginning of June. Ticket sales is live now. I got a DM. Are tickets still allowed to be bought? I mean, Sunday, they're gone. If you want to go on Saturday or even for the whole weekend, we might find a way to bring you in. So be fast, be quick. Join us on this spectacle that is the Northern League of Legends Championship. We also have some concerts and shows, and apparently, I don't know if I can reveal this already. Maybe Middlecott is gonna attack me, but Worlds Finals, we had Linkin Park, correct?
Yeah,
Hey, we have Linkin Park at home. Something is brewing within the NLC. I'm just saying.
Are you gonna be playing your guitar and singing?
It's not only me. It's not only me. There's something happening. I just hope we are able to bring it up in time. With that in mind, buy your tickets. And ladies, final words of the day. It was a long run.
It was a long run, but it was a good one. It was absolute cinema. I don't even know what else to add here. Congratulations to Chaos, by the way. Can't wait to see more from them.
It was super fun. It was super long. I just want to thank the chattermans out there that stuck with us throughout the entire duration. You know, shit happens. I'm just going to say it as it is. And honestly, sticking through thick and thin with everyone here is just great. Good League of Legends, fun League of Legends, great Series 5 games. Let's do this again next week.
Let's be honest, it was lovely, and it was lovely because you were with us. Without you, it's not the same. And until we meet again, you know the drill. Keep climbing, and I'll see you soon. Have a lovely one.